The time has come to finally speak about Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0. This is a short prequel story arc that takes place 1 year before the events of Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 1. The story centers around a totally different protagonist called Yuta Okotsu as he enrolls into Tokyo Jujutsu High. Yuta is considered to be a special grade cursed human who is haunted by one of his childhood friends called Rika Orimoto. We learn that she has been transformed into a special grade vengeful cursed spirit, and similarly to Yuji, our protagonist Yuta Okotsu is looked after by Gojo, and he is enrolled into Tokyo Jujutsu High. So in this video, we're going to be talking about all of the events that occur in Volume 0, which is also known as the Cursed Child Arc. We will cover Yuta enrolling into Jujutsu High as he works together with several of his allies, including Maki and Toge, and what happens when the evil Jujutsu sorcerer Suguru Geto learns about the source of Yuta's power, the vengeful cursed spirit of his childhood friend Rika. So without further delay, let's talk about this impactful prequel, which was so successful that it led to the weekly serialization of Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0 was written and illustrated by Gigi Akutami from April 28, 2017 to July 28, 2017. It was initially intended to be a very short series, but the series was so well received that fans had desired for Gigi Akutami to continue the work. This had resulted in the serialization of Jujutsu Kaisen in Weekly Shonen Jump, and this Volume 0 prequel series came to be known as the Cursed Child Arc. After the release of the anime and the series continuing to gain more popularity, it was announced on the 27th of March 2021 that Volume 0 of Jujutsu Kaisen would be adapted into the first movie of Jujutsu Kaisen, and it would be released in December of 2021. Hence why I'm making a video analyzing Volume 0 in the same month that the movie is going to be released in. We already know that our protagonist Yuta Okotsu is haunted by the spirit of his childhood friend Rika. This occurs after Rika had died in a tragic car accident. The spirit of Rika transforms into a monster, and it's a far cry from the individual that Yuta had fallen in love with. This is because her spirit becomes cursed. This out of control cursed spirit ends up protecting Yuta against his will. Because of his lack of experience with the entire Jujutsu world, Yuta is unable to control the immense power of Rika. He doesn't know how to stop all of the bloodshed by the cursed spirit that is haunting him. He is eventually taken into custody by Jujutsu sorcerers, and while in isolation, Yuta states that he wishes to die, and this is because he doesn't want to hurt anybody else. But Satoru Gojo states that he has an alternative path for him to take, as he enlists Yuta into Tokyo Jujutsu High. It is here that he is tasked to study with other Jujutsu sorcerers so that he can control Rika, and instead of those powers being used to hurt people, he can use them to protect others. As a first year student, he learns how to fight along with his peers Maki Zenin, Panda and Toge Inumaki. While at Tokyo Jujutsu High, a change occurs for Yuta's character as he gains confidence with his abilities, and he starts to develop a desire to live, and this is through him forming friendships with the other first years and gaining confidence with utilizing his abilities. He is sent on a mission with Maki Zenin, where he is tasked to find missing children who have disappeared from an elementary school. The two of them work together to take care of several low-level curses, but eventually they are swallowed by a giant curse. While in the stomach of the cursed spirit, they discover two missing children. Maki and the children are not resistant to curses, so they need to get out of the cursed spirit as soon as possible. It is here why Maki questions Yuta as to why he became a sorcerer. He states that he wants to be relied on by somebody. He wants to believe that it's okay to continue living, because prior to this, he didn't want to hurt anybody anymore, and he tried to run away and disappear from the world. And it wasn't until Gojo arrived and had made him an alternative proposition that Yuta had ended up changing his beliefs. Yuta, who then desires to prove that he is worthy of living, puts on Rika's ring and asks for her to lend him her power. This results in the cursed spirit of Rika fully manifesting. Thanks to her intervention, it allows Yuta and Maki to rescue the two children. This ended up being the first time that Yuta had summoned Rika of his own will. After this, he states that he remembers a promise that he had made with Rika, that when the two of them grow up, they will get married, meaning that they will be together forever. This leads Yuta to question whether if it is Rika who is cursing him, or if it is Yuta who had cursed Rika back when he had made that promise to her. Either way, he wants to unravel the mystery behind Rika's curse, and to do this, he wants to stay at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Later, the Jujutsu higher-ups end up scolding Gojo because he had allowed for Yuta to completely manifest Rika. He reassures them that this is part of their plan, as they are planning on understanding Rika better so that they can control her power, but they remind him that Yuta's execution has only been postponed. But Gojo states that if it comes to that, he will side with Yuta and protect him. At this point, it's been 3 months since Yuta had enrolled into Jujutsu High, and he's been training with Maki and sparring with her. We learned that Gojo had told Yuta that it is going to be impossible to exercise a curse as powerful as Rika, but they can unravel the curse that is binding her soul. The first step is for Yuta to control the cursed energy by imbuing it into an object. Gojo explains that a curse is more stable when it is possessing an item. Similar to how Yuta had manifested Rika's power through their ring, Gojo gives Yuta a katana, telling him to invoke the curse of Rika by channeling it into the katana and controlling it. He tells him to repeat this process and to gradually increase the energy and to eventually master it. This explains why Yuta had been training with Maki, as she specializes in utilizing cursed tools. Gojo then tasks Yuta with going on a mission with Toge Inumaki so that he can learn about the unique applications of cursed techniques, as Toge is able to imbue his speech with cursed energy. The mission appears to be going well until it is interrupted by the appearance of a more powerful curse. The two of them work together as we see the growth that Yuta has undergone in a short period of time, and a friendship quickly forms between Toge and Yuta as he understands more about Toge's cursed speech technique and why he is quiet and mysterious, but despite this is very kind-hearted, as whenever he speaks he says harmless rice ball ingredients so that he doesn't end up accidentally cursing others. Later we learn that one of the 4 special grade sorcerers had been observing and interfering with Toge and Yuta's mission. This powerful sorcerer called Suguru Geto had casted a curtain around Yuta and Toge, trapping them inside with an unidentified semi-grade 1 curse. Suguru Geto is considered as one of the worst curse users. He was expelled from Jujutsu High as he's killed over 100 people, and it appears that he has now taken a liking to Yuta and is interested with how he utilizes the curse spirit of Rika. The goal of Suguru Geto is to bring about the age of Jujutsu sorcerers, and the first step to do this is to destroy the center of the Jujutsu world, Tokyo Jujutsu High. Geto then makes an appearance at Jujutsu High. He immediately arrives and speaks to Yuta, sharing his beliefs with him about how society is wrong because Jujutsu sorcerers are forced to protect the weak. He tells him about his plans to destroy all non-Jujutsu sorcerers. After Geto mocks Maki by referring to her as the failure of the Zenin family, Yuta realizes that Geto isn't someone to be trusted. After all, he had insulted one of his friends. Gojo questions why Geto has returned to Jujutsu High, as he reveals to them that he is here to declare war against them. He tells them about his plans for a night parade of 100 demons, as he states that he will unleash over 1,000 curse spirits over Kyoto and Shinjuku, and he will order them to massacre all non-Jujutsu sorcerers. He challenges everybody at Tokyo Jujutsu High with protecting them. After unleashing a large curse spirit that keeps everybody preoccupied, Suguru Geto makes his leave. On December 24th, the day of the night parade of 100 demons, Geto acknowledges that his chances of winning are less than 20%, but if he is able to kill Yuta and capture the cursed spirit of Rika, then his chances will go up to 99%. And it is for this reason that the true objectives of this mission is to isolate Yuta Okotsu. We learn that Yuta and Maki had stayed behind at Tokyo Jujutsu High, while the other sorcerers, including Gojo, are at Shinjuku and Kyoto, dealing with the hundreds of curses that have appeared. During this time, Yuta questions Maki as to why Geto had referred to her as the failure of the Zenin family. She explains that this is because she cannot see curses, explaining why Maki doesn't like to be referred to as a member of the Zenin family, and why she couldn't help Yuta with his cursed energy. But then suddenly the entire school is engulfed by none other than Suguru Geto, as he arrives to target Yuta while everybody else is preoccupied. Gojo, however, questions why Geto hasn't arrived in the battlefield. It is then that he realizes that Geto has targeted Yuta. Through using his abilities, he teleports Toge and Panda back to the school. Toge, Panda and Maki prove to be no match for Geto, as they are brutally beaten by the experienced sorcerer. When Yuta eventually arrives, he finds that all of his friends have been critically injured, and it appears that Maki has been hurt the most. Toge, who is about to fall unconscious, tells Yuta to run away, but instead Yuta remains as he is enraged. For the second time in the story, he asks for help from the cursed spirit of Rika, as she once again completely manifests. Geto is under the impression that Yuta will die, but the furious Yuta challenges him and states that he is going to kill him, and so begins the final battle of Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0, which involves Yuta and Rika versus Suguru Geto. Geto wants to utilize the power of Rika in order to establish a new world where Jujutsu sorcerers are acknowledged as gods, instead of being forced to protect the weak non-Jujutsu sorcerers. Yuta and Geto battle for control of Rika's power. Their battle begins as Geto utilizes several weaker cursed spirits in order to see how Rika will respond to them. Rika transports Toge, Panda and Maki out of harm's way, and this is where Yuta utilizes a reversed curse technique in order to heal them. The cursed spirit of Rika ends up becoming jealous of Maki, as she is angry that another girl is getting Yuta's attention. However, Yuta, who has no time for her tantrum, tells her to handle Maki with great care, as he owes her his life, and this is the first time that Yuta actually controls Rika. After his friends are healed, he appears once more before Geto. Geto appears to be impressed that Rika was able to heal his friends, as healing requires an advanced reversed curse technique. To begin his counterattack against Geto, Yuta manages to copy Toge's curse speech technique, and he does so through a large speakerphone. throne. He demands for all of the cursed spirits under Geto's control to die. I love the transformation of Yuta's character here. His eyes have an apathetic glare, and it's heavily contrasted with his first appearance within the story, where he was generally unconfident and very afraid. Geto appears to be surprised that Yuta can utilize such high-level jujutsu sorcery. He deduces that Rika is an entity that has limitless potential when it comes to cursed energy, and through her you can fairly easily manipulate the cursed energy into any technique. Geto then equips himself with a curse tool as he prepares to fight back against Yuta. He assumes that the body of Yuta is overflowing with cursed energy, which is giving him enhanced abilities. Through Volume 0, we get to know about the beliefs of Geto, as he states that jujutsu sorcerers stand atop of the food chain. They are the most powerful individuals. He is angered that humans have the audacity to envision beings that are higher than jujutsu sorcerers by creating gods through their religions. He finds it laughable. Geto's god complex angers Yuta as he fights back, but he is eventually caught off guard, as he appears to be entangled and trapped by an octopus-like curse. He is attacked several times by Geto before he can cut himself free. Geto continues to speak about his disdain for non-sorcerers, as he finds it sick that they hide away the word of jujutsu sorcery from the rest of the world. Just as Yuta appears to be getting used to Geto's movements, his sword ends up breaking because of all of the cursed energy that is flowing through it. But this doesn't hold back Yuta, as he punches Geto in the face and sends him flying back with a left hook. Because Yuta is fairly new to the world of jujutsu sorcery, he doesn't know whether if what Geto is saying is correct or not. His motive for fighting here is because Geto had threatened and hurt his friends, and it is for this reason that he is resolved to defeat him. When the odds appear to be stacked against Geto, he unleashes one of his most powerful techniques called Maximum Uzumaki, as he threatens to destroy Yuta. In order to deal with Geto, Yuta ends up thanking Rika for protecting him this entire time. He embraces the cursed spirit, as he asks for her help one last time, and he promises that after this they will be together forever. Yuta's words end up exciting the spirit of Rika as she grows stronger. He offers up to her his future, his heart, and his body. Geto understands that Yuta is sacrificing himself in order to surpass the limit of cursed energy. He becomes incredibly frustrated as Yuta takes advantage of the love that Rika has for him. In order to put a stop to Geto, Yuta utilizes the power of pure love, which is the most powerful curse of all. Rika unleashes a huge blast of cursed energy towards Geto and his cursed spirits. It results in a massive explosion as Geto desperately flees the scene. He is severely injured and is missing an arm. He swears to himself that he'll return to get Rika, but he is then confronted by his old friend Gojo. He tells him that all of his accomplices had run away, and that he had sent Panda and Inumaki to Jujutsu High to confront Geto because he was aware that he would not have killed them without a reason, because he had trust that an individual who has belief like Geto's would not kill a young Jujutsu sorcerer without any reason. This clearly demonstrates that these two characters have a long-standing history with each other, and it's only right for Gojo to take out Geto, as he asks him for any last words. Geto states that because of the way that the world is, he could never be happy truly from the bottom of his heart. He hates the way that non-Jujutsu sorcerers treat them, and in the end, he has nothing against Jujutsu High. During the aftermath of the battle, we see Maki, Toge, and Panda checking up on Yuta. They end up thanking him for saving them. It is then that the cursed spirit of Rika calls for Yuta, as he apologizes for keeping her waiting. He explains that in exchange for her powers, he had agreed to go with her, as it appears that Yuta is about to die. But at that moment, the cursed form of Rika shatters, as it reveals the young form of Rika. Everybody is confused as Gojo arrives and explains what is going on. He states that the curse of Rika has been broken. He ended up doing some background research into the lineage of Yuta, as he reveals that he is a descendant of Michizane Sugawara, which means that he is a super distant relative of Gojo. Michizane Sugawara was one of the big three vengeful spirits. He was apparently a big shot jujutsu sorcerer. Gojo reassures Yuta and states that Rika wasn't cursing him, and that it was in fact Yuta that had cursed Rika. When she had died, he couldn't accept her death, as he repeatedly had told her not to die. He had refused to let her go. Yuta is saddened to learn that it was his fault that Rika wasn't able to rest in peace, and that it was because of him she had turned into a curse and had hurt so many people. The young Rika embraces Yuta and thanks him. She was glad to have been given more time to be by his side, and that she was happier in these past 6 years than she was when she was alive. This is truly an emotional and touching farewell between these two characters. She tells Yuta to take care and to not come over to the other side anytime soon, as she finally leaves his side. aside, Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0 comes to an end as Gojo reveals that Geto had been his best friend at one time. Yuta meets with Toge, Panda and Inumaki as it appears that he has been accepted into their group. He smiles as he is still wearing the ring that Rika had given him all those years ago, thus bringing an end to the prequel of Jujutsu Kaisen and explaining the story of Yuta Okkotsu. Yuta's story is very similar to Yuji's, and it makes me look forward to these two characters finally meeting within the story, because at the moment Yuta appears to be on a mission abroad somewhere, and I look forward to catching up with this character as he's going to be making his appearance within the Jujutsu Kaisen manga in the upcoming arcs. This prequel hints at the history that is shared between Gojo and Geto. We know that Suguru Geto is one of the main antagonists within the early portions of Jujutsu Kaisen that we have covered so far, and it's fascinating for Gojo to refer to him as one of his best friends within this prequel chapter. There's a reason why I didn't read Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0 before reading the actual manga. I wanted to be introduced into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen through his sequel series, as I feel like Akutami does a perfect job of introducing Yuji's character into Tokyo Jujutsu High, as we get to learn about the first years and the second years, and we know that Yuta is absent because he is abroad somewhere, so there is no pressure for us to read Volume 0 immediately off the gate. Personally, I had read Volume 0 after the Death Painting arc, and I feel like it is perfect to read before the arc that covers the past of Gojo, as Volume 0 hints at the past of Gojo, and some even said that Volume 0 is vital to read before the Shibuya Incident Arc at the very latest. Also, we get to learn about some basic information about Maki's character, and I feel like her character was one of the highlights for this prequel. I loved seeing the friendship that started to develop between Yuta and Maki, and how we get to learn about some basic history of a character, which is of course expanded upon in the Goodwill event arc. In the end, the extermination of Yuta was called off because the curse of Rika was set free, because both Yuta and Yuji were introduced into the world of Jujutsu sorcery in a very similar manner, and with Yuji also having a postponement of his extermination, it makes you wonder, by the end of the story of Jujutsu Kaisen, will Yuji be free of the curse of Sukuna, or will he end up dying in some way? Volume 0 definitely gives us a lot to think about and to draw comparisons from. Yuta was able to free himself of the curse of Rika, but we know that Yuji's character is centered around this theme of being surrounded by your loved ones on your deathbed, and it is for this reason that a lot of people believe that the endgame of Jujutsu Kaisen will be the death of Yuji. Volume 0 gives us an option of why the protagonist survives, so it is fitting if the sequel series results in the protagonist dying in the end, especially since the start of Jujutsu Kaisen had focused so heavily on this idea of Yuji being killed because he had manifested the spirit of Ryumen Sukuna. In this video series, I'm going to be going through each arc of Jujutsu Kaisen from the very beginning to the latest chapter of the story. From the minute that I began reading the manga and then checking out the anime, I'd fallen in love with Jujutsu Kaisen. This is because it is so reminiscent of pre-existing shonen series that I absolutely love, like Yu Yu Hakusho, Bleach and Naruto. It is evident that Gigi Akutami has taken heavy influence from these shonen stories. Despite this heavy inspiration, he ensures that his story remains unique in this oversaturated supernatural horror genre. Now, if you've been following me on Twitter, then you already know how much I love Jujutsu Kaisen. What I want to do in this video series is to break down each arc of the story and to explain the character growth, the power system, and the story that unfolds. So without any further delay, join me as I break down the story of Jujutsu Kaisen from the very first chapter and prove why it is one of the most unique series to come from Weekly Shonen Jump in the last decade. Jujutsu Kaisen began as a manga series with its first chapter published on the 5th of March 2018. It was later adapted into an anime with its first episode airing on October 3rd, 2020. This series has been received incredibly well by fans across the world, with the manga having over 50 million copies in circulation. With it only having debuted over 3 years ago, it is already one of the best-selling manga series of all time. The story of Jujutsu Kaisen is broken down into several different story arcs, and as of making this video, there are just under 160 chapters released, which are spread across 11 story arcs. The first 4 chronological chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen cover the Cursed Child arc. This follows the story of Yuta Okkotsu. These 4 chapters were released 1 year prior to the initial serialization of Jujutsu Kaisen, and it was because of the success of these 4 prequel chapters that Jujutsu Kaisen was greenlit as a story. Now, the Cursed Child arc will be adapted into a movie that will release at the end of this year, so I will cover these 4 chapters down the line. But as for this video, I'm covering the first 2 story arcs of the series, which are the Introduction arc, which spans from chapters 1 to 5, and the Cursed Womb arc, which covers chapters 6 to 9 of the story. The main focus of the world of Jujutsu Kaisen is this concept of cursed energy. It is set in a world where cursed spirits are created from the negative energy that humans generate. Over time, this negative cursed energy accumulates in certain areas, and it results in the formation of what what is known as cursed spirits. These cursed spirits pose a threat to humans in various different ways. The story does an excellent job of explaining very early on what cursed energy and cursed spirits are, as we learn that one of the most powerful cursed spirits who existed over 1,000 years ago had his cursed energy split into 20 indestructible fingers called Sukuna's fingers. Sukuna's fingers are an example of cursed objects, and the story of Jujutsu Kaisen kicks off when our protagonist Yuji Itadori comes into contact with one of Sukuna's fingers. The introduction arc begins with us being introduced to the character of Megumi Fushiguro. We learn that he is looking for a special grade cursed object. The cursed object that Megumi is looking for is indeed one of Sukuna's fingers. When he appears to have difficulty locating the special grade cursed object, we then cut to Yuji Itadori. Our protagonist of the story is introduced as a first-year high school student, and he is a member of a after-school occult research club. Despite Yuji being gifted with incredible athletic ability, he would much rather spend his time investigating paranormal occurrences in and around his school. He makes it clear that he has his own reasons behind why he is a member of the occult research club. Megumi ends up bumping into Yuji and notices that there is something strange about him, and he can feel the presence of the cursed object growing even stronger after Yuji walks past him. He is surprised by Yuji's enhanced physical abilities, because it is evident that he isn't utilizing any cursed energy to enhance himself. Gigi Akutami makes it very clear that before Yuji became a jujutsu sorcerer, he already was physically gifted. We quickly find out where Yuji was rushing off to after school, as we see him visiting the hospital. During the very first chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen, a character-defining moment occurs for Yuji, as we learn that this meeting with his grandfather would indeed be his last, as Yuji's grandfather imparts with him wisdom that Yuji carries forward throughout the entirety of the story. And it's no exaggeration to state that the words of Yuji's grandfather end up defining his character. Upon meeting his grandfather, he tells Yuji that he has some final words for him. They are about his parents, but Yuji makes it clear that he doesn't care, he doesn't want to hear anything about them. His grandfather tells him that he is a strong kid, so he needs to use his strength for good. He advises Yuji to help people. It doesn't have to be all of the time, but just whenever he can. He may not receive any gratitude from people despite helping them, but he should continue to do so. These are the words of wisdom that his grandfather instills within him. The reason that he had told Yuji to help people is because he doesn't want his grandson to end up like him, laying on his deathbed with only his grandson there to see him off into the afterlife. These are the final words that Yuji hears from his grandfather. A dying wish. His grandfather's desire for Yuji to help as many people as he can, and for him to be surrounded by his loved ones when he dies. Like I mentioned, his grandfather's final words end up becoming a driving factor for Yuji's character, resulting in him making a lot of decisions and being guided by his grandfather's final wish. This is a very humble and simplified desire that our protagonist has within this story, and it reminds me a lot of Yusuke's desire within Yu Yu Hakusho, or the desire of Ichigo from Bleach. It isn't anything larger than life. It is but a simple yet relatable goal. With the mystery of Yuji's parents being left unresolved, we can assume that he has just lost the only family member that he has ever known, leaving him on his own now. The entire situation hasn't really sunk in for Yuji, but he remains with an optimistic attitude, as he states that his grandfather would not want him to be moping around. He would want him to continue on with his life despite his death. And it is at this moment that Yuji is formally introduced to Megumi Fushiguro, who is a first-year jujutsu sorcerer from Jujutsu High. We learn that the special grade cursed object that Megumi has been looking for is in the possession of Yuji's occult research club. Then the fascinating premise that pulls us into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen is explained to us, as we learn that nationally on average 10,000 people either die of unexplained causes or are reported as missing. The vast majority of these unexplained cases are a result of the negative energy that flows out of people. This negative energy is defined as a curse. Understandably, Yuji finds this hard to believe, but Megumi continues by explaining that in locations where a large group of people gather, like schools or hospitals, those environments are susceptible to receiving a large amount of negative energy. In general, people will feel pain, regret, or humiliation the more that they dwell upon their bad memories. This negative energy accumulates as curses in the locations that these memories had occurred. So it is for this reason that it is common to find cursed objects within schools or hospitals. Megumi explains that this is how Yuji was able to easily find this special grade cursed object within his school. After finding out that Yuji's friends have the cursed object and they are going to remove the seal off of it tonight at school, they end up rushing to the school because Yuji's friends are at risk of dying. The members of the occult research club end up removing the seal, revealing underneath it a finger. After removing the seal, cursed spirits begin to to be drawn to their location, and Yuji and Megumi can feel this intense pressure coming from the school. Megumi tells Yuji to stay put while he goes to help his friends. Yuji insists that he is also coming because he feels responsible for getting them into trouble. Despite the fact that he has only been friends with them for a couple of months, he still wants to do something to help. The cursed spirits begin tormenting Yuji's friends, and in this instance, Megumi gives us our first glimpse of a cursed technique, as he summons a white and black dog to his aid. While all of this is going on, we cut back to Yuji, as we see him trembling in fear. He asks himself, what is he doing? A very important inner monologue occurs here, as Yuji says to himself that somehow he is able to feel death emanating from the school. He admits that he is afraid of dying, and he wonders if his grandpa had felt the same on his deathbed. He then quickly corrects himself and states that his grandpa wasn't afraid of death, and he was emotional after his grandpa's death because he was sad. It wasn't that he was scared. This feeling of death that Yuji is now facing is very different to the death that he had encountered when his grandpa had just passed away. Remembering his grandfather's final wish for Yuji to help people, it inspires him to take action instead of standing there feeling afraid. We can see that the cursed spirits that have appeared within the school want the cursed object. Megumi finds one of Yuji's friends about to be devoured by a cursed spirit. When he admits that he is too late to save her, Yuji appears on the scene. He breaks through the window, double kicking the cursed spirit. Megumi is stunned that Yuji was able to jump all the way up to the 4th floor of the school. And like I've been stating throughout this video, Yuji is clearly a special and gifted individual. And throughout this first chapter, I wish that we got to hear what Yuji's grandfather had to say about Yuji's parents. Clearly, the secret of his enhanced physical abilities lies with the identity of his parents. When he arrives to protect his friend, Yuji comes face to face with a curse for the first time. You can see that throughout this chapter, Yuji takes action and comes out of his comfort zone whenever he remembers the dying words of his grandfather. He continuously reaffirms this desire to help people, and it is for this reason that he comes to Megumi's aid when he is attacked by a large cursed spirit. Yuji tries to fight against the cursed spirit with his bare fists, but Megumi states that the only way to exercise a curse is by using cursed energy. When Yuji realizes that the cursed spirit is after the finger of Sukuna, he ends up swallowing the cursed object. He does so in order to save everybody. Megumi rightfully calls him out and states that he's an idiot. He has consumed a special grade cursed object. For an ordinary human, it is a lethal poison. There is no way that Yuji won't die, but Megumi states that Yuji does however have a 1 in a million chance of surviving. And just at that moment, the legendary curse of Ryumen Sukuna manifests within Yuji's body. Taking control of his body, he easily destroys this large cursed spirit. After consuming the cursed object, Yuji's appearance has completely changed. He has this sinister, sadistic expression on his face, which reminds me of when Ichigo's hollow takes over his body. Megumi thinks to himself that he was right. It was either that Yuji was going to die or there was a 1 in a million chance that the special grade cursed object would incarnate itself. Sukuna declares that he is going to massacre all of the humans, but at this moment, Yuji takes back control of his body. It is at the end of chapter 1 that Yuji realizes that he can suppress Sukuna from manifesting within his body. But after Yuji had eaten the cursed finger, Megumi declares that he is no longer a human. Under the Jujutsu regulations, Yuji Itadori is now a curse, and Megumi states that he is going to exorcise him. The second chapter immediately introduces us to my favorite character within the story, the individual who teaches the first years at Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo. He reveals to Yuji that his secret execution has been set. We then cut back to Yuji at the school prior to being captured by Gojo. Just as Megumi is about to exorcise Yuji, Gojo arrives. He learns that Yuji ended up eating the cursed object. Gojo asks Yuji to allow Sukuna to control his body for 10 seconds. It appears that Gojo wants to test out his strength against the strongest spirit. Yuji expresses his concern, but Gojo reassures him by immediately revealing to us and to him that he is the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. During this scene, we also learn that while all of this was happening at Yuji's school, Gojo had been shopping for souvenirs while people's lives were in danger. You can tell that he is a very cool but carefree character. I suppose anybody would behave like this if they were dubbed as the strongest in the world. Gojo briefly demonstrates his abilities against Sukuna, who is no match for him. He is shocked at Gojo's speed. Just before the time limit of 10 seconds is about to be up, Sukuna fires an attack towards Gojo, but he appears to have easily diverted it away from him, leaving Gojo unscathed. Sukuna is subdued as Yuji takes back control over his body. Gojo ends up knocking Yuji out. As he asks Megumi what they should do with him, he rightfully tells Gojo that Yuji should be executed under the Jujutsu regulations, but it appears that Megumi has taken a liking to Yuji, as he states that he doesn't want him to die. Because of Megumi's request, it appears that Gojo is going to pull some strings in order to save Yuji. Thanks to Gojo being the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, he is able to suspend the execution of Yuji. Gojo then explains to him that there are 20 of Sukuna's fingers in total. Currently, Jujutsu sorcerers are in possession of 6. Sukuna's fingers cannot be destroyed because they are that much of a powerful curse, and with each passing day the fingers get stronger. We learn that nobody alive is able to seal these fingers. That is until the appearance of Yuji, who demonstrates that he can swallow Sukuna's fingers and control the powerful curse. If Yuji is able to successfully consume all 20 of Sukuna's fingers, then when Yuji dies, the curse of Sukuna will die along with him. Thanks to Gojo's influence, he is able to convince the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world not to exterminate Yuji. Gojo proposed to the higher-ups that there is no guarantee they will come across a vessel of Sukuna again, so he had told them if they are going to kill Yuji, then why not kill him after he has consumed all of Sukuna's fingers? Gojo then proposes 2 options for Yuji. Either he dies now, or he finds the remaining fingers of Sukuna, and he is killed after he has taken them all into his body. After saying goodbye to his friends, Yuji has a insightful conversation with Gojo. He asks Yuji if he has made a decision. He replies to Gojo by asking if a lot of casualties occur because of curses. Gojo tells him of course. Individuals are considered to be lucky if they can die a normal death after running into a curse. Even if a body is found all torn up, then that is still considered a best case scenario. Gojo warns Yuji that if he is serious about locating all of Sukuna's fingers, then he is going to come across some gruesome scenes, and he cannot guarantee Yuji's own safety. Once again, it is the words of his dying grandfather that guide him into deciding that he is going to help people. After realizing that if Sukuna is eliminated, fewer people are going to be killed by curses, he agrees to help Gojo and the Jujutsu sorcerers. He shows his conviction in his decision by consuming the second finger of Sukuna, now having contained 1/10 of Sukuna within his body. Yuji indeed is a fascinating individual. His innate talent and abilities even get the interest of the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, as Gojo notes that not only is Yuji's body resisting the curse of Sukuna, but he is also able to control it without any issue. He states that an individual like Yuji only appears once every 1,000 years or so. Even before enrolling into Jujutsu High or learning about cursed energy, Yuji is able to demonstrate that he has phenomenal ability, and again it leaves you wondering about Yuji's parents, if their identities will reveal the mysteries surrounding Yuji's character. By the end of the second chapter, Yuji affirms his goal, which is to eat the rest of Sukuna's fingers. He is doing this primarily because of the last request of his grandfather. He knows that if he is able to help others, then when it is Yuji's time to die, at least he will be surrounded by people who care for him. He is then taken to Tokyo, where he enrolls into Tokyo Jujutsu High. It is revealed that he is one of the 3 first-year students, and he will be taught by Gojo himself. Of course, Megumi is one of his classmates, but the identity of the 3rd student still remains a mystery. Upon arriving at the school, Yuji is taken to have a meeting with the principal. During his interview with the principal, Yuji's motives for becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer are called into question, as Yuji affirms he wants to prevent people dying because of curses. His reason for doing this, of course, is because of his grandfather's final request. The principal questions this motive, whether if Yuji is really going to fight against curses just because someone had asked him to. Yuji is continuously attacked by one of the principal's dogs until he gives a worthy enough answer to him. Yuji is made aware that becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer is a very unpleasant job. The qualifications for being a Jujutsu sorcerer are to be very motivated and slightly crazy. The principal then asks Yuji if he ends up dying, is he going to blame his grandfather because he had told him to help people. The principal here is helping Yuji to realize his true motives, and it's a great way for us to see Yuji's resolve tested so early on in the story. So when Yuji is asked for one final time why is he here in Jujutsu High, he tells the principal that he knows that consuming the fingers of Sukuna is only something that Yuji can do. If he runs away from this mission or tries to escape from his execution, he would constantly live with this feeling that because of his actions, people are now going to die because of the curse of Sukuna. Yuji is accepted into Jujutsu High when he proclaims that he is not going to regret the way that he has lived his life, and it is for this reason that he is going to help people by destroying the curse of Sukuna. After Yuji is enrolled into the school, we are then introduced to our 3rd first-year student, Nobara Kugisaki. She is referred to as the Girl of Steel. Jujutsu sorcerers are incredibly rare. because it is rare to come across somebody who can actually see curses, and it is for this reason that the first year of Tokyo Jujutsu High only has 3 students. After we are introduced to Nobara's character, we quickly learn that she is hot-headed, but she has a very silly and playful side, similar to Yuji. We quickly begin to understand the dynamic between the 3 first years, as Megumi is serious, mature, and often frowns upon Yuji and Nobara, as the two of them are easily excitable and easily given to Gojo's playful personality. While Megumi is recovering from his injuries, Gojo has Yuji and Nobara go on a mission. They are to exorcise any curses that have been haunting an abandoned building within Roppongi. Gojo wants to see what the two of them are capable of, so this is in fact just a simple test of their abilities. From this we can tell that Gojo already has an understanding of Megumi's abilities, and it's pretty much hinted here that Megumi and Gojo have known each other for a while. Since the only way to defeat a curse is to expel it by using cursed energy, Gojo ends up giving Yuji what's known as a cursed tool, a blade called the Slaughter Demon. We learn that cursed tools for the most part are weapons that have cursed energy flowing through them. Gojo also orders Yuji on this field test not to let Sukuna out. If Yuji relied on the abilities of Sukuna, sure, he would be able to eliminate the curses easily, but he would also put in danger the humans that are near to him. And since Roppongi is a densely populated area, it would be wise not to rely on Sukuna. Now you've probably noticed this, but Gojo's character is very reminiscent of Kakashi and Urahara. A lot of what he says has double meanings, and he doesn't always reveal his true intentions from the get-go. As after Yuji and Nobara begin their mission, Gojo reveals to Megumi that this is more of a test for Nobara. Megumi was insisting to Gojo that he wanted to also go on the mission in order to keep an eye on Yuji, but Gojo wants to see how Nobara can deal with the situation, if she can handle working as a team while at the same time dealing with Yuji's unpredictable abilities. As their mission begins, there's some friction between Yuji and Nobara, so they split up, quickly taking out the nearby curses. The thing about this mission is that Gojo knows that Yuji is a crazy individual. For the most part, he has lived his life as a typical teenager, but when it comes to facing off against curses, Yuji has no fear, and this is something that even Jujutsu sorcerers who have great potential struggle to overcome initially. It is because of their fear and disgust of curses that they don't live up to their great potential. Megumi is used to seeing curses from a young age, but for Yuji, who had never seen one in his life, and for him to easily challenge a curse in order to protect his friends, proves to Gojo that he has what it takes to become a Jujutsu sorcerer. During this mission, he wants to see if Nobara too has this crazy side to her, and as we're about to see, Gojo is not going to be disappointed, because Nobara is one of the most craziest characters within Jujutsu Kaisen. She is able to easily identify a curse who is disguising itself as a mannequin. She draws out some nails and a hammer as she demonstrates her curse technique. Nobara had been raised and born on the countryside, so the curses that she is used to from there don't compare to the curses that are formed within an area like Tokyo. Since Tokyo is more densely populated, it will obviously result in the generation of more cursed energy, resulting in the cursed spirits from this area being a lot more stronger than the cursed spirits from the countryside. When the cursed spirit that Nobara is fighting against ends up taking a child hostage, Nobara frustratingly drops her weapons and surrenders. She is very frustrated because the curse that she is going up against is probably a grade 4 curse, which is one of the lower leveled cursed spirits. Just as Nobara accepts that she is going to be defeated by the cursed spirit, Yuji interrupts them, breaking through the walls, saving the kidnapped child. When the cursed spirit takes this opportunity to leave the abandoned building, Nobara quickly takes the initiative to use one of her straw doll techniques. Similar to a voodoo doll, she drills a nail through the straw doll, and it results in the cursed spirit being exorcised. This ends up proving to Gojo that Nobara too is a very crazy individual, and she has what it takes to become a Jujutsu sorcerer. This concludes the first introduction arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, as we are excellently introduced to all of the key characters within the story. We had an opportunity to see Yuji and Megumi working together to face off against cursed spirits. We saw Gojo briefly battle against Sukuna, even having the opportunity to see Yuji's resolve tested so early on within the story, when he is interviewed by the principal, and how he is able to fight his case and prevent his execution. And lastly, we quickly got introduced to the character of Nobara Kugisaki, and we already got to see her working alongside Yuji to battle against cursed spirits. Everything unfolds very quickly, one thing after the other, and it's a lot to take in. And it did take me a couple of read-throughs to make sure that I didn't miss any of the details, because so much happens within these first 5 chapters. But I still believe that Jujutsu Kaisen has a very strong introduction, and it throws you right into the world of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits. The next arc, titled the Cursed Womb Arc, is briefly mentioned at the end of chapter 5, as we get a shocking revelation just prior to the beginning of the story arc. On one of the panels, we see Yuji's face as it begins to be blurred out, then with details of a report from July 2018, the location being in West Tokyo City at a juvenile detention center. We get the brief outline of this mission, as the report reveals to us that a special grade cursed spirit was witnessed by multiple non non-jujutsu sorcerers. This was deemed as an emergency. This cursed spirit was floating above the sky of the juvenile detention center, and as a result, 3 first-year students were sent to the scene. However, chapter 5 ends with a shocking revelation that one of the 3 first-year students had ended up dying. We can assume from the panel that Gigi Akutami draws of Yuji fading away that of course it is Yuji who ends up dying. This excellent premise leads us into the second arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Cursed Womb arc. So when Yuji and the others arrive at the detention center, they are made aware that most of the inmates were evacuated, aside from 5 of them who are currently trapped inside the building along with the curse. The first year students are made aware that when a cursed womb grows and changes shape, it can be expected to transform into a cursed spirit that is close to a special grade level. It is here that the tiers and rankings of cursed spirits is broken down for us. In order for us to understand the incremental changes of the different grade leveled curses, examples of traditional weapons being used are given as an example for us to understand how much of a threat level each graded cursed spirit is, with grade 4 cursed spirits being described as being beaten by wooden bats, with grade 3 cursed spirits being beaten by a pistol, grade 2 or semi-grade 2 cursed spirits being beaten by a shotgun, and when up against a grade 1 or semi-grade 1 cursed spirit, then a tank may be ineffective. And lastly, the most powerful cursed spirit that one can encounter, a special grade cursed spirit, you may find that carpeting explosives, like cluster bombing, may be effective. This is when a large area of land is bombarded in a progressive manner to inflict damage to every single area of that land. However, the power of a special grade varies immensely, and as we're about to see within this story arc, the 3 characters are going to be up against a special grade cursed spirit, and you will quickly understand why even a cluster bomb may be ineffective against one. Truthfully, the first years are told that Gojo should have come on this mission, but because he is away on business, and the Jujutsu world is very short on manpower, they have no other choice but to rely on the first years in such a extreme emergency. Yuji and the others are told not to engage with the special grade cursed spirit. Their only options are to either run away or die. Prior to beginning the mission, a mother of one of the 5 inmates who is currently trapped within the detention center approaches them. She wants to know if her son is okay. They tell her that there is a possibility that poison has spread within the facility, and they cannot guarantee her son's safety. After seeing the mother crying, Yuji and the others resolve to save her son. When they enter into the curtain that is concealing the detention facility, Megumi unleashes one of his divine dogs. It will alert them if the curse ends up coming closer to them. As they begin to explore the facility, they immediately come across a mutilated corpse. The words of Gojo from an earlier chapter echo in our mind, that when an individual comes across a cursed spirit, it is considered a best case scenario even if a mutilated body is found. They realize that the body that they have found was that lady's son who they had only moments ago resolved to save. A moral conflict quickly erupts between Megumi and Yuji, as Yuji wants to take the remains of this body back to its mother. Megumi explains to Yuji that this individual isn't even worth saving even if he was alive. He has to remember that he is an inmate within a juvenile detention center. He was convicted for driving without a license, and he ended up hitting a girl who was walking home from school, and this had been his second time driving without a license. Megumi tells Yuji that he always wants to save as many people as possible, but who's to say that the people that Yuji saves won't end up killing other people in the future. But before their argument can continue, a portal forms under Nobara's feet as she falls through the ground. At the same time, Megumi realizes that his divine dog has been defeated, and at that moment they are approached by the special grade curse. They both end up being frozen in fear. Yuji attempts to attack the cursed spirit, but his left hand is severed, along with the cursed tool that he had been using being split in 2. While Yuji and Megumi are up against the special grade, Nobara finds herself in a dark environment. She can sense the presence of a curse though. Yuji ends up battling against the special grade on his own, while Megumi rushes off in order to save Nobara. It took a lot from Megumi to place his trust into Yuji, to trust that he would be okay and he wouldn't die against the special grade. Otherwise, Megumi would not have left him on his own. Yuji's plan is to buy enough time so that Megumi can save Nobara. Like Yuji had said, the cursed spirit appears to be playing with him. It is aware of how powerful he is. As Yuji struggles, as he experiences hurt and pain, the words of his grandfather continue to echo in his mind. His final request to help people. Just like when many of us face difficulty, our minds begin to take over and tell us to run away from the situation, convincing us that we would be rather doing anything but this difficult task. Yuji's mind begins to tell himself that he doesn't want to die. He then screams out and tells himself not to think. We then cut to Nobara as it appears that she has just barely defeated a cursed spirit, and she is going to be consumed by another. Megumi ends up saving her as they escape the facility. At the end of chapter 7, when Yuji realizes how weak he truly was, and that he doesn't want to die in an unnatural manner, he begins to think of the words of the principle, that no Jujutsu sorcerer dies without regret. Yuji remembers that curses are formed because of negative energy flowing out of people, so all of the hatred, fear and regret that Yuji is feeling right now, he unleashes it into his fist. fist, and we see that his right hand is surrounded by cursed energy as he punches the cursed spirit. And just at that moment, when he receives the signal that Megumi and Nobara are safe, Sukuna takes over Yuji's body. Sukuna demonstrates his monstrous power by easily taking out the special grade cursed spirit. He utilizes a special jujutsu technique called domain expansion. His domain expansion is called Malevolent Shrine. It results in him cutting up the cursed spirit in several slices. It appears that this special grade had consumed one of Sukuna's fingers. After Sukuna defeats the special grade, Yuji is unable to regain consciousness. This results in Sukuna running free with Yuji's body. Sukuna then ends up confronting Megumi, as he ends up taking Yuji's body hostage. After consuming the finger that he had received from the special grade, he resolves now to kill Megumi. In chapter 9, Megumi is left with no choice but to battle against Sukuna, and this is one of the most important exchanges within the entirety of this story, and the reason why Sukuna ends up taking a liking to Megumi so early on. During this battle, we learn about Megumi's desire to save people, whether if it's fair or not. Megumi utilizes his Shikigami in order to battle against Sukuna. He is impressed with how Megumi is able to get into close quarters combat, while also effectively using his Shikigami. Sukuna is impressed that Megumi isn't afraid to mix things up. Despite being outmatched by Sukuna, Megumi ends up leaving an impression on him, to the point that Sukuna wonders why is it that Megumi had run away from that special grade. It is like Sukuna knows the latent potential within Megumi. He is probably aware that if Megumi had fought against that special grade, then he may well have ended up defeating it. When the situation appears to be hopeless, Megumi remembers why he had saved Yuji. He recalls back to his sister, who is currently hospitalized. He recalls this phrase that the only thing fair about life is how unfair it is to everybody. He recalls how kind his sister was to everybody, but despite this, she was cursed. Thinking about all of this in his past, Megumi states that he didn't save Yuji because it was the most logical thing to do. He just didn't want to see a good person end up dying. He says that despite it being a selfish, emotional decision, he is glad that he had ended up saving Yuji, and that is exactly the reason why he had not regretted saving him, not even for a moment. And this resolves the conflict that Yuji and Megumi had a few chapters ago. After Megumi explains his reasoning, Yuji takes back control over his body, but it appears to be too late as the damage is already done. At the end of chapter 9, Yuji wishes Megumi, Nobara, and Gojo Sensei well, as he appears to have died, and just as he had always wished, Yuji ends up dying with a smile on his face. This now brings us to the conclusion of the Cursed Room arc, and takes us into the third story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Cursed Training arc. Now we'll be covering this in my next video on Jujutsu Kaisen. The material that I had covered in this video I read almost a year and a half ago, and revisiting these chapters really did make me have a newfound appreciation for them, especially after watching the Jujutsu Kaisen anime and having caught up to the latest chapter of the manga. Like I had mentioned earlier on, there is a lot to digest within these first 9 chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen. So many characters and concepts are introduced to us. It is hard to remember everything, but once everything becomes familiar, you have a newfound appreciation for the start of this series. I've always said this about the start of this series: Jujutsu Kaisen wastes no time by throwing us right into the action. We have very little downtime for things to really sink in, as we are taken from one major event to the next. And as you can see, by the end of the second arc, this hasn't changed in the slightest, as we have already had a shocking revelation that our protagonist has died by chapter 9. Now, a lot of people, including myself, had gotten into Jujutsu Kaisen because it was so reminiscent of Bleach, at least the early portions of the Bleach story. But for me, I truly believe that this series is a mixture of Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, and Bleach. It has the perfect blend of a very uniquely written protagonist and a fascinating cast of characters, and this is combined with the complexity that we all too often see associated with Hunter x Hunter. The concepts of cursed energy and cursed techniques are very similar to the power system of Nen that is featured within Hunter x Hunter. We are only 9 chapters into reviewing this series, and I have to say that I love it as much as the first time that I had read these chapters. Welcome to the second video in my Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis series, and in this video I'm going over the third arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Cursed Training arc. A lot occurs within this portion of the story, as we get key concepts introduced to us and the explanation of cursed energy, as well as finally being able to see one of my favourite characters, Gojo, taking part in an actual battle. In addition to all of this, we get the introduction of students from a rival Jujutsu school. Admittedly, it was during this story arc that I had started to really like Jujutsu Kaisen. So let's begin my breakdown of the third story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Cursed Training arc, as we're going to cover all of the characters and concepts that are introduced to us. The Cursed Training arc takes place between chapters 10 to 18 and is adapted into 4 episodes of the anime, spanning from episode 5 to 8 of the series. Megumi and Nobara are aware of Yuji having died, and at this point of the story, a lot of people, including myself, had assumed that the protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0, Yuta Okotsu, would have become the new protagonist of the story. But in chapter 10, it is specifically mention that we haven't seen Yuta, who is a second year Jujutsu High student, because he is currently away doing duties abroad. This series really kicks it into high gear with the Cursed Training Arc, as we are introduced to the main antagonistic characters within the story. We are introduced to the characters of Suguru Geto and his accomplices Jogo and Hanami. We learn that they were responsible for the appearance of that cursed womb above the juvenile detention facility. They had purposefully planted one of Sukuna's fingers in that location and had resulted in the cursed womb appearing. When Gojo arrives back at Jujutsu High, he is furious after learning what has happened. He can't comprehend why first year Jujutsu High students were sent to deal with a special grade curse. Gojo quickly assumes that the higher-ups had sent the first year Jujutsu High students in order to eliminate Yuji by making him face off against a special grade curse. Gojo is of course furious that they had done all of this behind his back, and after learning about Yuji's death, you can tell that Gojo had taken a liking to him. Megumi and Nobara, who have learnt about Yuji's death, are consoled by the second years of Jujutsu High, and it is here that we are introduced to characters like Maki, Toge, and Panda. They tell the two first year students about the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event. It is a Goodwill event that takes place with another Jujutsu High school, which is located within Kyoto. This event is practically a battle between the students of one school against the other. The only rule is that no killing is allowed. Panda and the other second years suggest that they are going to help Megumi and Nobara to prepare for the Goodwill event. They tell them to do it for the sake of their fallen friend. The two of them agree and state that they are going to become stronger. They resolve to do this for Yuji's sake. At the end of chapter 10, we get a meeting between Suguru Geto and the cursed spirit Jogo. They agree terms to their alliance that they are about to form. Jogo's desire is to put an end to humanity so that curses can rule over the world, but Geto tells him that two conditions must be met in order to actualize this future. The first is to get rid of Satoru Gojo in some way. Geto proposes a means to immobilize or seal him, and the second condition is to make an ally out of Sukuna, the most powerful cursed spirit. When this second condition is mentioned, Jogo states that isn't the vessel of Sukuna already dead, but Geto advises him not to be so sure of that. We then surprisingly cut to Yuji, who is looking up at the face of Sukuna. This exchange between Yuji and Sukuna is taking place within Yuji's soul. He ultimately ends up fighting against Sukuna in order to take back control over his body. Sukuna agrees to heal Yuji, but only if he agrees to a binding vow with him. However, Yuji refuses to listen to any of Sukuna's terms. Sukuna then suggests that they fight to the death. If Yuji ends up winning, then he will heal him without any conditions, but if Sukuna wins, then he will revive him with the binding vow intact. Of course, before Yuji can even make a move, he is defeated by the cursed spirit. Now, the conditions of this binding vow that Sukuna had made with Yuji grant him with two conditions. Yuji is to allow Sukuna to take over his body for 1 full minute when he chants the phrase Enchain, and during this 1 minute, Sukuna promises not to kill anyone that Yuji knows. And the second final condition of this binding vow is that Yuji will forget all about this agreement. Now, from Sukuna's actions earlier on in the story, you would have assumed that he wouldn't have cared if Yuji had died, but it appears that he is taking a liking to being manifested within Yuji's body. We did learn from Megumi in the first chapter that it is a very rare occurrence for Yuji not to have died, and for him to have actually manifested the spirit of Sukuna. It appears that Sukuna wants to stick around because the game has changed, and in particular he has taken a liking to Megumi, as we see a panel which references his character when Sukuna states that very soon they will see something interesting, and it makes you wonder what on earth he is talking about. But for now, Yuji has been revived, and he has made a binding vow with Sukuna that he has now forgotten. Now, I'm sure that this will play a significant role within the story much later on, but immediately after this we move from one interesting scene to another as we learn about the dream of our best boy Satoru Gojo. Gojo believes that the current higher-ups within the Jujutsu world are all scum. He describes them as selfish and proud idiots who are so hung up and focused on bloodlines, and it is because of the way that the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world have been behaving that Gojo dreams to reset the Jujutsu world, and this ends up explaining why the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer is stuck within a school teaching students. Gojo says that he has turned to education in order to develop and grow strong allies. He needs to foster his students so that they can fight alongside with him in the future. Gojo is speaking very frankly here because he is genuinely upset at the death of Yuji. He had seen a lot of potential within him, but just as Yuji's autopsy is about to begin, he wakes up completely healed, as it appears that Sukuna has kept his end of the deal. Gojo then goes on to say that they should still report that Yuji is deceased. We then learn that Gojo is going to train Yuji so that he is ready for the Goodwill event. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto and the others discuss a way of eliminating Gojo. They do admit that even if all of them work together, they will be unable to defeat Gojo. Geto then suggests that instead of focusing on killing Gojo, they need to turn their attention towards sealing him, and this is where he suggests that they use a special grade cursed item called Prison Realm. So early on within the Cursed Training Arc, everything begins to start making sense, as we get an understanding of the current leaders of the Jujutsu world, and how how Gojo wants to overthrow them, because they are set in their old ways, unwilling to change. Gojo knows that the enemies and the cursed spirits are growing stronger and stronger. The cursed spirit that was born from the cursed womb was classified as a special grade, while Sukuna is also regarded as a special grade cursed spirit by the Jujutsu higher-ups. Now with time, what has happened is that the cursed spirits have grown far too strong, and they have outgrown the ranking systems that were created by the higher-ups. Sukuna even comments upon this when he defeats the special grade curse created from the cursed womb. He is surprised that they are both regarded as special grade curses when he was so easily able to defeat it. Gojo believes that the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world are causing them to be left behind, and consequently doing nothing while the opposition like Suguru Geto and Jogo are getting stronger. In addition to this, the desires of the antagonistic forces within this world are well established here. We get to learn and appreciate their desire for cursed spirits to reign supreme over the world, and for their goal to put an end to humanity. After the introduction to the cursed training arc, it begins to set out to do what it says in the title, as both Megumi and Nobara train with the second years of Jujutsu High, while Yuji learns to control cursed energy with Gojo. Yuji remembers that Gojo had told him that he was the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, and it is for this reason that he is glad that Gojo sensei is going to teach him. He realizes how weak he was, and because of his inability to switch back with Sukuna, he had almost gotten Megumi killed. So it is for this reason that he doesn't want to meet his friends again until he has gotten stronger. So in chapter 12, the basics of cursed energy are explained to both Yuji and us, as we learn the difference between utilizing cursed energy and manipulating it into a cursed technique. Gojo advises Yuji to think of cursed energy as electricity, while cursed technique can be likened to electronics. Rightfully, electricity is difficult to utilize in its rawest form, but when electricity is used to power various different electronics, then you get a variety of different uses. Most of the cursed techniques that a Jujutsu sorcerer will utilize within their skill set is thanks to their innate talent, but since Yuji has no innate talent for Jujutsu sorcery, Gojo is hoping that his body will soon learn Sukuna's cursed techniques. Gojo wants to use this time not to teach Yuji how to utilize cursed techniques, but he wants him to apply his cursed energy to his physical attacks. Yuji recalls that he had done something like this against the cursed womb. Gojo explains that cursed energy is generated through negative emotion, so every Jujutsu sorcerer has to learn how to control their emotions and their feelings, especially in regards to channeling their cursed energy. So when a situation arises and that individual is overwhelmed with emotion, it will not result in them wasting their cursed energy. Gojo states that he is going to make Yuji control his cursed energy through watching movies. Gojo ends up giving to Yuji a stuffed doll, or in other words, a cursed corpse. This doll will wake up if it doesn't receive a constant flow of cursed energy. Upon waking up, it will immediately attack Yuji. He tasks Yuji with watching various different movies that will elicit emotions like sadness, happiness, or even anger. Yuji has to get through an entire movie without waking up the stuffed doll. This very non-conventional way of training will result in Yuji being able to control the flow of its cursed energy. The trick is to maintain a constant flow of cursed energy to the stuffed doll, not too little or not too much. Gojo leaves Yuji to continue with his training, but he ends up being ambushed by the cursed spirit that we had seen earlier called Jogo. His accomplice Geto appears to know how powerful Gojo really is, but Jogo was pretty confident that he could defeat Gojo on his own. Throughout this entire battle, you could tell that the cursed spirit was frustratingly trying his very best, but in the end he was easily shrugged off by Gojo. And if you want my opinion, this is what I was waiting for since the very beginning of the story. I really wanted to see Gojo take part in a proper battle, and we finally get it within chapter 14. Gojo uses his cursed technique, which is called Limitless. It is also referred to as Reversal within the Viz translation. Through this, he is able to stop any attack that is directed towards him. He does so by utilizing the infinite space that exists between himself and the opponent. We quickly get to understand why Gojo is dubbed as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. The minute he starts fighting back, Jogo is overwhelmed. Predicting his opponent's next move, Gojo quickly rushes to grab Yuji in order to teach him about a new Jujutsu concept. It is in chapter 15 that we are introduced to the concept of domain expansion. Sure enough, just as Gojo had predicted, the cursed spirit unleashes his domain expansion called Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Gojo explains to Yuji that a domain expansion is an environment which is created by using cursed energy, and it is manifested by utilizing that cursed energy through a cursed technique. The two main advantages of utilizing a domain expansion is that firstly, you get an increase in your own abilities, and secondly, any cursed techniques that are deployed within the domain will always hit their target. Jogo
Jogo quickly realizes that he had underestimated Gojo. Here he is forced to experience the true difference in their power. Gojo then continues to explain to Yuji that the best way to counter a domain expansion is to expand one's own domain, and the individual who has the more refined domain will reign supreme. And surprisingly, it is here that Gojo activates his own domain expansion called Unlimited Void, and thus Gojo easily puts an end to this battle as he beheads Jogo. This entire display leaves Yuji stunned as he says to himself that Gojo is on a completely different level. The remains of Jogo end up being rescued by one of his accomplices, Hanami. Gojo can tell that Hanami is a high-leveled cursed spirit, as he was able to quickly retrieve Jogo while erasing his presence at the same time, making it incredibly difficult for Gojo and Yuji to stop him. Now, ordinarily it would be a matter of concern if different high-level cursed spirits were working together, but it appears that Gojo is excited by this prospect. It really does appear that Gojo is waiting for the next challenge, as he is probably bored that he can't fight against somebody on his same level. After this encounter, Gojo tells Yuji that he wants him to one day get strong enough so that he can defeat high-level curses like the one that he had just encountered. Gojo then states that for the next month, Yuji's training will be intensified, as on top of watching movies, he will be fighting against Gojo himself, and in addition to this, he will take him on difficult missions so that he can learn the basics of Jujutsu and how to use it, and all of the results of Yuji's training will be shown off at the Goodwill event. After this, we are briefly introduced to another antagonist who will play a key role within the next story arc. Of course, I am referring to the character of Mahito. It has already been established for a few chapters that they are very afraid of Gojo's abilities, so it is for this reason that they want to seal Gojo, and it is revealed within chapter 16 that on the 31st of October, they will plan to seal Gojo in Shibuya. I know I said in the last video that so much happens within such a short amount of time and Jujutsu Kaisen throws you right into the action, but I definitely wasn't expecting this. So much is going on and it makes you feel so excited to turn over the page or to read the next chapter of this story. I remember wondering when I'd first read these chapters whether if Geto or Mahito had fought against Gojo in the past. Whatever the case, it appears that their immediate objectives are to seal Gojo and to take advantage of Yuji, who is the vessel of Sukuna, as their second aim is to form an alliance with Sukuna, the strongest cursed spirit. After this, we cut to Megumi and Nobara as they encounter students from the third year of Kyoto Jujutsu High. It appears that the students from the Kyoto school have come to visit for the meeting that takes place prior to the Goodwill event. We learn that the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High is one of the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world, and it is believed that he was involved with targeting Yuji, and as we know, because of the decisions made by the higher-ups, Yuji had ended up supposedly dying. The two third-year students of Kyoto Jujutsu High are introduced as Mai Zenin and Aoi Todo. They appear to be taunting Megumi and Nobara, commenting on Yuji's death, stating that he must have been a vile human for him to have been the vessel of Sukuna, even going as far as to say that Megumi and Nobara must be relieved that he is dead. Now, I am aware that Todo is another fan favorite character, and it's pretty easy to understand after reading the end of chapter 16, when he questions Megumi on his taste of women. He has a very terrifying demeanor and a sadistic smile that all too often reminds me of Kenpachi. From the get-go, even before he takes part in battle, you can tell that he is incredibly strong. Todo states that if his answer is boring, then he will beat him to near death, but Megumi ends up stating that the only thing that he prefers in a woman is compassion. He doesn't need anything else. But of course, this answer doesn't satisfy Todo, as he immediately begins to attack Megumi, while on the other hand, the other third-year student Mai ends up fighting against Nobara. Nobara ends up comparing Mai to her sister Maki, completely aware that this will annoy her. Meanwhile, Megumi tries his best against Todo, but he is brutally beaten by him. Before Megumi has a chance to get really serious, he ends up being saved by Toge and Panda. They end up breaking up the fight, requesting for Todo to leave. Meanwhile, Mai's sister Maki arrives to assist Nobara. It appears that all of this was just a taster for what's to come at the Goodwill event. Through this brief exchange, we learn about how crazy Todo is as a character, and as well as this, we learn about the very dysfunctional relationship that exists between the Zenin sisters, as Mai is able to use cursed energy while Maki is unable to, as she relies on cursed tools in order to utilize cursed energy. She further explains her lack of innate jujutsu ability by stating that she cannot see curses if she isn't wearing her glasses. She is unable to manipulate her own cursed energy like everybody else. Nobara rightfully asks Maki why is it that she had become a jujutsu sorcerer. She states that she did so in order to piss people off. We learned that Maki was looked down upon for her lack of ability, so she wants to prove people wrong. How would the naysayers react if this individual who was looked down upon one day ended up becoming a great jujutsu sorcerer? Maki's desire to prove others wrong inspires Nobara, as I'm sure after this encounter with the Kyoto Jujutsu High students, both Megumi and Nobara will train even harder for their Goodwill event. And just before the Curse training arc wraps up, we get an exchange between Gojo and the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High. This is a very important discussion that takes place, as it helps us to understand the current conflict within the Jujutsu world, how the old generation are stifling the growth of their youth, and how Gojo wants to correct this by bringing about his own revolution. Gojo wastes little time with formalities as he immediately asks the principal about his involvement with the death of Yuji. Gojo explains to the principal that last night they were attacked by 2 unknown special grade curses. He states that those curses were able to communicate, and Gojo bets that there are more curse spirits on this level that are out there. He states that more and more powerful students are coming out of the Jujutsu schools. Examples are given like Hakari, Okotsu, and Todo. To add to his point, he mentions that there was an incident with Suguru Geto a year ago, and as of recently, the emergence of the vessel of Sukuna. Gojo warns the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High that the power that they have been ignoring in order to maintain their own status within the Jujutsu society and for the sake of their traditions, that very power has grown far too large, and it is very quickly approaching whether if they'd like it or not. We know that Sukuna had even earlier hinted that something big is going to happen, and not to mention all of the planning that Geto, Mahito, and their accomplices are doing for October 31st. Gojo states that the new generation of Jujutsu sorcerers will not be limited to just fighting against special grades, and it is for this reason that Gojo ends up warning the principal that more will rise from his ranks and will end up questioning the old higher-ups. It appears that Gojo's goal of raising very strong Jujutsu sorcerers is coming into fruition, individuals who will serve as his allies in order to fight against cursed spirits. Gojo is warning the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High that their time as rulers of the Jujutsu world is coming to an end. A new era is about to begin. After this ominous warning of an uprising or a revolution, Gojo leaves, and this brings us to an end to the Curse training arc, as at the end of chapter 18 we get some build up to the next story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the versus Mahito arc. We are taken to a cinema located within Kawasaki City, as we are told that after a movie had ended, the deformed corpses of 3 high school boys were found by theatre staff. Their cause of death is described as an increase of pressure to the brain, resulting in asphyxiation due to their cranial deformation. We then see Mahito as a boy approaches him and questions whether if he was at the movie theatre. Mahito is surprised that the boy can see him, and the chapter ends as we see Yuji being accompanied by another Jujutsu sorcerer as they go to the gruesome scene at the cinema in order to investigate. Now for the span of 9 chapters, we get quite a lot that occurs here. We have several battles taking place and several revelations occurring, and along with all of this, we get key characters introduced to the story. We learn about the antagonists of the Jujutsu Kaisen world, as well as being introduced to the students of Kyoto Jujutsu High. Along with all of these revelations, we are left with equally as many questions. The biggest question for me is the true motive of Sukuna. Why is it that he had changed his mind and had ended up making a binding vow with Yuji? It appears that Megumi has something to do with it, but at present we don't know anything more than this. Now another thing that this arc excels in is establishing Gojo as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. Prior to this, it had been stated and we briefly got to see Gojo take part in battle, but Akutami does a really good job of showcasing Gojo's abilities, as well as demonstrating Gojo's domain expansion. This not only proves to Yuji but to us the reader that Gojo is indeed the strongest character within this world, and it is for this reason that the antagonistic forces are not even going to put up a fight against Gojo. They simply desire to seal him, as they know that it would be futile to battle against him. An aspect of Jujutsu Kaisen that I didn't particularly get behind during the first 2 arcs of the story was that Yuji, the main character, is unable to use cursed energy, but after reading this story arc we can see that this was purposeful for us to understand the concepts of cursed energy, cursed techniques, and domain expansions. Through Yuji being introduced to all of these new concepts and ideas, we too are introduced to them. We vicariously experience all of this through Yuji's character, and I've said this previously in the last video, but we are constantly being thrown right into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. It is a lot of information to take in, but upon reading these chapters a couple of times, I really got a sense of appreciation for the characters, the way that they are introduced to us, and the dynamics of their relationships that Akutami hints to us, like the rift that has formed between Mai and Maki, and we get to appreciate Gojo's disdain for the current higher-ups of the Jujutsu world. Another aspect that you cannot help but to appreciate is the detail that Akutami goes into when it comes to the cursed energy power system. Before even getting to chapter 20, we already get to see several different domain expansions. We understand how different weaponry can be imbued with cursed energy in order to become cursed tools. use. We also get to appreciate a plethora of different curse techniques, and it proves that the word of Jujutsu Kaisen has been very carefully crafted. And the most impressive thing to me is that all of this information is conveyed to us in a very fun way. With complicated concepts, it is prone for stories to explain them to us through heavy exposition, but I have not seen any of this as of yet. And the last thing that I want to touch upon is the bond that I can see that has formed between Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara. In particular, the friendship that exists between Megumi and Yuji. Despite only having known Yuji for a very short amount of time, you can tell that his death has deeply impacted Megumi, and somewhat Nobara too. While Yuji is also growing and developing with Gojo, we learn that Megumi and Nobara are also undergoing their own separate training. It really makes me excited to see the fruits of their training and for them to be reunited with Yuji again, so that the three of them can utilize all of the new abilities and techniques that they have learned through working together and overcoming even stronger opponents. Megumi's character growth is also hinted at during the Curse Training Arc, as we saw him questioning how he would be able to carry cursed tools with him, because if Megumi is able to combine the use of cursed tools along with a Shikigami, then he would be able to battle far more effectively. Megumi realizes during this arc that he doesn't have to carry cursed tools with him, as he can place them within his shadows that he creates, and by opening these shadows he is easily able to retrieve the different cursed tools that he has brought with him, and it's an excellent hint at the future of Megumi's character. However, at the end of this chapter, Megumi and Nobara are given a reality check by the third year students of Kyoto Jujutsu High, and this is similar to how Yuji had received his own reality check after he had witnessed Gojo taking part in battle. The three first year students of Tokyo Jujutsu High still clearly have a long way to go, as we are still at the very start of the story. So until my next Jujutsu Kaisen video, I want to know all of your thoughts on the Cursed Training Arc. What did you think about all of the concepts that were introduced to us here, like cursed energy, cursed techniques, domain expansions, cursed tools, and what did you think about the new characters that were introduced? And lastly, what did you think of Gojo taking part in battle? Were you as impressed as I was? Welcome to the third video in my Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis series, and in this video I'm going over the fourth story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the versus Mahito arc. Like the previous story arcs that I have covered, a lot takes place within the versus Mahito arc. Not only are we properly introduced to the antagonist Mahito, we are also introduced to two key characters. Firstly, the grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer Kento Nanami, and secondly, a student that Yuji forms a friendship with called Junpei Yoshino. Up until now, we have had a lot of action taking place within the story. But what sets this story arc apart from what we have seen so far is the emotional rollercoaster that we are taken on. The versus Mahito arc focuses on the tragic life of Junpei, and how in his final days he is manipulated by the special grade curse spirit Mahito, who this arc is named after. Following the trail of Mahito's sinister acts are Yuji and Nanami. This investigation that Yuji undertakes forces him to utilize all of the training that he has learned with Gojo. But not only this, it forces him to come to terms with the prospect of not being able to save everybody. We know that Yuji wants to prevent people from dying at the hands of curses. This is because he desires for people to die natural deaths, and for them to be surrounded by people that they love. Dying at the hands of a curse spirit is anything but natural, and the victims of curse spirits in their final moments are filled with fear, and they are far from being surrounded with their loved ones. So I'm going to go into the various events that occur within this story arc, including the investigation undertaken by Yuji and Nanami, as well as the friendship that forms between Junpei and Yuji, as well as this going over the various battles that take place during this arc, including the battle between Nanami and Mahito, and towards the end of the arc, Yuji and Nanami working together in order to battle against Mahito. So join me as I go over the heartbreaking versus Mahito arc. This fourth story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen takes place between chapters 19 to 31 of the manga, and is adapted into episodes 9 to 13 of the anime. Most people, including myself, had really fallen in love with Jujutsu Kaisen by this point within the story. And when people usually ask when does a series get good, then I would easily say that it's during the versus Mahito arc for Jujutsu Kaisen. This arc begins with a monologue from this newly introduced character called Junpei, as he says to himself that if he had a button to kill people that he didn't like, then he would hesitate to press it. But if he had a button to kill people who didn't like him, then he would press it without any second thoughts. It appears that Junpei is sat at the back of the cinema observing some students who are sat towards the front. It appears that all of them, including Junpei, are skipping school in order to watch a movie. We learn from a brief flashback that these students had been bullying Junpei, while at the theater screen Junpei witnesses Mahito disfiguring the three students. Without any fear or hesitation, Junpei follows Mahito, questioning if it is possible for him to do what he just did. We get to learn from these few pages that Junpei is kind-hearted, kind-hearted. You can infer this from his desire to not to want bad to happen to those that he even hates, but because of the cruelty that he is made to undergo from the bullying at school, he feels no remorse for those individuals who hate him. And I believe that this is the reason why he asks Mahito if he can learn how to disfigure humans. He wouldn't think twice to disfigure them if he had learned that they hated him. We are then introduced to the grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer Kento Nanami, as he and Yuji are following the residual cursed energy left behind the culprit who had disfigured the 3 students. Nanami is very stern and upright. He doesn't entertain Yuji's jokes and his lively, excitable behavior. We learn that Nanami was a former office worker, now turned Jujutsu sorcerer. Nanami had studied at Jujutsu High, but he had left the Jujutsu world after realizing that sorcerers are idiots. But he had realized that office workers are idiotic also. So in the end, he had returned to the world of Jujutsu sorcery, picking the lesser of the 2 evils. We can gather that Nanami is very strict and he follows the rules, and he doesn't particularly like the way that Gojo goes about things. He is clearly referencing the faith that Gojo appears to have in Yuji, Sukuna's vessel. Nanami states that it is for this reason that he doesn't recognize Yuji as a Jujutsu sorcerer. He tells Yuji that he needs to prove himself that he can be useful, despite the fact that he has the curse of Sukuna within him. Right at the start of this arc, Yuji affirms that he is going to prove Nanami wrong, through showing him just how useful he can be. After investigating the surroundings of the crime scene, they discover 2 cursed spirits on the rooftop of the cinema. Nanami clearly underestimates Yuji. He states that Yuji is a child, and as an adult he has an obligation to look after him. During chapter 20, we get a description of the ability that Nanami utilizes, and in addition to this, we get to learn about a new technique that Yuji had developed during his training with Gojo. Nanami describes this technique as forcibly creating a weak point on his opponent. His ability allows him to divide his opponent into tenths, and if he is able to strike the enemy at the weak point that is generated, then it will result in a critical hit. Yuji questions why Nanami had just revealed his ability, as this can be considered a weakness. This can easily disadvantage you, especially if your enemy knows how your technique works. But Nanami explains there are such techniques that are not affected if they are revealed to enemies. He explains this strategy of misleading by revealing, as he reveals the benefits of revealing one's hand and the rules that it initiates. Within the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, we learn that sometimes revealing your technique results in it becoming more effective. Nanami demonstrates this as he easily takes out the cursed spirit in front of him. He had defeated his opponent with a wrapped blade, and in addition to this, he had striked the cursed spirit with the back of the blade. You would have assumed that Nanami's attack would be unable to cut through the cursed spirit, but he easily severs its limbs with a dull blade. And this is thanks to Nanami's ability called the ratio technique. Immediately after this, Yuji demonstrates his own newly learned ability called Divergent Fist. We get a brief flashback to Yuji's training with Gojo, as he tells him that his cursed energy has a delay. Yuji's cursed energy cannot keep up with his speed. This results in a unique flow of cursed energy, as after Yuji punches a target, it results in a second attack occurring, where the cursed energy flows into its opponents right after he makes contact. This means that one punch will deal 2 devastating blows. Nanami quickly understands the potential that Yuji possesses, as he thinks to himself that if Yuji is able to combine his full physical strength with a cursed technique, then the results will be highly effective. He now knows why Gojo has taken a liking to Yuji. After the battle is concluded, Nanami notices that what they have been fighting against haven't been cursed spirits, but in fact they have been fighting against humans whose bodies have been transfigured using cursed energy. The corpses of these ex-humans are examined by Dr. Shoko, and she reassures a concerned Yuji that it wasn't because of him that these transfigured humans ended up dying. The cause of death was due to disfiguration. Yuji still appears to feel guilty, but Shoko tells him not to feel guilt because he didn't kill them. Yuji is truly shaken at the prospect that he had dealt harm to another human being. Even Nanami notes how upset Yuji is after learning that other people have died. After this incident, they learn that the residual cursed energy was purposefully left there for them to be guided to the rooftop of the cinema and to find those disfigured humans. Realizing that this matter won't be taken care of so easily, Yuji and Nanami resolve to get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, the culprit behind the disfigurations has taken the young Junpei to his lair. He explains to him the nature of cursed spirits and how they are created, while also revealing that he himself was born thanks to the hatred that is created between people. While Junpei is in Mahito's lair, we get to see the various experiments that he is doing on human beings. He ends up having very frank discussions with Mahito and opens up to him. He tells him that he knows how evil people can be, so it is for this reason that he doesn't expect anything from anybody, and this is why when he sees another person's corpse it means nothing to him. He is indifferent to it. He believes that this is what human beings should strive for, this indifference. Mahito also explains to us how his abilities work, as we understand that he can manipulate the composition of one's soul. Their conversation concludes with Mahito encouraging Junpei, stating that he supports everything that Junpei represents. Mahito is clearly taking advantage of a troubled teenager and telling him what whatever he wants to hear. But for what purpose? We don't really know what Mahito is seeking to gain from manipulating Junpei, but one thing that we are certain of is that no good can come from his interactions with his special grade cursed spirit. The investigation continues with Nanami trying to locate the hideout of the individual who disfigured those students, while Yuji and Ijichi are tasked to investigate Junpei. After Yuji leaves the room, it is revealed that Nanami knows exactly where Mahito's lair is. He doesn't want to risk putting Yuji in danger. After all, he's still a child. You can tell despite Nanami's cold outer shell, he has a kind heart, and he is considerate at least towards his underlings. During chapter 21, we also get an explanation as to what grade level sorcerers should be when they are up against various different cursed spirits of different levels. Ijichi explains to Yuji that a grade 2 sorcerer is supposed to win against a grade 2 spirit, and that a grade 2 sorcerer is close to the skill level of a grade 1 curse. This means that a sorcerer of any graded level will always be stronger than a cursed spirit of its same level. The only exception to this occurs when special graded sorcerers are matched up against special graded cursed spirits. Their power levels are much harder to comprehend and quantify. Thus, a special graded sorcerer is expected to be able to defeat every level of a cursed spirit. At the end of chapter 21, we see that Nanami has arrived within Mahito's lair. After defeating several transfigured humans, Mahito reveals himself. Nanami, not having forgotten his days of working overtime at the office, does not want to do the same here, so he immediately attacks Mahito. He successfully breaks his opponent's guard, pushing the cursed spirit back and then activating his ratio technique. Through this, he is able to sever the right forearm of Mahito, but it is quickly revealed to us that Mahito has the ability to heal himself. He is able to do this thanks to his powers of being able to reshape souls, including his own. During this battle, Nanami is surprised to have encountered a cursed spirit who is able to hold a conversation. After Mahito reveals that his cursed technique can touch and reshape the soul, he demonstrates how he can make humans small and store them for later use, but also complains that humans die usually after being transfigured, so he wonders what it would be like to transfigure a Jujutsu sorcerer. But Nanami has little time to waste, as he states that he had started work at 10 and it's 5:30 now, and whatever it takes he's going to be clocking out by 6, so he doesn't have time to waste with Mahito. Meanwhile, Yuji makes the acquaintance of Junpei by stealing the trousers of a teacher that was talking to him. When I'd first read this, it definitely got a laugh out of me because it came out of nowhere. The teacher's begging for Yuji to return, but he's focused and runs away with his pants. Yuji quickly gains Junpei's attention after he explains that he took the teacher's trousers because he was aware that Junpei didn't like his teacher. From this exchange and what we have seen of Yuji's character, you can tell that he is very understanding. He is able to understand individuals who are misunderstood by society as a large, and this is why Junpei is able to easily get along with Yuji's non-judgmental attitude. We then cut back to Nanami's battle with Mahito. As the time has just gone past 6 o'clock and he is unfortunately working overtime now, Mahito's technique is incredibly disturbing, as it is made apparent that the humans that he disfigures still have consciousness. He uses several disfigured humans to battle against Nanami, and in some instances they call out to Nanami for help. But remembering a conversation with Dr. Shoko from earlier, it is made apparent that once a human has been disfigured, they cannot be helped. The best thing to do is to kill the disfigured human for their own sake. When it comes to Nanami's character, there is a lot of reading between the lines. It is apparent that seeing the suffering of the disfigured human wavers Nanami's soul, and Mahito even picks up on this. And it is because of Nanami being emotionally affected by this disfigured human's plight that the tide of the battle turns. Just moments before Nanami having to work overtime, Mahito had taken the upper hand in the battle. He was successfully able to injure Nanami by touching his soul, but the reason why Nanami's body wasn't disfigured and he didn't become a pawn to Mahito was because he was subconsciously protecting his soul with his cursed energy. But it doesn't bother Mahito because he is confident that he only has to touch his soul 2 or 3 more times for him to no longer be a human. After Nanami begins working overtime, his cursed energy begins to increase. Mahito deduces that Nanami had been restricting himself based upon time restraints. Up until now, he was limiting the power that he was releasing. He then goes on to explain his ratio technique to Mahito, as he describes it as a cursed technique that can divide an opponent with lines into several sections, and at the same time it forcibly creates a weak spot in one of the sections. Mahito, of course, is surprised that he is revealing how his technique works, but we are aware that revealing one's technique can result in it becoming much stronger through the explanation that we got earlier on in the story. In order to defeat Mahito, Nanami has 2 options. Either he continues to deal damage until the cursed spirit runs out of cursed energy, which is a very unlikely option, or secondly, he can completely destroy Mahito with a single strike. So he uses his ability Ratio Technique Collapse. However, it misses Mahito and instead head destroys his lair. Just before leaving, Nanami strikes Mahito's leg, and as his lair begins to implode onto him, Nanami is aware that this isn't enough to defeat Mahito, and he says that they will meet again if they are both still alive by then. The Grade 1 sorcerer ends their confrontation by escaping from Mahito's crumbling lair. This entire exchange was very fascinating as it occurred between two high-level individuals. We got to see the high-level abilities of a Jujutsu sorcerer while also experiencing one of the best special grade curse spirits taking part in battle. It was a constant back and forth during this fight which kept me on the edge of my seat. There were occasions where Mahito had the upper hand, and equally as many scenarios where Nanami appeared to have the upper hand. One thing was for certain, the way that this battle was written, Akutami made sure that one individual did not appear stronger than the other, and it is for this reason that this whole fight had an air of unpredictability. Not being able to predict or know the outcome of the battle makes you feel more invested in its outcome, and Jujutsu Kaisen, similar to Hunter x Hunter, is able to successfully do this. And after having read so many different shonen stories, I can tell that Jujutsu Kaisen is an excellent series only by chapter 23. You can tell that the author knows exactly what he is doing, and he's playing to his strengths. And if you want to know why Jujutsu Kaisen is such a great battle shonen, then you need to look no further than the battle between Nanami and Mahito. We had everything from taunting to intricate techniques to making your opponent waver emotionally, well-explained power-ups, and healing abilities that didn't sound contrived or convoluted. After this battle occurs, we get some bonding time between Yuji and Junpei. They do initially appear to have some differences, but they end up bonding over their shared love of movies. While they are talking to each other, we see Suguru Geto walking past them, as it appears that befriending Junpei was a way for them to get closer to Sukuna's vessel. After bonding over movies and exchanging numbers, they are eventually found by Junpei's mother, who invites Yuji over for dinner. You can tell that Junpei is very close to his mother and cares a lot for her, as he scolds her for smoking. We then see that Mahito has recovered from his battle with Nanami, and it appears that he is excited to fight against the Jujutsu sorcerer once again, while Nanami, who is tending to his wounds, is fearful that the cursed spirit that he had just faced off against may become much stronger than he is now, growing to a point where Jujutsu sorcerers will not be able to handle him. Yuji appears to have a pleasant dinner with Junpei and his mother, as they all share a lot of laughs with each other. Junpei's mother eventually falls asleep, as Yuji describes her as a good person. We then get a flashback of Junpei's mother telling him that he doesn't have to go to school if he doesn't want to, and this is obviously in response to all of the bullying that Junpei was experiencing. She had explained to him that school is just one small fish tank, and there are many other tanks out there. When Junpei asks about Yuji's parents, it is here that we learn that Yuji had never met his mother, and he can barely remember his father. The only family that he did have was his grandfather. Just as Yuji is about to leave, Junpei asks him that has he ever killed somebody as a Jujutsu sorcerer. He asks Yuji what he would do if he had no choice but to kill somebody. Yuji responds by stating that he would rather not kill if it were possible, but Junpei questions why he wouldn't kill an evil person. Yuji is aware that as a Jujutsu sorcerer, one day the choice of killing will be presented to him. Yuji is worried that if he begins to question the value of life, especially when he is up against an evil individual, then he is also fearful that maybe the lives of those people who are important to him will also become vague. He is fearful of losing this value that he holds to life, and it is for this reason that Yuji would prefer not to even kill evil individuals. That night, after Yuji leaves, Junpei thinks to himself that he had once assumed that people don't have hearts, and he was saved by those words. He was ultimately given power by Mahito thanks to those words. But after speaking to Yuji and thinking of his mother, he tells himself that if killing somebody means that his soul will be tainted, then he would choose not to kill. This is of course prior to the tragic events that are about to unfold. Junpei's mother ends up waking up from her sleep, and she notices that a strange finger has been placed in front of her. We can identify this finger as one of Sukuna's fingers. We are left to wonder how on earth did one of Sukuna's fingers end up within Junpei's home. Cursed spirits begin to be drawn to the finger while Junpei's mother is holding it. These very cursed spirits end up murdering her. We are not explicitly shown how she had died, but at the start of chapter 25, we get a description of how her corpse was found. The report states that the dead body of Junpei's mother was found at his home along with one of Sukuna's fingers. Junpei's mother was believed to have been killed by one of the cursed spirits that was drawn to the finger. Her body was found severed as it was missing its bottom half. No visible evidence of blood was found at the crime scene, and disturbingly, the remaining top half of her body was found in a bed stuffed with an enormous amount of ice packs. After the death of Junpei's mother, he is approached by Mahito, who explains to him that the cursed object that they found within their home attracts curses. He asks Mahito what was this doing in his home. Mahito manipulates Junpei and tells him that somebody had implanted the cursed object within his home because they had resented Junpei or his mother. After being influenced by Mahito, he begins to assume that one of his old classmates who had previously bullied him had planted the cursed object within his home. The student that Junpei targets is being recognized at a ceremony within his school. Mahito ends up creating a curtain outside of the school while Junpei interrupts the ceremony. It appears that Mahito and Geto appear to be using Junpei in order to force Yuji into making taking a binding vow with Sukuna. Junpei appears to have knocked out all of the students within the school. As he approaches his target, the student called Shota had previously bullied Junpei and had even left a scar on his face after burning him with boiling water. Junpei continues his assault on Shota as he tells him that he is going to die no matter what he says. Just as Shota apologizes to Junpei, it appears that he has lost all sense of reason as he doesn't accept his apology and simply says so what to it. Yuji interrupts Junpei's assault and questions what on earth he is doing. Junpei, who appears to be a totally different character here, tells Yuji to stay out of this. His entire demeanor is so cold and apathetic, completely different to the individual that Yuji had befriended only the day before. Junpei summons a jellyfish-like Shikigami. He doesn't refer to Yuji by his name, he instead refers to him as a jujutsu sorcerer, clearly distancing himself as much as he can with Yuji, and the way that he is saying it appears to be in a negative connotation, proving that Mahito's manipulation was successful, and he has even developed a hatred for jujutsu sorcerers. Junpei tells Yuji that this situation has nothing to do with them, but Yuji isn't willing to back down. He fights back Junpei's Shikigami while trying to get through to him, pleading with him not to throw his life away. But at this point, after everything that he has experienced, Junpei is convinced that people don't have hearts, and he believes that Yuji is only pretending to be compassionate. But Yuji isn't convinced by Junpei's words, as he believes that they are a desperate attempt to hide the pain that Junpei is feeling. He successfully overpowers him by attacking Junpei himself rather than his Shikigami. After this, he finally opens up to Yuji, as he finds it difficult to believe that people have hearts, especially after knowing that somebody had cursed his mother. He breaks down into tears, giving in to his emotions after the loss of his mother. He attacks Yuji a final time with his Shikigami, but Yuji doesn't dodge the attack. He approaches a tearful Junpei as he promises him that they are going to find out who cursed his mother. When he feels like he is completely alone and nobody understands him, Yuji says that he is going to be there for him. He will listen to him. After hearing about what had happened to his mother, Yuji invites Junpei to Jujutsu High, stating that there are teachers there who are incredibly strong and he will be able to make friends that he can trust, and together they can put a stop to the individual who had cursed his mother. But just as Yuji tells Junpei to fight alongside him, Mahito appears out of nowhere, and so begins one of my favorite chapters that I have ever read within this series. Chapter 27 is one of the most heartbreaking portions of this story. Mahito ends up pinning down Yuji as Junpei realizes Mahito wasn't a good person. Just as Yuji had gotten through to Junpei's heart and had offered him a dream of joining Jujutsu High along with him, Mahito appears and transfigures Junpei's body. The transfigured Junpei is ordered by Mahito to attack Yuji. Yuji, holding back his friend, tells him that he is going to help him. He calls upon Sukuna for help, telling him that he'll do whatever he wants. He pleads with Sukuna to help Junpei, but Sukuna refuses. Both Sukuna and Mahito begin laughing at Yuji's expense. This happens while Junpei dies in Yuji's arms, and in all honesty, I cannot remember another series that has made its protagonist go through so much turmoil within just 27 chapters. Seeing the distorted, maniacal faces of Sukuna and Mahito laughing while Yuji stares in shock, this panel has to be one of the best panels that I've ever seen within any manga, and it's enough to make you feel the hopelessness that Yuji must be feeling right now. At this moment, while he is being laughed at, Yuji realizes that he had almost forgotten that these individuals he is facing off against are curses. After Junpei dies, Yuji goes on the offensive as he immediately punches Mahito in the face. Somehow, Yuji was able to strike Mahito's soul. After accepting that his enemies are not human, Yuji declares that he is going to kill Mahito. The pure hatred that Yuji is feeling in this moment makes him feel like everything that he has said up until now has been a complete lie, especially after declaring that he is going to kill Mahito. You can see that the conversation that Yuji was having with Junpei earlier on about what he would do if he was presented with the choice of killing an individual is followed up here. Previously, Yuji had given a very self-righteous response, but in the heat of the moment and the raw emotion of the situation results in Yuji declaring that he is going to kill his opponent. Mahito even corrects him after he makes his declaration, questioning if he meant that he is going to exercise him instead of kill him. Mahito then desires to target every single student within the school, wanting to enrage Yuji so that he is left with no other choice but to make a binding vow with Sukuna. The whole purpose of this is so that Mahito can win Sukuna over to fight on their side. Their battle begins as an enraged Yuji fights throughout the school, but it is evident that Mahito has the upper hand, especially after piercing Yuji's body with spikes. But just as Mahito is about to defeat Yuji by touching his soul, he is stopped by Sukuna. He warns him not to attempt to touch his soul ever again, and that he should know his place. Thanks to Sukuna's interruption, Yuji is able to fight back, but despite this, Mahito is still able to appear behind Yuji and is about to attack him until Yuji is saved by Nanami. After Nanami realizes that Yuji is able to actually hurt Mahito, they devise a plan together. They unleash a relentless barrage of attacks onto Mahito as they desperately try to create openings for each other. Mahito attempts to pin down Nanami while distracting Yuji by fighting disfigured humans. He had assumed that Yuji wouldn't have the heart to kill a human even if it was a transfigured one, but he was wrong as Yuji defeats the contorted humans and returns to save Nanami. Yuji's desire to help people is constantly being put to the test, and he's being put in very difficult situations, as well as his desire to ensure that people die a natural death is being pushed to its very limits. What can he do if he is facing off against a human that has been deformed and is pleading for Yuji to end its existence? All that Yuji can do is direct all of his anger and his pain towards the one who had caused all this to happen. After both Yuji and Nanami counterattack and continuously attack Mahito, he is left with no choice but to unleash his own domain expansion. It appears that Mahito had only brought Nanami into his domain. He begins to accept that he has no way out of this situation as Nanami believes that he is going to be defeated. And it is here that we get a brief flashback which explains why Nanami had decided to rejoin Jujutsu High. Nanami had regularly been going to a bakery for lunch. He had noticed that the girl at the counter who serves him has a cursed spirit that is attached to her. He tells himself that it should be fine if he leaves it alone because he doesn't want to be mistaken for some sort of an exorcist if he attempts to help her. We get an insight into the job that Nanami had been doing as he was trading in stocks and shares. His higher-ups had been so focused on making profits. Nanami's desire was to make enough money so that he could retire by 40 and move to the countryside so that he could live out the rest of his life in peace. During this flashback, it's been about 4 years since he had left Jujutsu High, and in that entire time the only thing that he was focused upon was money. During those 4 years, he didn't have to deal with curses or even interact with other people. He didn't care as long as he had money. After returning to the bakery and speaking to the girl at the counter, she tells him that her shoulders have been feeling really tight and that she can barely sleep. Nanami thinks to himself that his day-to-day work involves taking care of rich people's money and helping them to become richer. This work doesn't really make much of a difference to the world, but he realizes that this girl who is working in the bakery but is making nowhere near enough money as he is offering to people a great service. If bakeries didn't exist, then what would people do if they had wanted to eat bread? At the bakery, Nanami had realized his purpose in life. He helps the girl at the bakery by destroying the cursed spirit that is bothering her. She immediately begins to feel relief as she thanks Nanami, and it was at this moment that he had decided to quit his job and to rejoin Jujutsu High, realizing that his purpose was to assist others by freeing them from the problems of cursed spirits, instead of focusing solely on making money. Just as Nanami accepts his death and he feels that he has no regrets, Yuji breaks through the domain expansion. By Yuji entering into Mahito's domain, it results in Sukuna's soul once again making contact with Mahito, and this of course irritates Sukuna. He had already told Mahito that this should not have happened a second time. It results in Sukuna cutting down Mahito and injuring him. Immediately after this attack, Mahito's domain expansion ceases to exist and the battle ends. At the end of chapter 30, we get some insight into Sukuna, as it is stated that Sukuna has no concern for anybody but himself. He exists purely for leisure. For Ryomin Sukuna, it doesn't matter whether if Nanami or Mahito survive. The only person that Sukuna is interested in is Megumi. Aside from him, he truly doesn't care about anyone else. In chapter 31, the final chapter of the versus Mahito arc, just as Mahito is about to be finished off, he is able to escape. Yuji falls unconscious and we next see them when they return to base and they are tending to their wounds. Yuji questions if Nanami is going to lecture him, but he tells him that he is in no position to lecture somebody who had saved his life. He is appreciative of Yuji's persistence, because it is thanks to him that he is alive. At the end of this arc, Yuji appears to be deeply affected by the fact that he had killed people today. He is aware that people die and there's no way to avoid death, but Yuji is still adamant that people should be able to at least die a natural death. This is at least what he used to believe. Yuji had always thought about stopping others from killing, but now that he has killed himself, he isn't sure what it means to die a natural death. Nanami advises Yuji that life isn't as simple as people being good or evil, and death comes to all of us in different ways. He advises Yuji not to try to make sure that everybody dies a natural death, because this just sounds exhausting. But he realizes that no matter what he says, Yuji will continue on with his desire. But Nanami requests for him not to die because of his desire. He tells him that just like how he had needed Yuji to save him today, there will be others who will rely on him in the future. Yuji is a very important individual, because he is after all a Jujutsu sorcerer. Nanami, now having acknowledged Yuji as a Jujutsu sorcerer, is in reference to right at the start of this arc, where he had adamantly stated that he doesn't recognize Yuji as a Jujutsu sorcerer. As the versus Mahito arc wraps up, we see that Mahito is recovering hovering underground, and he desires to destroy Yuji's spirit once and for all, and he is confident that the Age of Curses is about to begin. Mahito was inspired after witnessing Sukuna, as he is reassured that curses will become the dominant species as long as forces like Sukuna exist. Meanwhile, Yuji, who still holds hatred for what Mahito did, swears to himself that he will never lose again. Although he doesn't know what it means to die a natural death, he is adamant to continue moving forward until he does find out, and until he does kill Mahito. I think that we can all agree that the story of Jujutsu Kaisen up until the start of the Versus Mahito arc was incredible, but I do believe that during the Versus Mahito arc, Jujutsu Kaisen just takes everything to another level. This arc properly introduces us to three characters who play a significant role within this story. The first being Nanami, who had left the world of Jujutsu sorcery, but after aimlessly pursuing money, he had once again discovered his purpose and had rejoined Jujutsu High. He is aware that he has been gifted with the abilities of a Jujutsu sorcerer, and he knows that he needs to utilize these for good. His character had reformed to the extent that he was accepting of his own death while he was trapped within Mahito's domain expansion. He had felt that he could die without any regret, and this is because he had left his mundane office life in order to pursue a more fulfilling life as a Jujutsu sorcerer, despite all of the risks that are associated with it. As the story progresses, we continue to be familiarized with the character of Nanami, and let me tell you, he is definitely a character that grows on you, especially after every appearance and battle that he takes part in. Prior to this story arc, we were introduced to the character of Mahito, but of course we really got to know him after this arc that was titled after him. The majority of the cursed spirits that we see Yuji and the others battle against are typically mindless, and they are not aware or conscious of their actions. But Mahito is a special grade curse who is working within a group that desires for cursed spirits to dominate over humans. We see the lengths that a cursed spirit is willing to go to in order to oppress a human being, especially through Mahito's relationship with Junpei. Despite knowing everything that Junpei has gone through, he ends up manipulating the boy, reinforcing his negative outlook on the world and his belief that humans don't have hearts. Mahito definitely didn't have any remorse, and in the end he even insulted Junpei, stating that he was no better than the people that he looked down upon. He was just as idiotic as those humans that he believed were heartless. Mahito had no limit to the lengths that he would go through in order to fulfill his purpose, and it is for this reason that he leaves a very lasting impression with us as an antagonistic force that is not to be underestimated. Akutami does an excellent job of introducing this character and making us feel hatred towards him, and he does an especially good job of explaining his group's larger purpose of sealing Gojo and forming a partnership with Sukuna. The last significant character that I want to talk about that features heavily within this story arc is of course the character of Junpei. His death was so impactful that anime only fans for a while were in denial and had believed that Junpei would return later on within the story. We even had Studio Mappa teasing us of an imaginary scene where Junpei did indeed join Jujutsu High, and he is seen to be sat with Yuji and the others alive and well. It definitely adds more salt to the wound, and I remember when this image was uploaded to Reddit and people were commenting pretending that Junpei was still alive, stating that he was a great addition to the cast, and making up scenarios of where Junpei would meet the second years of Jujutsu High, and within the most recent arc of the manga he would have revenge on Mahito and would battle against him. I love seeing community interactions like this, and Jujutsu Kaisen has a very dedicated fan base, and experiencing the series with a larger group of people who enjoy it as much as you do definitely makes the experience of reading weekly manga a lot more enjoyable, and it takes me back to the days when the big three were being published each week and there would be a buzz after each new chapter was released of Bleach, Naruto and One Piece. But getting back onto the point, Junpei's character definitely resonated with a lot of us. I don't know about you, but I could relate to a lot of the situations that Junpei had gone through, especially when it came to bullying or feeling like you were left out within school. The only source of happiness that Junpei had was returning home to his mother, and I feel like after he was made to experience the death of his mother, something snapped within Junpei's character, and he had lost all faith in humanity. As painful as all of these experiences were for Junpei's character, it made for fascinating viewing, as we saw the gradual shift in Junpei's views of what he believes the human life to be worth. And this is perfectly juxtaposed with Yuji's beliefs about the worth of a life, and it is sadly at the expense of Junpei's character that Yuji is given very necessary character growth, as his idealistic goal of wanting people to die a natural death is crushed by the cruelty of reality. Junpei was somebody who Yuji had formed a friendship with, and it is certainly somebody who he didn't want to lose. He cared about him and wanted him to see a different outlook on life, a life where you do have friends, a life where the teachers do understand you, and a life where you are not misunderstood. Tragically, Junpei never got to experience any of this, and he only had a taste of it thanks to Yuji's friendship. After the death of Junpei, Yuji is left with a lot of questions for himself. What does it mean for an individual to die a natural death? What will he do if he is faced with the choice of killing an individual once again? And how does he feel now that he was forced to take the lives of humans who were disfigured by Mahito? These are the tragic consequences of leading a life as a Jujutsu sorcerer. After Junpei's death, Yuji now understandably has an intense hatred for Mahito. What will Yuji do if he encounters Mahito again? At the end of this arc, we are left with a lot of questions. And now the news that Yuji is still alive is going to be shared with the other students of Jujutsu High. I'm really fascinated to see how the story continues. Welcome to the 4th video in my Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis series. And in this video, we're going over the Kyoto Goodwill event arc. Up until now, this is the longest story arc that we have covered. It involves our protagonist Yuji making his return after going through extensive training with Gojo. After being reacquainted with the students of Tokyo Jujutsu High, we are thrown straight into the Kyoto Goodwill event. So much happens within this story arc. We have the battle between the two schools, as well as a sinister plot that has been hatched behind everybody's backs, which involves the 2nd and 3rd years of Kyoto Jujutsu High, as they've been ordered to kill Yuji during the team battle portion of the Kyoto Goodwill event. In addition to this fierce competition that is taking place between these two schools, the Goodwill event is invaded by one of the antagonists of the story. So in this video, my aim is to go through the key moments of this story arc, talking about some of the new characters that are introduced, as well as going over the key battles that take place during this arc, and wrapping up by speaking about the impact that this arc has on future storylines and the entirety of Jujutsu Kaisen as a whole. So my besto friendo, without further delay, let's get into the analysis of the Kyoto Goodwill event arc. The Kyoto Goodwill event arc takes place between chapters 32 to 54 and is adapted into episodes 14 to 21 of the anime. Its storyline revolves around the 30th annual Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event. This annual event sees the two schools pitted against each other in a series of intensive jujutsu battles. The majority of this arc is focused upon the team battle portion of this event. It is safe to say that this arc is split up into two key portions. The first being the team battles that take place between the two schools, which occur between chapters 32 to 42, and the second half of this arc focusing on when the antagonists invade the Goodwill event. During the first half of this arc, we see several students facing off against each other in one-to-one battles, while the second half sees the students of Tokyo and Kyoto Jujutsu High working together in order to battle against the cursed spirit Hanami. The fallout after the versus Mahito arc involves Mahito telling his comrades that he has developed a rivalry with the vessel of Sukuna. As well as this, Gojo learns about everything that had happened during this arc from Nanami, and he assumes that having Yuji take part in the Goodwill event will be a nice way to cheer him up. In chapter 32, Gojo surprises everybody by revealing that Yuji is still alive. While the two of them had assumed that this would be a pleasant surprise for everybody, Megumi and Nobara instead react by being horrified, because they had genuinely thought that Yuji was dead. However, nobody is more surprised about Yuji being alive than the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High. So while the Tokyo team regroup and rethink Yuji into their game plan, on the other hand, the Kyoto students are ordered to kill Yuji. Everybody seems to be in agreement with this plan aside from the powerful Aoi Todo, who disagrees with the principal's plans to assassinate Yuji. When the team battles begin, Todo goes after the Tokyo team, and Yuji is tasked with fending him off, as Megumi had mentioned earlier that Yuji's involvement will be essential to their strategy, especially in a hand-to-hand combat situation. So while the Kyoto and Tokyo students begin their search for the targeted Grade 2 cursed spirit, Yuji and Aoi Todo begin their battle, with Todo completely overwhelming Yuji. This cements the fact that he has incredible skill and power. Yuji, however, is able to endure Todo's attacks. Thus impressing him, he goes on to question Yuji about his taste in women. When it is revealed that Yuji has a similar taste in women to Todo, he quickly begins to generate false memories within his mind. Memories where the two of them are best friends and they had attended the same middle school, thus starting Todo's fascination with Yuji as his besto friendo. The two of them are eventually interrupted when students from the Kyoto school begin to ambush Yuji. However, Todo utilizes his curse techniques in order to ruin his teammates' plans to kill Yuji. His intervention results in the Kyoto students retreating, as he effectively ends up saving Yuji. As these students begin to be split up, from chapter 35, the one-to-one battles between the groups begin, as Megumi faces off against Noritoshi and Maki faces off against Kazumi. The two of them question Kazumi and Noritoshi whether if the Kyoto team is trying to kill Yuji. While this is going on, Nobara ends up facing off against
Momo, while the two cursed corpses Panda and Mechamaru battle against each other. In chapter 36, while the Kyoto and Tokyo students are beginning their battles, Todo expresses to Yuji that he is impressed with his raw strength and speed, but he feels that Yuji's jujutsu abilities are very unrefined. This leads to Todo challenging Yuji to grow stronger. His desire is completely in line with Yuji's desire to never accept being weak. While continuing their fight, Yuji begins to develop his abilities. He further advances thanks to the guidance of Todo, who ends up teaching him about the basics of cursed energy and how he can take advantage of it by allowing it to flow across his body. Yuji finds a mentor in Todo as he listens to his advice and decides to go down the path of the strongest. So the first solo battle that we'll talk about is the fight against Mechamaru and Panda. During this battle, we learn that Mechamaru is being controlled remotely by a terminally ill sorcerer, while contrastingly, Panda is a cursed corpse who was created by the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Mechamaru has a hatred for Panda because he is able to live carefree while he suffers on the other hand. While Mechamaru tries his best and unleashes every one of his attacks against Panda, the second year Jujutsu High student is able to persist. Towards the end of the battle, when Mechamaru utilizes his ultimate cannon, Panda is left with no choice but to activate his gorilla mode. This results in a switch occurring in his cursed energy core as he utilizes the strength of his brother. This grants Panda an incredible amount of strength, and through utilizing his gorilla mode, he is able to defeat Mechamaru. At the end of the battle, Panda has no hard feelings against Mechamaru, and he hopes to meet him again one day. In chapter 39, we catch up with Maki facing off against Kasumi, as the Kyoto student learns that Maki's grade 4 sorcerer ranking does not reflect her abilities at all. Maki is able to overpower her opponent and ends up taking her cursed tool. Meanwhile, Nobara begins her battle with the airborne Momo. While in the air, Momo is completely out of range from Nobara's attacks, but however, thanks to Nobara's straw doll technique, she gains the upper hand, as it results in the Kyoto student falling to the ground. Nobara is about to defeat Momo until she is interrupted by the arrival of Mai, who fires a rubber bullet to Nobara's head. Mai is too interrupted by the arrival of her sister Maki. The twin sisters begin their battle against each other in chapter 42, as we get to understand the complex dynamic that exists between the two of them, including their traumatic childhoods, how they'd stuck by each other, and eventually how the two of them had grown distant, leading up to their encounter during the Goodwill event, where we see that Mai has developed a hatred for her sister Maki. A distance between the two sisters was formed after Maki had promised to never leave her sister's side, since the two of them had been treated wrongfully by the Zenin family during their childhood. But despite their shared trauma that they had experienced, Maki had eventually left her sister in order to explore her own desires. After being left alone, Mai was left with no choice but to become stronger also, Maki being born with talent for being a jujutsu sorcerer, while on the other hand, Mai, who did have cursed energy, had no desire to grow stronger. She did not have anything to prove, as she was born with cursed energy while Maki wasn't. But after being left with nobody to be there for her, Mai was robbed of the opportunity to live a noble life, as she started to pursue her own path of becoming a jujutsu sorcerer. During this time, Mai had started to resent Maki, even going as far as to hide her cursed techniques from her. But during this battle, we learned that Mai's abilities are nowhere near enough to face off against Maki. Mai is easily defeated by her sister and thus eliminated from the Goodwill event. This now leads us to the final one-to-one battle, which occurs between the Tokyo and Kyoto students, which is Megumi facing off against Noritoshi. The two of them have very differing ideologies, as Megumi establishes that he believes in serving everybody regardless of who they are, and that Megumi had left the Zenin family of his own will, and that he desires to act of his own accord instead of being their pawn. On the other hand, Noritoshi was raised as a possible heir to the Kamo family, and his entire life revolves around following the ideals of the Kamo family, so that he may one day be able to fulfill that role. And it is for this reason that he had worked together with the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High in order to sneak a semi-grade 1 curse spirit into the battlefield. We learned that Noritoshi was supposed to use this semi-grade 1 curse spirit in order to kill Yuji, but instead, the second year of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Toge Inumaki, ends up encountering it. However, the curse spirit is quickly beheaded, as the special grade curse spirit Hanami makes his appearance. Hanami's arrival is one part of a larger plan that is hatched by Mahito's group. This plan involves Mahito and the others invading Tokyo Jujutsu High. Along with Hanami, a cursed user called Juzu also arrives. He ends up casting a curtain over the battlefield. This curtain allows anybody to enter into the area apart from Satoru Gojo. The battle between Megumi and Noritoshi is interrupted by the arrival of Hanami, as Toge utilizes his cursed speech, while Noritoshi makes use of his blood manipulation in order to fend off the special grade curse. Hanami knocks Noritoshi unconscious, as Inumaki uses the last ounce of his strength to blast Hanami Hanami away. This attack buys enough time for Maki to join the fight, as she works together with Megumi to face off against Hanami. Megumi ends up summoning cursed tools from his shadows. As he passes Maki the special grade cursed tool Playful Cloud, the two of them work together and battle Hanami as they try to figure out his weakness, but the special grade curse proves to be too powerful, and not to mention his outer body being far too durable for them to land any attacks that will have any lasting damage on their opponent. Megumi's jujutsu abilities are nullified by Hanami's cursed bud, which ends up growing from his stomach. As the situation seems hopeless for Maki, the two of them are helped by the arrival of Yuji and Todo. During this 2 vs 1 battle, Todo challenges Yuji by stating that he will not assist Yuji until he is able to successfully land an ability called Black Flash against his opponent. Black Flash is a phenomenon that occurs with jujutsu sorcerers, which greatly amplifies their physical striking abilities. This happens when cursed energy is applied to an attack within 1/1,000,000th of a second. Yuji agrees to Todo's challenge and begins his fight with Hanami, but his first attempt at utilizing Black Flash fails due to Yuji's anger. But it is only after Todo slaps Yuji and helps him to regain his focus that Yuji is able to momentarily suppress his anger for now. After regaining his focus, Yuji rushes the special grade Curse Spirit. He strikes him within 1/1,000,000th of a second of applying his cursed energy, resulting in a Black Flash forming, which amplifies Yuji's striking power. After Yuji clears Todo's challenge, he is assisted by his newly formed mentor, senpai, and best friend. Thanks to the help of Todo, Yuji now has even more strength after having unlocked the power of Black Flash. Together, the two of them now pose as a plausible threat against Hanami. Unlike any of his prior battles, Hanami begins to really enjoy the thrill of the battle while he is fighting Yuji and Todo. This excitement ends up fueling his strength as he gains the upper hand against the two of them, and it is at that moment that Todo decides that if they have any fighting chance, then he needs to utilize his own curse technique. We learn that Todo's ability is called Boogie Woogie, and it allows him to switch places with anybody by clapping. By utilizing his curse technique, it results in Hanami having difficulty predicting where he will be attacked from. The two of them unleash a barrage of attacks against the special grade curse, as they swap positions with each other repeatedly. After having thoroughly analyzed Hanami's abilities, Todo is able to create openings for Yuji to land 4 consecutive Black Flash attacks, thanks to his application of his Boogie Woogie curse technique. But as the battle continues, Hanami starts to get accustomed to their fighting strategy. It is at this moment that Todo changes his approach by swapping Yuji out with the curse tool Playful Cloud, as it is revealed that Todo is able to switch the positions of anything as long as it contains cursed energy. Taking advantage of Hanami's confusion, Todo is able to successfully break through Hanami's hard shell, thanks to successfully landing an attack with the curse tool Playful Cloud. As a last resort, just before Hanami is about to activate his domain expansion, the curtain that was erected by the cursed user Juzu is dispelled, revealing that Gojo is floating above the battlefield. Gojo first takes out the cursed user Juzu. He leaves him alive for questioning, in order to find out what the motives of Mahito's group are. It is then that Hanami attempts to retreat, trying his best to avoid an encounter with Gojo, but it is too late as Gojo unleashes his ability Hollow Technique Purple. This is a limitless attack that is utilized by Gojo. It results in the formation of a purple orb, which is created by Gojo simultaneously activating 2 curse techniques, the first being Curse Technique Lapse Blue, and the second being Curse Technique Reversal Red. The combination of these 2 techniques results in the formation of a single purple sphere. This orb is able to destroy everything in its path, as it fuses together the diverging and converging properties of the Limitless. Without much effort, Gojo is able to easily bring the battle to an end, but it is at this moment that we learn the true motives behind Mahito's group, as Mahito was able to escape with several cursed objects that were being housed within Tokyo Jujutsu High, as we learn that this was the true objective of their invasion of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Hanami and Juzu served as simple distractions, while Mahito was able to break into the school and steal the cursed objects. After successfully escaping, Mahito regroups with the injured Hanami, as we learn that he was able to successfully steal 6 of Sukuna's fingers, as well as revealing that he was able to steal the death-pating wounds numbers 1 to 3. The aftermath of this invasion results in several casualties, and as the teachers are about to cancel the Goodwill event, Todo refuses to allow this to happen, as the students vote to conclude the event with a baseball game. After this match, the Kyoto and Tokyo students are able to understand each other better, as the Goodwill event wraps up in chapter 54 with the Tokyo school being declared the victor. I believe that during this arc, several of the Tokyo students were matched up excellently against some of the Kyoto students. Through these one-to-one battles that occur between the students, we get to learn a lot about the individual characters, as well as any bonds that exist between the characters. We got a fascinating fascinating matchup between the two cursed corpses Panda and Mechamaru, where we got an insight into each of their abilities. We get to learn a bit of history about these two second-year students. We learn that Mechamaru is being controlled by the Jujutsu sorcerer Kokichi Muta. After the conclusion of that intense battle, Panda reveals to Mechamaru that similar to him, he did not fit in with his peers. However, despite being a cursed corpse, Panda has never felt jealous of other humans. Because Panda isn't human, through his character we get a fascinating insight into the human condition. He states that he finds the insecurities of humans to be gross, but despite this, he is still able to appreciate the qualities that humans possess that he does not. He tells Mechamaru that he is aware that he has suffered, but it doesn't make it right for him to have resentment or to feel jealous of others. Panda reminds him that they have far more similarities than differences, and that they aren't enemies. In the end, their battle concludes with Panda stating that he will help Mechamaru fulfill any wishes that he may have. After Panda speaks to him and recalling all of the comments made by his classmates, Kokichi thinks about his wish to be free and to walk among his peers. He then asks Panda if he would still want to help him, even after seeing his decrepit body, but Panda states that he doesn't care about the appearances of others. The battle between the two cursed corpses results in a mutual understanding forming between the two of them, as we see the start of what appears to be a friendship that is formed between the two characters. Through the kindness and indifference of Panda, Mechamaru is able to see that they have similarities, instead of focusing entirely on their differences, and on what others have and what he lacks. The next significant key battle that occurs during this arc is the fight between the twin sisters of the Zenin family. Maki is Mai's older sister, and during this battle we learn that Mai relies heavily upon her revolver. After Maki assumes that Mai has fired all 6 of her bullets that were within the revolver, she charges forward to bring an end to the battle, but it is here that Mai reveals that she has a cursed technique called construction. Her ability allows her to create one more bullet, but at the expense of all of her cursed energy. With a surprise bullet being fired out of nowhere towards Maki's direction, Mai believes to have won the battle, but unfortunately for her, Maki is able to catch the bullet with her bare hand. Mai fails at her attempt to defeat her sister, as Maki places her sword against her, signifying that she has won the battle and has eliminated her sister from the Goodwill event. During chapter 42, we learn a bit of history about these two characters, as Mai thinks about her relationship with Maki. We get some glimpses throughout this fight, but at the end we learn that Mai had desired to remain at home, despite the fact that she was being constantly harassed and discriminated by the Zenin family. Her older sister decided to be free from this torment, so she had left the Zenin family, leaving Mai behind. The hatred that Mai has for Maki formed after Maki had broken her promise. Maki had promised to never leave her sister's side, but despite this, she had left her behind, and it is for this reason that Mai considers her to be a liar. The complex bond between these two sisters is introduced to us here, and during the subsequent arcs we learn a lot more about Maki and Mai, and we get to appreciate the unique path that both of these characters are on, and how over time their pursuit for becoming stronger Jujutsu sorcerers impacts and affects their relationship. The battle between these Zenin sisters was definitely a highlight for me, and an aspect of this story arc that I really did enjoy. The next battle that I want to talk about is the battle that takes place between Megumi and Noritoshi. Earlier on I spoke about the differing ideologies of these two characters. Through this battle we are introduced to the big 3 sorcerer families, and we learn about the existence of inherited curse techniques, Megumi having formerly belonged to the Zenin family, while Noritoshi belongs to the Kamo family, desiring to be its next leader. This battle is not only underpinned by the differing beliefs of these two characters, it is also a visual spectacle to behold, and this is credited to the variety of curse techniques that are utilized within this encounter, and I truly believe that the anime does so much justice to this fight, with one of my favorite moments of this fight being Megumi utilizing his newly acquired Shikigami Max Elephant to unleash a rush of water towards Noritoshi's location. Noritoshi and Megumi have complete different views on how to be a sorcerer, with Noritoshi willing to do anything as long as it benefits his family, while Megumi has no connection with the Zenin family and completely disagrees with Noritoshi's way of doing things. Their battle is eventually interrupted by the arrival of Hanami, and this is where something truly fascinating occurs, as the two students from the differing schools are made to put aside their differences and to work together. We see Megumi, Inumaki and Noritoshi fight against Hanami, and it eventually culminates in the teamwork of Yuji and Aoi Todo against the special grade curse. Now this perfectly allows us to segue into the relationship that has formed between Yuji and Aoi Todo. Their fight is initially a one-sided display of Todo's immense strength and power. This encounter between these two characters eventually transforms into something that I've not quite seen within any other shonen manga, as a unique bond begins to be formed between Todo and Yuji. After Todo realizes the incredible innate ability that the unrefined Yuji possesses. This bond forms after Todo realizes that Yuji has a similar taste in women to him, and then after engaging in several bouts of close quarters combat, Todo realizes that Yuji has intense levels of endurance, as he is able to resist Todo's attacks, using the momentum of Todo's attacks in order to fire back equally as explosive counterattacks. During their battle, Yuji uses his environment to his advantage. The first year is going up against a third year. He is outmatched, but Yuji is unwilling to give up, and he isn't afraid of his opponent despite the odds being overwhelmingly stacked against him. Yuji is willing to do anything and everything to hold back Todo. During this battle, Yuji proves himself to be worthy of Todo's mentorship, and this is especially after he is able to blindside Todo from above by landing a successful divergent fist. This proves that Yuji is able to think ahead in battle. Todo begins to help Yuji after questioning if he is satisfied at his current level, and if he is, then they won't be able to continue being best friends. When Todo asks Yuji if he is okay with being weak, Yuji fires back, refuting this notion. It is thanks to Yuji's passionate response which inspires Todo to assist him. He helps Yuji to realize that despite his divergent fist being a good technique, it would be ineffective against a special grade. This leads Yuji to understand that he must apply his cursed energy at the point of impact in order to maximize the damage dealt by a single blow. It is here that Todo further elaborates and teaches Yuji that if he is to do this, then he must allow his cursed energy to flow freely throughout the entirety of his body. After heeding Todo's advice, they once again take part in close quarters combat, as Todo is determined to guide Yuji into becoming stronger. Their battle and eventual friendship culminates in them two working together to battle against Hanami, in what is easily one of my favorite battles to take place during this arc. Yuji and Todo creatively taking advantage of Todo's boogie woogie technique left me utterly jaw-dropped. I remember being at the edge of my seat when I had read these manga chapters, and when I had seen this high-paced, exciting battle adapted into the anime, showcasing just how creative Gigi Akutami can get with his cursed techniques, and how he can utilize the variation of these techniques that exist in order to come up with fascinating and engaging encounters that ensure that you'll be invested in these fights until their outcome. The Kyoto Goodwill event arc is the longest story arc that we have had up until this point, running for a total of 23 chapters, proving that Akutami is just as successful at creating long-form stories. Taking us up to chapter 54 of the manga, we are well into the story of Jujutsu Kaisen, and the next story arc deals with the aftermath of the events of the Kyoto Goodwill event arc, as we learn about the consequences of the actions of Mahito's group, as the next arc involves the cursed tools that Mahito had stolen from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Welcome to the 5th video in my Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis series, and in this video we're going to be talking about the 6th arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Death Painting arc. This arc follows the first years of Jujutsu High as they are tasked with investigating several strange murders which appear to be linked. This arc follows up with the events of the prior arc as Mahito puts to use some of the cursed objects that he had stolen, as he brings 2 of the death paintings that he had stolen to life, as they serve as one of the key antagonistic forces of this story arc. The first years of Jujutsu High not only have to investigate these mysterious murders, but they're also going to be up against these death paintings. This arc has somewhat of a focus on the character of Megumi, as we learn a bit more about the circumstances of how his sister may have been cursed, as well as the investigation into these mysterious murders taking us to Megumi's former school, where we get to see the characters interacting with his former classmates. In typical Jujutsu Kaisen fashion, a lot occurs within this short story arc, so let's dive into the events of this story arc and analyze what Akutami was trying to convey to us. By the end of this video, you'll have an understanding of all of the battles that take place during this arc, as well as understanding the motives of the antagonists, and how the events of this arc not only impact Megumi, but also Yuji and Nobara. The Death Painting arc takes place between chapters 55 to 64, and it is the final story arc that is adapted into season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, covering episodes 22 to 24 of the anime. It's an excellent follow-up arc to the Kyoto Goodwill event, and it throws our familiar cast of characters into the deep end, as their investigation into these mysterious murders leads them to several life or death battles. The Death Painting arc has some similarity to the Cursed Womb arc, in the sense that they are once again facing off against another special grade cursed spirit that has absorbed one of Sukuna's fingers, but after everything that has occurred within the story up until this point and all of the training that the characters have undergone, it's going to be interesting to see how these characters react to facing off against the death paintings and the special grade cursed spirit. So the arc begins with the first years investigating some strange deaths. Each of the victims had died in a very similar manner, leading investigators to believe that these deaths may be linked. The victims were found stabbed to death at the entrances of their homes, and similarly all three of these individuals who were killed had recently complained to their building management that the door to their apartment wasn't locking properly, and they had returned home to find it unlocked on several occasions. They eventually learned that all three of these victims had attended the same junior high school as Megumi. When Megumi suggests to speak to a classmate who had known the three victims, they find out that this individual too had died in a similar manner to the other three victims. He had been killed in front of the entrance to his home. We eventually learned that these four victims had partaken in the Yasuhachi Bridge bungee jumping. Megumi explains that the Yasuhachi Bridge is known for suicides, and it is a hotspot for paranormal activity. Back when these four victims had attended the junior high school, it was popular to bungee jump off of that bridge, and to make things even more creepy, they had been doing this in the middle of the night. It was described as somewhat of a test of courage. The teachers and parents of these four students had found out about this after one day these four students did not show up to school. After the school had contacted the parents, they find out that they hadn't come home from the night before. After some searching, they had found the four students laying unconscious under the bridge. After gaining consciousness, the four of them apparently didn't remember anything. During this time, Mahito and Geto bring to life the cursed womb death paintings by placing them into human vessels. This occurs while the first years visit Yasuhachi Bridge to continue their investigation, assuming that a cursed spirit that resides underneath the bridge is responsible for the murders of these four victims. Yuji and the others struggle to find any evidence of a cursed spirit at the bridge, which temporarily puts a stop to their investigation. It is then that we learn when Megumi's older sister had attended junior high, she had also gone to Yasuhachi Bridge at night. This means that if they do not find the cursed spirit that is responsible for these murders, then the life of Megumi's older sister Sumiki is also at risk. Yuji notes how emotionally distraught Megumi becomes after he learns that his sister's life is in danger. Now this explains to us the actions that Megumi takes within this story arc, and why he is so emotionally invested into the outcome of this investigation. From what we know about the investigation so far is that the cursed spirit attacks its victims within a certain time limit. It's no use on relying on Gojo-sensei because he is away for a week, and Megumi realizes that he cannot sit back and wait for Gojo to return. This cursed spirit, whatever it is, needs to be exorcised immediately. It is at this point that Megumi starts to distance himself from Yuji and Nobara, and he starts to take matters into his own hands. After Megumi tells the two of them to go home, he returns to Yasuhachi Bridge after realizing that the cursed spirit must be below the bridge. But he is then accompanied by Yuji and Nobara, who saw through his lies, as they scold him for never telling anything about himself to them, because after all, they are a team and they need to work together. They are aware that whatever is going on is deeply impacting Megumi. They reassure him by saying that he doesn't need to share what is going on with them, but he should at least depend on them as friends. We are aware that Megumi's older sister is bedbound. She appears to be in somewhat of a coma. She is pretty much laying there defenseless, waiting for the cursed spirit to attack her, and it is for this reason that Megumi needs to exorcise this cursed spirit immediately. Megumi is able to deduce the correct sequence of conditions that need to be met in order to pass through the barrier of the curse. They enter into the domain of the cursed spirit. They realize that the curse that has inhabited Yasuhachi Bridge is a mole-like curse, as it pokes its head out of several areas of the bridge. Just before they can face off against this cursed spirit, one of the death paintings, Kechizu, arrives. Megumi tells Nobara and Yuji to focus on the death painting, while he focuses on the Yasuhachi Bridge cursed spirit. Yuji begins battling Kechizu while Megumi and Nobara attempt to exorcise the mole-like cursed spirit. But then another one of the death paintings arrives, as the older brother of Kechizu, Eso, takes Nobara out of the cursed spirit's domain. Kechizu also leaves the cursed spirit's domain, as Yuji is left with no choice but to follow him, leaving Megumi on his own to face off against the mole-like cursed spirit within its domain. We learn that the death paintings Iso and Kechizu were tasked by Mahito to retrieve Sukuna's fingers. After Megumi is easily able to take out the mole-like cursed spirit, it transforms into a special grade cursed spirit, as we learn that it has absorbed one of Sukuna's fingers. It has a strikingly similar appearance to the special grade cursed spirit that appeared within the detention center during the Cursed Womb arc. Megumi realizes that the Yasuhachi Bridge cursed spirit had only attacked his victims from the month of June. After questioning why now after all of these years, he realizes that the cursed spirit was activated in the same month that Yuji had swallowed Sukuna's finger, leading to him manifesting and bringing to life the legendary cursed spirit Ryumen Sukuna. This appears to have activated the Yasuhachi Bridge cursed spirit, thus explaining why it is such a powerful cursed spirit, because it is linked to Sukuna. Megumi now begins his battle with with the special grade cursed spirit, who is also a bearer of one of Sukuna's fingers. He learns that this special grade cursed spirit is far more powerful than the one that they had faced off against within the detention center. After being soundly beaten by the special grade, Megumi lets go of all of his restrictions and restraints. He allows his cursed energy to flow throughout the entirety of his body as he ends up manifesting an incomplete form of his domain expansion for the very first time. After breaking through his limits, Megumi is able to defeat the special grade cursed spirit, proving that he is indeed far more powerful than he thinks he is. And this also confirms Sukuna's initial assessment of Megumi right at the start of the story, where he had expressed interest in his character. After Megumi defeats the special grade, we get some backstory for his character in chapter 59. We learn that Megumi and Sumiki's parents had gotten together when they were very young, but they had separated just as quickly as they had gotten married. We learned that Megumi's father had gained some divorce money by selling his son to the Zenin family. We learned that it was Gojo who had eventually come to Megumi's aid and had taken him under his wing, promising that they would work together as sorcerers in the future. We learned that because of Megumi's early life experiences, he had started to resent everybody but his older sister. A heavy emphasis is placed upon Megumi believing that she was a good person, but he is left confused after he realizes that she was cursed. The identity of the cursed spirit is unknown, but like multiple cases throughout the country, Megumi's older sister was cursed, and they had no idea as to why. The after effects of this curse are that Tsumiki is now in a never-ending cycle of sleep. Akutami perfectly conveys to us the relationship between Megumi and his older sister through manga panels which contain nothing but text. The white manga panels are Tsumiki speaking, while the black are Megumi, as she states that she would rather spend her time thinking about those that she loves instead of cursing them, and Megumi comments that his older sister was always smiling and saying nice things. And the next panel has Tsumiki saying that it's not a bad thing for individuals to not forgive others, because this is how Megumi shows his way of kindness. And in the next panel, Megumi comments on his sister's words, as he states that she was able to spin his shortcomings into positives. When they were both in school together, Megumi would get into fights with people who were bullying others. His older sister would get upset by this, and it was for the fact that Megumi was hurting others. Megumi's justification was that they were bad people, but Tsumiki wanted Megumi to show mercy to them. Megumi was aware that his older sister would get upset whenever he had hurt somebody. He was getting annoyed by this because it was hypocritical. He had believed that she shouldn't have been annoyed with him, because after all, he was helping those who were being bullied. But eventually Megumi came to realize that he was wrong, because just like how Megumi had chosen to help people who were being bullied, his older sister Tsumiki had chosen to protect Megumi and had wanted him to stay out of harm's way. Megumi was realizing that he was being immature. He apologizes and just wants his sister to wake up already. He is aware that all he did was get rid of the curse that was inhabiting Yasuhachi Bridge. It's not going to change the fact that his sister is still sleeping, and the curse that is causing this is a separate matter. I love this arc because of how much insight it gives into Megumi's character, how we learn about his early life and his relationship with his sister, as well as how he was taken into the care of Gojo. He is a fascinating character who definitely needed expanding upon, and I'm relieved that we got so much information about Megumi's backstory within this arc. It helps us to better understand his motives and desires for the upcoming chapters. And in addition to this, it also makes you care a lot for the character, as we already know so much about Yuji's character, and you have to give credit to Akutami. Whereas so many other authors will focus on developing the protagonist, he has gone out of his way to develop Megumi's character through this story arc, as at the start he was taking matters into his own hands, but then realized that he can depend on his friends. And when he realizes that his sister's life is in danger, he comes to accept that he was wrong, and he apologizes to his sister for being immature when they were both attending junior high school. Megumi ends up falling asleep as we now turn our attention over to Yuji and Nobara facing off against Iso and Kechisu. The death paintings quickly become aware of the presence of Sukuna's finger after Megumi defeats the special grade and gets out of the cursed spirit's barrier. Similarly to the Kyoto Goodwill event, Yuji has another team up during this arc, as he teams up with Nobara to face off against the two death paintings. Yuji and Nobara end up being attacked by an ability of the death paintings called Rot Technique Decay. Their bodies start decaying for the point that they were attacked, as Iso tells them that Yuji has about 15 minutes while Nobara has 10 minutes to live. The ability of the death paintings is decomposition. If they don't do anything about it, then by the morning all that will remain of them will be bones. In chapter 60 we get some backstory about the cursed womb death paintings. We learn that each of these cursed wombs had originated from a woman who was bearing a child with mixed blood, both cursed spirit and human. They were all mysterious pregnancies. We learn that these cursed wombs were being collected by one of the most evil jujutsu sorcerers in history, Noritoshi Kamo. There were 9 such pregnancies where a child was born from a cursed spirit and a human. All 9 of them were aborted, and records of what happened to the mother were destroyed. The death painting wombs numbers 1 to 3 were cursed objects worthy of special grade. For 150 years, the 3 death paintings were kept prisoner in glass jars. They had only known of each other's existence. They were sealed away, surviving only for each other. We learned that Mahito had stolen these 3 death paintings, and after being incarnated by Mahito and Geto, they agreed to work with them. The 3 brothers share an incredibly close bond with each other, as they state that the 3 of them are one. I think it's excellent that we get to learn some backstory about the world of Jujutsu Kaisen through the midpoint of this battle. We learned about the existence of Noritoshi Kamo, and how the cursed wombs were formed. Just as we find out all of this information, we cut back to the battle, as Nobara impales herself with the ability Straw Doll Technique Resonance. By doing this, she is able to counterattack against the death paintings, as they both appear to be hurt from Nobara's self-inflicted injury. She continues to use her ability to stun the 2 death paintings. Yuji then has the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks against Kechizu. Iso is left with no choice but to undo the decay technique in order to save his younger brother. But the after effects of the technique remain with both Nobara and Yuji. The pain that they received from the deactivated technique helps to sharpen their focus. This focus allows them to tap into the sparks of black as they both unleash the ability Black Flash. Both brothers are severely injured. Kechizu attempts to attack Nobara with one final strike, but she ends up exercising the cursed spirit. In chapter 62, we see Eso crying for his fallen younger brother. Yuji is surprised to see Eso crying over his younger brother, as he is shocked that a cursed spirit could have tears of affection, and this results in Yuji hesitating to deliver the final blow. In this instance, Nobara had also stopped fighting, as the 2 of them realized that they weren't up against cursed spirits, they were fighting against flesh and blood. Eso, who is injured, aborts a speeding truck as he tries to escape. Nobara stops the death painting by impaling its severed arm with the ability Straw Doll Technique Resonance. This stuns the cursed spirit, giving Yuji enough time to deliver the final blow to Eso, but before he does so, he apologizes to him. At this time, the older brother of Eso and Kechizu, who is called Chozo, learns that his younger brothers have been killed. He is deeply impacted by this news, as he learns from Mahito and Geto that his younger brothers were killed by the first years of Jujutsu High. I want to talk about this exchange that occurs between Nobara and Yuji at the start of chapter 63, after they had killed the 2 brothers. Firstly, let's look at how Akutami draws this within the manga. He has 4 pages where a back and forth occurs in a very unique manner, as one page is dedicated to Nobara's expressions, and the other page is dedicated to Yuji's expressions, and I've never really seen this done in any other manga. They are both talking to each other and reflecting on killing flesh and blood people. This conversation is occurring because despite them being curses, the 2 of them had cried for one another, and Yuji can't help but to feel upset about this, as he speaks to Nobara about his feelings. But Nobara, on the other hand, tries to reassure Yuji by saying that things like this happen, especially as a Jujutsu sorcerer. You are limited to the number of people that you can save as an individual. Yuji feels guilt because Eso was crying for his younger brother who had died in front of him. Despite the fact that he is relieved that both himself and Nobara had survived, he is saddened by the fact that tears were shed because of their actions. Nobara agrees and states that the 2 of them were accomplices in the murder of these 2 brothers. It's a really touching conversation, and it highlights the maturity of these 2 characters. In most shonen series, the protagonist or side characters may end up killing an enemy, but we hardly ever get to talk about the feelings of taking another life. Jujutsu Kaisen excels in this conversation, and I have to give Akutami credit for writing into his story the value of a life, whether if it is a good life or a bad life. You can see that Yuji's heart is in the right place, but like Nobara had stated, sometimes it cannot be helped, especially in their line of work. As this story arc wraps up, Sukuna tricks Yuji into eating the finger that they had just retrieved. 2 days later, Gojo hears about how his students had handled the investigation, and he is impressed by them. Gojo then takes it upon himself to enlist the help of both Meimei and Aoi Todo, so that they can recommend the 5 students Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Maki, and Panda to be upgraded to grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer status. In chapter 63, Megumi also speaks to Nobara, as he explains how Yuji consuming the finger of Sukuna was a trigger for the Yasuhaji bridge deaths. Yuji had consumed the finger of Sukuna in order to help Megumi initially, but despite this, his actions had resulted in the cursed spirit residing within Yasuhaji bridge being activated, and thus leading to the murders of 4 people. Megumi tells Nobara not to tell Yuji this, as he will be upset if he had learned about this, but we then cut to Sukuna speaking to Yuji, as he tells him that it's all his fault, and it's because Yuji had consumed Sukuna's fingers that the spirits that Sukuna had cut up and scattered have now awoken. He laughs at Yuji's desire to help people, as he states that it is because of Yuji that people are dying. In response to this, Yuji perfectly complements what Megumi had stated to Nobara, as he tells Sukuna not to say a word of this to Megumi. Chapter 64, the final chapter of the Death Painting arc, ends on a light light-hearted note, as Nobara ends up meeting one of Yuji's old classmates. She is called Yuko Ozawa. Nobara finds out that she has a crush on Yuji, and before long Megumi ends up finding out, and the two of them try to come up with a plan for her to reunite with Yuji. The thing about Yuko is that when she had known Yuji, she was quite overweight, but now she has more of a slender appearance, and she believes that she can win over Yuji this way. When Yuji meets her, he immediately identifies her. We get a flashback to when Yuji was in school, as he is asked if he likes anybody in his class, and if he had to pick someone, he states he would choose Yuko Ozawa. The other students comment that she is fat, but Yuji doesn't focus on her superficial appearance, as he comments that her behavior is very elegant, especially the way that she writes. Yuko ends up appreciating how sincere Yuji was with his words, and she realizes by approaching Yuji now with this new physical appearance, she too is being shallow. So because of this, she decides not to reveal her feelings about Yuji to him. And in this chapter, we even get some hints of Nobara maybe having some feelings for Yuji, as she is annoyed that Yuji isn't after her, and how she has a couple of moments where her heart skips a beat at the mention of Yuji. It's a really comedic and light-hearted chapter after several chapters of intense action, and it's one that I really enjoyed. And this brings us to the end of the Death Painting arc. The time has come for me to speak about the story arc that centers around the past of my favorite character in Jujutsu Kaisen. The creatively titled Gojo's Past arc takes us back in time to the year 2007, as we follow Satoru Gojo during his second year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Surprisingly, he is studying alongside his then best friend Suguru Geto. I'm going to probably sound like a broken record at this point, but so much happens within the short span of this story arc. We see the downfall of the character of Suguru Geto. We witness Gojo activating the true power of his curse technique, the Limitless, and we see both Gojo and Geto working together in order to escort what is known as a star plasma vessel to an important individual that we are introduced to in this arc called Master Tengen. Tengen is an immortal Jujutsu sorcerer who exists to reinforce the barriers that protect both Tokyo and Kyoto Jujutsu High. In order to maintain the immortality that Master Tengen has, he has to reset his body after every 500 years. He does so by merging with a specific human being who is known as the Star Plasma Vessel. During this arc, we see Gojo and Geto escorting the Star Plasma Vessel to Master Tengen, and how they deal with opposition from various parties who oppose the merging of the Star Plasma Vessel with Master Tengen. One such group even hires an individual called Toji Fushiguro, who we learn is the father of Megumi. This individual has an excellent battle with Gojo in this story arc, and I cannot wait to talk about the battles that take place within this story arc, and all of the events surrounding the escorting of the Star Plasma Vessel to Master Tengen. So without further delay, let's talk about the story arc that introduces us to an early version of Gojo, that explains to us the downfall of Suguru Geto, and lastly makes us aware of the beast that is Toji Fushiguro. The Gojo's Past arc is the 7th story arc within Jujutsu Kaisen, and it takes place between chapters 65 to 79, spanning a total of 15 chapters. This is of course the first manga exclusive story arc that we are covering in our Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis series. The arc begins with the second years of Tokyo Jujutsu High Gojo and Geto arriving to assist two Jujutsu sorcerers who were sent on a mission but have disappeared. The grade 1 sorcerer Meimei and the grade 2 sorcerer Utahime had been trapped within a haunted mansion, as it appears that the building continues to overlap the space on itself, resulting in the sorcerers being trapped in a never-ending loop. After Gojo and Geto successfully help the sorcerers, we are then introduced to another second year student of Jujutsu High called Shoko. After successfully completing the mission, Gojo is scolded for not putting up a curtain and concealing the activity during the mission, as the incident at the haunted mansion was now being reported on the news. This then leads to a very fascinating conversation that occurs between Gojo and Geto, as Gojo questions whether if it matters if regular people see Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits. Through this conversation, we learn about Geto's strong moral compass, which is a stark contrast to his present appearance within the story, as one of the key antagonistic forces in opposition to the world of Jujutsu sorcery. At this early chronological point in the story, Geto had believed that the prevention of cursed spirits is the most important role that Jujutsu sorcerers play for the safety and peace of mind of non-Jujutsu sorcerers. Gojo reveals his rebellious nature, as he doesn't believe that they should keep cursed spirits hidden away from normal civilians. He adds to this by saying that it is such a pain to look out for the weak. Geto corrects him by stating that society should protect the weak and keep the strong in check. Jujutsu sorcery, he states, exists to protect non-Jujutsu sorcerers. Gojo, who continues his role as a devil's advocate in this conversation, questions if Geto is being righteous here, because he hates that stuff, as he states that applying reasoning and responsibility to Jujutsu sorcery is what weak people do. It is really funny to hear Gojo speaking like this, after knowing these two characters fairly well from their present events within the the story, you would think that it would be Geto who is questioning protecting the weak, but in fact he is reaffirming the role of jujutsu sorcerers and advocating for protecting the weak. Just as the conversation gets heated and they are about to start fighting, they are broken up by the arrival of the then grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer Yaga. At the end of chapter 65, he assigns them with a very important mission. He warns them that this is a very important mission because it comes from an individual called Master Tengen. There are two objectives that Gojo and Geto need to complete: to escort what is known as the Star Plasma Vessel to Master Tengen, and the second objective being to erase her. The Star Plasma Vessel appears to be a young girl who is still in school. At the start of chapter 66, Yaga goes on to explain why Master Tengen needs the Star Plasma Vessel, as we understand that Tengen's curse technique that he utilizes forces his body to change every 500 years. Master Tengen needs to merge with a compatible Star Plasma Vessel. Master Tengen is revealed to possess immortality, but it doesn't stop the aging process. After Master Tengen reaches a certain age, then his body will try to evolve. This will lead to him transforming into something that is no longer a human, as he will have ascended to a higher state. The objective is to prevent this from happening, as Master Tengen himself has stated that his will or consciousness will cease to exist once he reaches that level. Master Tengen will effectively no longer be himself. It is vital for Master Tengen to remain intact, because like I mentioned earlier, he has constructed barriers that protect both Tokyo and Kyoto Jujutsu High, which are the pillars of the Jujutsu world. Master Tengen also plays a role in any additional barriers that are made by sorcerers, as he also serves to strengthen them. Without the security that Master Tengen offers, it would be even difficult for sorcerers to undertake missions, and the worst case scenario would be that if Master Tengen evolves, he could become an enemy to humanity, and it is for this reason that once every 500 years, Master Tengen needs to merge with a compatible Star Plasma Vessel. This will rewrite his body's genetic information, thus effectively preventing this evolution from occurring. Yaga also reveals that the location of the Star Plasma Vessel has been leaked, unfortunately, and there are two groups who are also targeting the girl, and it is up to Gojo and Geto to protect the Star Plasma Vessel from these two opposing parties and to safely escort her to Master Tengen. The first group of individuals that has learnt about the whereabouts of the Star Plasma Vessel is a group called Q. They are an organization which aims to overturn the current Jujutsu world through having Master Tengen evolve and lose his sense of reasoning. And the second group are worshippers who treat Master Tengen as their deity. This religious group is known as the Time Vessel Association. Gojo and Geto have 2 days until Master Tengen needs to merge with the Star Plasma Vessel under a full moonlit sky. If Gojo and Geto fail at this mission, then the consequences will be grave, as it will affect the entire world. Their mission begins as they quickly encounter members from the group Q. They attempt to kill the Star Plasma Vessel, but Geto manages to save her. They then deal with the two soldiers from Q who had attempted to kill the girl. Meanwhile, we see that the Time Vessel Association has hired an assassin to eliminate the Star Plasma Vessel. The group Q is able to utilize cursed energy, while the Time Vessel Association is filled with non-jujutsu sorcerers. So it is for this reason that they have hired an individual called Toji Fushiguro, who is apparently a former member of the Zenin family. In chapter 67, we learn the identity of the Star Plasma Vessel. She is called Riko Amanai. Gojo and Geto are prevented from taking Riko back to Tokyo Jujutsu High by Master Tengen himself, as he states that she needs to enjoy the final days of a young life, thus allowing Riko to return to school and to spend the final few days of her life with her friends. Geto has a lot of sympathy for the life that Riko will live after she merges with Master Tengen. She will effectively be abandoning her friends, family, and everything that she holds dear, because after the merger she will reside below Jujutsu High maintaining the barrier. So now Geto and Gojo's mission is to allow Riko to enjoy her last days. Toji Fushiguro, the assassin that the Time Vessel Association had hired, ends up posting Riko's photo on the dark web. He has placed a $30 million bounty on her head. This is exactly the amount of money that the Time Vessel Association is paying him. He is aware that nobody will be able to successfully complete this assassination, since they will be going up against Gojo. This is just a part of his plan to keep Geto and Gojo busy and to wear them down. He has effectively hired free labor. Now this is where the true enjoyment for me occurs within this story arc, as despite this arc being called the Gojo's Past arc, the character of Toji Fushiguro has so many highlights here, as well as the latter portion of this arc focusing heavily on Suguru Geto and his mindset, and how his sense of morality, and ultimately how his belief about protecting non-jujutsu sorcerers changes. Eventually, two curse users respond to the bounty that Toji had posted, an old man and a muscular man who is wearing a paper bag over his head. Geto thankfully detects them thanks to his surveillance curses. In chapter 68, Geto is easily able to take out the elderly curse user. Meanwhile, Gojo is able to locate Riko and he escapes with her, but he is eventually confronted by the masked curse user as he utilizes his curse technique which allows him to surround Gojo and Riko with clones. In chapter 69, Gojo easily takes care of the cloning curse user. The group then spends their time relaxing on the beach at Okinawa. Eventually, the third and final day of their escort, the day of the merger, arrives. By the time the group arrives at Tokyo Jujutsu High, the bounty that was placed on Riko's head had expired. After entering into the barrier of Jujutsu High, they all express a sigh of relief, as even Gojo believes the mission to be over. But right at that moment, Toji impales Gojo from behind. They are shocked he was able to bypass the barrier of Jujutsu High. At the start of chapter 71, it is revealed that Toji was aware of the talents that Gojo had possessed, as he had once visited Gojo while he was a child, knowing that he possessed the 6 eyes. He comments that this was the first and last time that anyone was aware of his presence while he had stood behind them, so it is for this reason that he had made sure that Gojo and Geto were on their toes through the bounty that he had placed on Riko's head. He was able to successfully attack Gojo from behind after ensuring that he was worn down. Gojo is able to reassure Geto that he is okay, as he tells him to complete the mission by escorting Riko to Master Tengen, while he stays behind to face off against Toji. Gojo is able to deduce that Toji possesses 0 cursed energy. In addition to this, he is incredibly fast, which makes it difficult to read his moves. Gojo's opponent here has an insane level of physical ability. This is why this encounter is incredibly fascinating. You have one of the most fearsome antagonists of this story, Toji Fushiguro, who has no 0 cursed energy, facing off against the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. During this encounter, Toji is able to take the upper hand and actually defeat Gojo through the use of the Inverted Spear of Heaven, which is a special graded curse tool. It has an astonishing effect which allows it to forcibly stop any curse technique. It works perfectly against Gojo because to his detriment, he had relied far too heavily on his limitless technique. Up until this point in the story, Gojo was touted as some immortal being, somebody who could not be defeated, but this encounter really knocks his character down a peg, proving with the right strategy, Gojo can be dealt serious harm, and can even be mortally wounded. It's just really surprising and unpredictable that a non-cursed user was able to defeat Gojo. I mean, once Toji has the upper hand, he doesn't hold back in the slightest. He knows that he is up against a monster, and it is for this reason that he repeatedly stabs Gojo all over his body. The level of sadistic brutality cements Toji Fushiguro as one of the most formidable antagonists within Jujutsu Kaisen. He literally walks away from Gojo, who is lying in a pool of his own blood, something that I did not expect to see on the onset of this story arc. We then catch up with Geto and Riko as they arrive just outside where Master Tengen resides. In chapter 72, Geto instructs Riko on how to get to Master Tengen, but at the same time he expresses some compassion as he gives her an alternative choice, saying that she can turn back and return home. He says that when they were assigned this mission by their teacher, the merger was described as something that erases the Star Plasma vessel. So at the onset of this mission, both Gojo and Geto had decided that if the Star Plasma vessel should refuse to merge with Master Tengen, then they will call off the mission. You can see that despite the differences that these two characters have, they have a solid foundation which they have built their friendship upon, and they both agree that the Star Plasma vessel should not merge with Master Tengen out of force. Gojo and Geto even jokingly agree to fight against Master Tengen if that's what it comes down to, because after all, the two of them are the strongest. Geto reassures Riko that whatever she chooses to do, both he and Gojo will protect her future. At this moment, Riko thinks back to her life. She had thought that she would be okay with leaving everybody, because she had known she was always special, and no matter how painful it would be to leave everybody, she had believed that someday the sadness and loneliness that she feels will disappear. But now at the nth hour, just as she is about to merge with Master Tengen, she wells up in tears and admits that she doesn't want to leave everyone. She wants to see more of the world. She wants to do more things with her friends and family. It is at that moment that Geto offers Riko his hand as he suggests that they return home, abandoning the merger. But tragically, the life of this girl that we have been following for the entirety of this arc is cut short, as she is shot through the head by Toji Fushiguro. After taking out the Star Plasma vessel and enraging Geto, he boasts to him that he has killed Satoru Gojo. Because Toji has 0 cursed energy, he is effectively an invisible man. He cannot be detected, but he admits when he utilizes cursed tools, the cursed energy that seeps from those tools makes it so that he is no longer invisible, and it is for this reason that he had used a gun to kill Riko. He was able to appear undetected and take out the Star Plasma vessel without Geto realizing. During this battle between Geto and Toji, we learn a lot about his abilities and the secrets to his incredible physical prowess. He has a heavenly restriction that he has placed upon himself, which gives Toji superhuman physical abilities. He had gained this through eliminating all of his cursed energy from his body. Despite Geto's best efforts, he is taken out by Toji. The group had started off off so confidently on this escort mission, Gojo and Geto being among the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers. They had failed in protecting Riko, and they were ultimately defeated to an individual who cannot even use Jujutsu sorcery. This is of course to be expected from the father of Megumi Fushiguro, a powerful and very dangerous man. Toji delivers the corpse of the Star Plasma vessel to the Time Vessel Association. After leaving, he is shockingly confronted by Gojo, who appears to have survived and healed himself. There is something maniacal about Gojo's presence here, as he exclaims that he feels like a new person. It is apparent that Gojo has utilized reverse curse technique. He wasn't able to do so in the past, but right as he was on the verge of death, he had understood the core of cursed energy. After utilizing reverse curse technique to heal all of his wounds, he now faces off against Toji in their rematch with his awakened limitless ability. Gojo utilizes a technique that not even members of the Gojo family know about. This is the first time ever that Gojo utilizes Hollow Technique Purple. Gojo's ability erases Toji's entire left arm, along with a portion of his torso. This fatal wound concludes their rematch, and once again cements Gojo as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. In his final words to Gojo, he tells him that in 2 to 3 years, his child will be sold to the Zenin family. With this information in mind, he tells Gojo to do as he pleases, of course hinting at Gojo to take care of the future of his child. After the death of Toji, the focus of this arc shifts to the character of Suguru Geto, and between chapters 76 to 79, Geto has a radical change in mindset. After healing up, Geto catches up with Gojo as they retrieve Riko's body from the Time Vessel Association. The members of this religious group appear to be clapping at the corpse of Riko, as they are glad that Master Tengen will remain intact and that the Star Plasma vessel was killed. It is like they don't even recognize Riko as a human being, like they see her as an object that solely exists to fulfill a singular purpose. After hearing the applauding, Gojo asks Geto if he wants to kill the audience. Geto states that it is pointless. Geto affirms that a Jujutsu sorcerer needs to have a reason to take a life. 1 year after this, in August of 2007, it appears that Gojo has continued to develop his abilities. He is left behind Geto and he now stands alone as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. Geto appears to become despondent with this admission that Gojo is now the strongest. He can handle missions on his own, and since his other teammate Shoko never went on dangerous missions to begin with, Geto has found himself going on dangerous missions on his own also. He had been busy dealing with the constant repetitive cycle of exercising cursed spirits. He started to struggle with the endless cycle of exorcism and consumption. He thinks to himself that the taste of consuming a cursed spirit is a taste that nobody knows. It is like ingesting a rag that was used to wipe up vomit. He questions his purpose and for whom that he is doing all of this for. Those individuals who are applauding at the death of Riko. He was slaving away for non-Jujutsu sorcerers who have no power to do anything, yet express their ungratefulness in their every action. Ever since that day he had witnessed the religious group applauding Riko's death, he started to struggle with following through with his duty as a Jujutsu sorcerer. By being a Jujutsu sorcerer, he is choosing to protect those individuals that he refers to as powerless monkeys. In chapter 77, Geto ends up having a conversation with a special grade sorcerer called Yuki Tsukumo. She tells Geto about her desire to get rid of every single cursed spirit. She believes that Jujutsu High only treats the symptoms, and that what she is trying to do is to get to the root cause of the problem. She desires a world where curses don't even exist, so there will be no need to even exercise them. We are aware that cursed energy leaks from humans and it gathers in large quantities to form cursed spirits. So if this is the case, there are two proposals to eradicate the world of cursed energy. The first being to eradicate cursed energy from all of humanity, or the second being to teach humans how to control their cursed energy. While the first option is rather difficult to accomplish, Yuki has focused her efforts on the second. She states that because Jujutsu sorcerers have learned to control their cursed energy, they don't give birth to curses. A Jujutsu sorcerer is able to control the amount of cursed energy that leaks from their body, when compared to a non-Jujutsu sorcerer. Yuki proposes that if every single human being on Earth were to become a Jujutsu sorcerer, then curses would no longer be born. But this appears to trigger a thought in Geto's mind. Thinking back to the members of the Time Vessel Association, he proposes an alternative third option, which is to just kill every non-Jujutsu sorcerer, thus ridding the world of curses. Yuki admits that this would be the easiest way to create a world without curses, but she isn't crazy enough to force the evolution of an entire species in such a manner. She ends up questioning Geto if he hates non-Jujutsu sorcerers, to which Geto reveals that he used to think that Jujutsu sorcerers existed to protect the weak, but recently he has been having doubts whether if these non-sorcerers are even worth fighting for. Geto is struggling with resisting that feeling of not looking down on non-sorcerers. Their weakness is like a form of ugliness to him. Yuki leaves Geto to decide between between what his true feelings are, whether if he is going to look down on non-sorcerers, or if he is going to continue his duty as a Jujutsu sorcerer and to protect them. Before Yuki leaves, she reveals to Geto that Master Tengen has stabilized, despite the death of Riko. This has most likely occurred because another star plasma vessel exists, or another one has just recently been born. Towards the end of chapter 77, Geto learns that one of his fellow students, Yu Haibara, has died on a mission. Nanami had survived as he relays the details of the mission to Geto. The death of a Jujutsu sorcerer who was one of his fellow peers adds to the darkness that is now forming within the mind of Geto. Geto asks himself that if being a Jujutsu sorcerer is like running a marathon, what if at the end of that road, when you cross the finish line, you discover a mountain of corpses of your fellow sorcerers? He wonders if it is worth it, all of this effort to help ungrateful non-sorcerers. About a month later, in September 2007, Geto is sent on a mission to a village. He ends up exercising a curse that is haunting the village. He discovers that two little Jujutsu sorcerers are being held in a cage and blamed for the actions of the cursed spirit. It appears that the two girls were physically assaulted and held prisoner, being falsely accused for something they did not do. They are referred to as monsters by the villagers, and it is at this point that Geto finally snaps. He ends up murdering all 112 of the villagers as he frees the two girls, and he finally makes his decision to become a curse user. He was no longer able to resist the feeling of looking down on non-sorcerers. The actions of these villagers had proven to him that non-sorcerers are beyond redemption, and they are not worth risking your own life for. At the start of chapter 78, Yaga tells Gojo about Geto's change in character, as he reveals that Geto has even stooped to such lows as killing his own parents. The two of them have no idea what has gotten into him. Gojo ends up confronting Geto in Shinjuku, as he demands that he explain himself. Gojo reminds him that it was Geto who had stated that pointless killing is useless, but Geto states that his killings have a point, and there is a meaning to it. He also sees it as a form of justice. Gojo states that it is impossible to kill all non-Jujutsu sorcerers. Gojo states that it is impossible to accomplish something like this, and for this reason it is pointless. But Geto, who acknowledges the difference in power between the two of them, states that if Gojo had wanted to, he could kill every single non-Jujutsu sorcerer. Gojo is trying to convince him that this task is impossible when he could easily do it himself. Geto affirms that this is the life that he has chosen. He is not going to turn away from it, and the only thing that he can do is to give it his all now. He tells Gojo that if he wants to kill him, then he should, because it would not be a meaningless death. But in the end, Gojo isn't able to bring himself to kill his best friend. Later, Gojo admits to Yaga that despite him being so strong, he can only save those who want to be saved. Geto then ends up taking over the Time Vessel Association, while Gojo tracks down the son of Toji Fushiguro. Gojo tells him that he will take care of him and his sister, but in return he is going to have to work extra hard for him. He wants Megumi to get strong so that he doesn't get left behind, desiring for him to grow up to become a fine Jujutsu sorcerer, not anything like his father or Suguru Geto. This concludes the Gojo's past arc, as we are taken back to the present day, where we are shown build-up which is leading up to the upcoming Shibuya Incident Arc. We learn the identity of the mole that has been feeding information from Jujutsu High to the curse users. We learn that the individual under suspicion is from Kyoto Jujutsu High. The identity of the alleged mole is Mekamaru. Yuji and the others begin their investigation as they arrive at the home of Kokichi Muta, the individual who controls Mekamaru. After kicking the door down, we learn that the real Mekamaru is not at home, which all but confirms his role as the mole. We then cut to him appearing before Geto and Mahito. It appears that the real Mekamaru had made an agreement with the curse users. In exchange for information, Mahito would heal his body with his ability Idol Transfiguration. Because Mahito had formed a binding vow with Mekamaru, he is left with no choice but to heal him. And so the chapter ends with Mekamaru about to begin his battle against Mahito. After having the entirety of Gojo's past explained to us, and learning more about the world of Jujutsu Kaisen through the introduction of Master Tengen, learning about the father of Megumi and the downfall of Suguru Geto, the arc perfectly wraps up with explaining how Gojo had come into contact with Megumi, as it then takes us to the present day as it builds up for the events of the Shibuya Incident Arc. Easily the longest story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen that is highly regarded by fans as one of the greatest shonen story arcs of our modern time. Usually within anime and manga, there is always a portion of the story that I absolutely fall in love with, and it inspires me to want to create content on that particular series. And in the case of Jujutsu Kaisen, it was the Shibuya Incident Arc which had inspired me to want to create videos on this amazing series. This arc sees the antagonists of the story, Geto and Mahito, fulfilling their desire of wanting to seal Gojo, and then to summon curses which would wreak havoc upon humanity. Their plan involved lifting 4 curtains around Shibuya all at once, and each curtain has a different purpose. Despite Despite Gojo being the most powerful Jujutsu sorcerer, the antagonists on this occasion came prepared before launching their attack. At the start of the story, the motives of the antagonists were well established. If they were to achieve their desire of destroying humanity, they needed to meet two well-defined conditions. The first of which is to seal Gojo, and the second is to gain the help of the most powerful curse Ryumen Sukuna. During the Shibuya Incident Arc, it is established that Mahito doesn't care about getting help from Sukuna. He challenges his accomplice Jogo, who wants to gain the help of Sukuna, by stating that if he finds Yuji first, then he can restore Sukuna by giving him the rest of the fingers. But if either Mahito or Chozo find Yuji first, then they are going to kill him. There is a showcase of several different types of domains during this arc, as we are shown several examples of full domains and simple domains, and these of course are revealed to us during the various different fights that take place here. The Shibuya Incident Arc is littered with strategic battles, and because of the strategy that Akutami implements into his fights, it ensures that there is no thoughtless fist throwing. The battles are engaging and they have unpredictable outcomes. This is something that Jujutsu Kaisen has always done very well, and it is similar to its shonen predecessor Hunter x Hunter. You'll be surprised by the number of characters that play an important role during this arc. Individuals like Sukuna, Toji, Gojo, Todo, and the head of the Zenin family. These are all some of the most hyped characters of the entire story, and each of them have their own specific role to play. I feel like I've sufficiently hyped up this story arc enough to begin the breakdown and analysis of it. So without further delay, let's begin the highly anticipated analysis of the Shibuya Incident Arc. The Shibuya Incident Arc is the longest story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, beginning in October of 2019 and ending in January of 2021. It takes place between chapters 79 to 136, so spanning a total of 58 chapters. It had marked a considerable change of pace for the story, leading to Akutami pulling all of the stops and delivering to us one of the best story arcs that I've read within any modern shonen series. I would even place the Shibuya Incident Arc as one of my favorite manga story arcs. In my opinion, I think that this story arc is as good as the Soul Society arc, the Chunin Exams arc, and even the Chimera Ant arc. So with all of this praise, let me begin by breaking down and analysing what occurs. This arc picks up from where we left off in the last video, as it is revealed that the traitor who is assisting the antagonists was indeed Mekamaru. These events occur on October 19th, as the Shibuya Incident Arc begins with somewhat of a 3-chapter prelude, which involves a battle between Mahito and Mekamaru. This is an absolutely insane battle, which leads to Mahito learning about simple domains. During this fight, Mekamaru ends up transforming into his ultimate mode, and it is clear where Akutami has taken inspiration for this design, as it is very similar to an Evangelion unit. Through this 3-chapter battle, we get to know about Mekamaru a bit more before he dies, and it perfectly sets us up for the events that occur on the 31st of October, which would come to be known as the Shibuya Incident. Earlier I spoke about the well-established motives of the antagonists. Well, thanks to this, we can say that we have been leading up to the Shibuya Incident since the start of the story. In chapter 10, we learn about the plans of Geto and company to seal Gojo using a special grade cursed item called the Prison Realm, and in addition to this, their desire of gaining the help of Sukuna. Now, the Prison Realm as well as 6 fingers of Sukuna were stolen by Mahito during the Kyoto Goodwill event arc. They were of course aided by Mekamaru, who had served as their mole, so there was a lot of build up and setup for the 31st of October, the day of the Shibuya Incident. It is not a mere coincidence that this story arc where Gojo ends up being sealed takes place immediately after the Gojo's past arc. He is the most powerful Jujutsu sorcerer in the entire series, and there is no threat that is beyond the scope of Gojo. But if he is no longer in the story, then that serves to threaten the feelings of safety and reassurance that we feel through knowing that he is around if the situation becomes too hopeless. From the onset of this arc, it appeared as though Jogo, Hanami, and Chozo had no real chance to defeat Gojo, even in a 3-against-1 situation. Gojo is a type of character who does his best when he is on his own, and this is something that Geto reinforces here. The antagonists who anticipate this had created a curtain which prevents anyone from leaving the train station, and thus forcing Gojo into a situation where if he had utilized the extent of his abilities, it would result in collateral damage in the form of the commuters. In addition to this, if Gojo were to utilize his domain expansion within the curtain, it would lead to the civilians being crushed between the curtain and his domain. When you realize all of these limitations imposed upon Gojo, you cannot help but to commend the curses for their level of foresight leading up to the sealing of Gojo. They really thought this through. Their patience pays off thanks to their meticulous preparations throughout the story up until this point, and their flawless execution of their plan. All of this takes place on the promised date that was stated by Geto as early as chapter 10 of the manga. This clearly foreshadows the beginning of this this entire arc as they hatch their plan to seal Gojo and to acquire the help of Sukuna. Gojo begins his battle with Hanami, Chozo, and Jogo, which leads to Gojo finally killing Hanami. Meanwhile, Chozo and Jogo kill the innocent bystanders within the crowded train station. The next phase of their plan involves the arrival of Mahito via a train that is full of transfigured humans. The transfigured humans begin to mercilessly kill the civilians around Gojo. This of course tests the patience of Gojo, and eventually he no longer has the tolerance for their sickening acts. Mahito and company are doing whatever they can to emotionally distress Gojo in order to force him into making a wrong move or showcasing a slight weakness. However, Gojo fights back by utilizing his domain expansion Infinite Void for about 0.2 seconds, which is the time limit for ordinary people to survive within it. In this time, he ends up killing all of Mahito's transfigured humans, but at the same time he slightly injures the ordinary civilians because of his ability. After he does this, the enemy reveals the purpose of luring Gojo on his own by activating the prison realm, as well as the shocking twist that Suguru Geto's body has been taken over by a curse called Kenjaku, and the real Suguru Geto was indeed killed by Gojo during Volume 0 of Jujutsu Kaisen. The distress of the situation and the appearance of Pseudo Geto had distracted Gojo long enough for him to be sealed within the prison realm. This all occurs within chapter 90 of the manga, as it becomes the most shocking installment of Jujutsu Kaisen, as it not only includes the reveal of Pseudo Geto, but also the imprisonment of Gojo. As a character, Gojo had to be neutralized because he has what I like to call the Goku problem, where he is so powerful it is difficult to be convinced that anything or anyone will be a threat to him. Having a character like this, as amazing as he is, takes away the stakes from the story. Preventing the capture of Gojo had quickly become the main objective of the other Jujutsu sorcerers, because if he is captured, it means the end of Japan. When Gojo was born, it signaled a change in the world. No longer could curses carelessly torment humans without repercussion. The wielder of the 6 eyes now exists to hold them accountable, and he possesses enough power to stop any curse. So now that Gojo is out of the picture, we once again have tension within the plot, and you feel concerned for the well-being of the wider cast of characters who are not as infinitely powerful as Gojo. When Gojo is sealed, he remains calm because he has faith in his fellow Jujutsu sorcerers. The fear of Gojo being around had prevented several situations from occurring. Most notably, the execution of Yuji was prevented, since he had believed that it is ignorant to just kill Yuji while ignoring the potential that he possesses in the fight against curses. So after having spoken about Gojo's role within this arc, let's now speak about the various battles that occur and the roles that the other characters had played during the Shibuya Incident Arc. The first very notable battle that we see is Yuji versus the Grasshopper Curse. It is a fight that demonstrates to us that Yuji can handle things on his own now, and in general it's a really cool one-sided battle. And then through the battle of Ino versus Ogami, we have the return of Toji Fushiguro, the father of Megumi. He had been killed by Gojo years ago, but the grandson of Ogami had taken a pill that resulted in his soul being overtaken by Toji's soul. I really loved Toji's character during the Gojo's past arc, so I was incredibly excited to see him stick around for a large chunk of the Shibuya incident. His return certainly lives up to the insane reputation that he had established earlier on. I had a lot of fun seeing Toji face off against the Jujutsu sorcerers and then seeing him take out Dagon, as well as his final interaction with Megumi. So if his appearance in the escorting of the Star Plasma vessel had left you itching to see more, then Toji's involvement here will not disappoint. Toji had fought Dagon with the special grade curse tool Playful Cloud, and this is the only curse tool to not be imbued with a curse technique, so it was a perfect weapon for Toji to utilize, as he was able to use it in a variety of ways in order to fulfill his desire to take out the strongest on the battlefield, as the power of Playful Cloud is brought out by the strength of the user, meaning that Dagon really didn't stand a chance against Toji once he got a hold of this special grade curse tool. Another excellent fight that occurs where we see Yuji and Megumi work together is their battle against the old guy known as Awasaka. This is a fight that relies heavily on tactics, and the only way for Megumi and Yuji to defeat Awasaka was to find a balance in the force of their strikes in order to counter Awasaka's inverse curse ability. Through this ability, Awasaka was able to weaken strong attacks, but at the same time strengthen any weak attacks. There are several instances where some of the best fights in the series occur during this arc, and it is no understatement when I say that the battle between Chozo and Yuji is undeniably one of the best fights in the entire series, and this is credited to Akutami's unparalleled ability to draw fascinating action within his fights. Chozo has the ability to manipulate blood with his curse technique, and there is an established difference in skill and and experience between these two fighters. However, despite this, Yuji is still able to impressively hold his own against Chozo. I would even go as far as to say that they were evenly matched for most of the fight. Yuji was assisted by Mechamaru during this fight, and he was able to prevent Chozo from using his blood manipulation technique, which had allowed for the two of them to partake in a close range battle as they exchange powerful blows. It is really through this fight that we see how far Yuji has come from the start of the series, how much control that he has now over his cursed energy, and it makes you think about how powerful he will become in 10 years time when he is the same age as Gojo. Chozo does end up defeating Yuji in the end by piercing his liver, but at the same time he ends up being affected by Yuji's unknown mysterious ability to implant false memories into the minds of his opponents. Chozo recalls a time where he was sitting with Yuji and his deceased brothers over a table of food. It causes Chozo to be emotionally impacted. As similar to Todo, he starts to believe that he has a brotherly bond with Yuji, and he ends up retreating in order to make sense of this new memory. Like I had mentioned, this instance echoes Yuji's battle against Todo during the Goodwill event arc, as Chozo also develops false memories of Yuji through memories of a past that did not happen. This has happened twice now, and it leads me to believe that this is more than just a coincidence, and it's actually an ability that Yuji possesses. Another incredible set of battles that occur involve the cursed spirit Dagon, as Naobito, the head of the Zenin family, teams up with Nanami and Maki as they put a considerable amount of effort in order to hurt Dagon, but he proves to be far more difficult and challenging than first anticipated. The head of the Zenin family and the grade 1 sorcerer Nanami are not enough to defeat him, and when Dagon uses his domain expansion, Horizon of the captivating Skanda, he activates an ability called Death Swarm, resulting in a number of Shikigami targeting the sorcerers. When the situation had appeared to be hopeless, Megumi appears and hands to Maki the cursed tool Playful Cloud, as they attempt to hold off Dagon, while Megumi prepares for their escape from Dagon's domain. Dagon was definitely a dark horse of the story, proving that he was more than just a weak, lowly cursed spirit like Naobito had described at the beginning of their exchange. He made the leader of the Zenin family eat his words by forcing him to utilize the full extent of his abilities, as well as severing his right arm, proving that Dagon is not a cursed spirit to be underestimated. Later we learn that Toji's involvement was key to defeating the transformed Dagon. After defeating the cursed spirit, his next target ends up being his own son Megumi. Now during the battle between Megumi and Toji, Megumi doesn't know that he is fighting against his father, and also Toji is kind of a mindless puppet at this point. But through his encounter with Dagon, we know that Toji was still a force to be reckoned with, and it quickly becomes apparent that Toji is too much for Megumi to handle. Through his interactions with Megumi, Toji starts to regain a portion of his memories. We get a short flashback scene that serves to humanize his character, from this image of a merciless assassin that we had come to know during the Gojo's past arc. We learn here that Megumi was sold to the Zenin family by Toji because he had wanted a better life for his son. He had desired for him to be protected and looked after. He knew that the Zenin family could cultivate Megumi, who he had known possessed potential to become a great Jujutsu sorcerer one day, unlike himself. At the end of their battle, he decides not to reveal his identity to his son, instead feeling content and proud of Megumi, especially after asking him about his last name, and learning that he has taken the surname of Fushiguro instead of Zenin, reassuring Toji that his son is living his own life on his own terms, and not being manipulated by the overbearing shadow of the Zenin name. With this revelation, Toji ends up killing himself without any regret. He does so after regaining the memory of his son, the one who he had cherished the most, and after he learns about how he is doing, it brings much needed closure to Toji's character. It really made me fall in love with Toji's final moments, and this very brief exchange between father and son. So from one rampaging maniac to the next, let's transition from Toji and speak about how Sukuna gets involved within the story. So the sisters Nanako and Mimiko had fed Yuji several fingers of Sukuna, which had led to the ancient curse spirit taking over. He ends up having two notable fights during the Shibuya incident, the first being against Jogo, and the second being against a Shikigami summoned by Fushiguro called Maharaga. In order to understand how Sukuna takes over, we need to discuss the role that Nanako and Mimiko play, and their motives for taking action. We learn about the twins Nanako and Mimiko at the end of the Gojo's past arc. They had a profound respect for the real Geto, because he had saved them from the persecution of the villagers who had labeled them as demons, and had made it out as though they were responsible for all of the misfortune that had befallen upon their village. They were indebted to Geto, and had loved him for saving the two of them. They had known that Gojo killed Geto, but despite this, they did not go after him. Well, firstly, because it would be pretty pointless, and secondly, because they were aware that Gojo was Geto's best friend, and that the two of them had a mutual respect that had formed between each other after several years of friendship and working together. So instead, they had decided to focus their efforts on targeting the individual who had taken over the body of their former master, this cursed spirit who is defiling the memory of the one that they had admired and who had saved them. The twins desired to kill Pseudo Geto, and they tried to do so by awakening Sukuna. They had demanded him to kill their enemy, but this, however, would be their final mistake. The twins had made an order to Sukuna instead of presenting this to him as a humble request. Because of their brash nature, Sukuna immediately kills the two of them. Now this action reaffirms Sukuna as a character who is not going to soften over time. He is not someone who sympathizes with the plights of others, and quite frankly, I love this. It's excellent character writing showcasing consistency, even if it was at the expense of Nanako and Mimiko. Now when it comes to the battle between Jogo and Sukuna, there's only one way to describe it. It is absolute madness. When Sukuna takes over during this arc, we really understand just how powerful and evil he truly is. Despite this, it is undeniable that he has a likable charm to him. We love to see him on the page, and you look forward to him utterly dominating his opponents, like he does so with Jogo here. It was truly a one-sided display of power, and it was hardly a fight in my opinion, because at the end of their fight, Sukuna surprisingly makes an attempt to understand Jogo in his final moments, as he asks him if he had desired to become human, or rather take the place of humans. If Jogo wanted to achieve these desires, then he needed to reach the level of Gojo. He had attempted to fight against Gojo at the start of the story, but he was soundly beaten, and thus it establishes the difference between the two of them. Gojo resides on a level where he no longer has to worry about his future or his identity. He acts without hesitation, because frankly nobody has the power to question him. Ultimately, Jogo needed to burn everything to the ground in order to fulfill his desire, but he lacked the conviction and hunger to do so. In the final moments of their battle, Sukuna admits that he had enjoyed his fight with Jogo, and that out of all of the opponents that he has faced off against in the last 1,000 years, Jogo wasn't so bad after all. So for this reason, he tells Jogo to stand proud. He sends him off by praising him that he is strong. In this moment, Jogo realizes that his existence didn't amount to nothing. Being recognized by Sukuna brought some meaning to his life. Sukuna's words caused Jogo to even shed tears in a strange moment where you end up feeling sympathy for the tragic life of a cursed spirit. Sukuna's words help Jogo to accept his death, and if he were to be reincarnated years from now, then hopefully he will have the conviction to follow through with his desire in his next life. Now the next battle that involves Sukuna has him showcase the extent of his abilities, as he faces off against Mahoraga. Megumi had summoned the Shikigami Mahoraga in an attempt to defeat Haruta. This was pretty much a suicidal tactic, but Megumi had felt that this was a worthwhile risk to take, as long as it leads to him defeating one of the opponents. Just before Mahoraga was about to cause havoc, Sukuna arrives on the battlefield and faces off against him. Sukuna utilizes his innate domain Malevolent Shrine, and this ability does not create a new space within a barrier. Instead, it is a divine technique that allows the user to become an artist who paints their masterpiece on air. Malevolent Shrine pretty much levels the entire battlefield, murdering everyone, including the Shikigami, and it results in Yuji being considered a threat by the Jujutsu world. After this devastating attack, Sukuna willingly gives Yuji back control over his body, as he shows him the devastation that he has caused across Shibuya. Now understandably, this sickens Yuji, as he recalls all of Sukuna's actions while he had control over his body. Despite these actions being committed by Sukuna, it is Yuji who will be held accountable for them. He ends up questioning the purpose of his existence as he falls into despair, admitting to himself that he doesn't deserve to be alive. This makes sense because Yuji had lost control over Sukuna, which had resulted in the deaths of countless innocent civilians. It is safe to assume that Yuji would be referred to as a murderer, which is a complete contradiction to Yuji's established desire and beliefs. Yuji's beliefs about mortality are questioned and reinforced through the bond that he shares with Sukuna. Yuji breaks down after he is made to witness everything that Sukuna had done while in control of his body. All of these murders he had committed. It leads to Yuji feeling guilty as he takes the blame as he feels like it's his fault. Now this ultimately is the struggle that Yuji has. His desire to protect and cherish the life of others up against the contrasting evil Sukuna who has no respect for the lives of others, or Yuji's desire. We know that after his grandfather had died, Yuji decided to save the lives of others and to ensure that he is surrounded by people who love him in his final moments. The decision to eat the finger of Sukuna at the start of the story was because he wanted to save the lives of his friends and Megumi. His actions have led to the manifestation of Sukuna, hence why he feels responsible, and he even questions the purpose of his existence during this arc, especially after seeing the devastation caused by Sukuna. To make up for all of this, he attempts to rush into the train station in a desperate attempt to convince himself that that he can still do good. He plans to do so by using his powers to help others. However, it is here where he encounters another force of evil that serves to challenge Yuji and his beliefs equally as much as Sukuna. Now, the character of Nanami plays a very important part within the story here. Previously, we had seen that he was badly wounded during his battle against Dagon and then Jogo, so later when he was confronted by Mahito, he had little strength left to put up a fight against him, and it is here where Nanami is killed by the merciless Mahito, a fan favorite character who left a meaningful impression upon us since his introduction in the 4th arc of the series. It is tragic to see his character meet his end here, and I was honestly in disbelief. He had given up the mundane office life and had returned to the world of Jujutsu sorcery in order to feel like he had meaning to his life once more. He has a rare skill, which is to exercise curses, and he can utilize this to help others. When he understands the responsibility of the gift that he has been given, he abandons his pursuit for money, and he thus becomes all the more likable to us. After taking up the role of a Jujutsu sorcerer again, he had met with Yuji, who further helped him to reinforce his decision to help others. When Nanami was first introduced, he didn't trust Yuji, and he wouldn't recognize him or allow him to fight beside him. But gradually throughout the story, Nanami comes to acknowledge Yuji, and in his final moments he tells Yuji that he has got it from here, leaving the rest to his underling, trusting that he will take down Mahito on his behalf. It is heart-wrenching, and it really had me on the verge of tears. What made me feel worse was that Yuji had barely managed to gather the resolve to pick himself back up after Sukuna's rampage, and immediately after he was welcomed back to the battlefield with this. So let's now dive into the battle between Mahito and Yuji, and how our protagonist's mental state is affected by this recent death. Witnessing Mahito kill Nanami was yet another devastating moment during this arc, an event that rocks Yuji's character to his core. Nanami was a beloved character who grows on you after his introduction during the Versus Mahito arc. His character dying serves as another point of growth for Yuji's character, especially after his departing words of encouragement to him. I felt so much sympathy for Yuji during this arc because he endured 3 notable failures, the first being his loss to Chozo, the second being Sukuna going on a rampage, and lastly, the death of Nanami and later the injury or possible death of Nobara. Both of these final actions were the result of Mahito. After what Sukuna had done, Yuji had referred to himself as no better than a murderer, feeling guilty and responsible for killing people when he had sworn to help them. Yuji seeing Mahito again brought back memories of his sickening actions against Junpei, including everything he had done to manipulate him and to eventually kill him and his mother. The pre-established hatred is further fueled through Mahito killing Yuji's mentor Kento Nanami, who had assisted him and had fought alongside him during his last encounter with Mahito. Yuji battling against the enemy here is an act of revenge as well as redemption for himself. His purpose is to separate himself from Sukuna and to affirm that he isn't a monster like his opponent. Yuji is naive and doesn't know that his actions have consequences. His naivety shows in his impulsive moments, like when he had consumed Sukuna's finger, not realizing that it would have a lasting impact upon his life. He is paying the price for this now, while at the same time this serves as a mechanism of growth for his character. Through trial and tribulation we see growth and maturity, and this ends up being true for reality as well as fictional stories. During their battle, Yuji asks how Mahito can play with the lives of others. He responds that Yuji thinks in very simple terms, adding that Yuji is no different to himself. If he does not accept this, then he has no chance of winning in a battle against him. Mahito does not hesitate to kill innocent bystanders during their fight. In particular, when Yuji tries to save someone, they end up being transfigured by Mahito. When Yuji begins to feel isolated in his battle against Mahito, he ends up realizing that he was not alone after all, when he witnesses Mahito be impacted by one of Nobara's abilities, as she was elsewhere facing off against a clone of Mahito. This moment of relief is short-lived, as the clone lures Nobara towards Yuji and switches place with the real Mahito, who critically injures Nobara. Yuji understandably assumes that she has been killed because of the devastating nature of the attack, and even we are unsure if she is alive or not after this. This further breaks Yuji's character, as he is then hit by a black flash from Mahito. This is a battle of 2 ideals or truths, the truth that humans believe in versus the truth that curses believe in. Yuji's question from earlier is contrasted, with Mahito asking if he has ever stopped to count the number of curses that he has killed. Are the lives of humans more valuable than those of curses? Does one deserve to exist more than the other? Yuji's resolve is shaken, and there doesn't seem to be much hope until Todo arrives and assists him. His arrival cannot be understated. He was the perfect character to come to Yuji's aid and to lift up his spirits here. If Todo did not arrive, then Yuji would have given into despair, and most likely have died at the hands of Mahito. He ends up being convinced by Todo to continue moving forward, because this is the trial that Jujutsu sorcerers must endure. Thanks to Todo Todo supporting Yuji, he is able to lift up his spirits and fight alongside him. During the fight, Mahito undergoes a transformation, revealing a menacing final form that I think does well to convey the higher level of power that he possesses. This transformation served as an excellent final display of strength, and really highlighted to us Yuji's growth as he was able to fight against Mahito on equal ground. Mahito begins to slow down after Yuji's devastating attacks gradually break him down. We learn that Yuji is also able to control the time lag that is brought about through his divergent fist technique, which aids him immensely here. Todo during the battle has his left arm severed, but he is still able to clap as he cites that the applause is an accumulation of the soul, leading to him activating his ability Boogie Woogie, which distracts Mahito, giving Yuji the opportunity to land another Black Flash against him. At the end of their battle, Yuji realizes his role within the world, stating that he is nothing more than a cog in the grand scheme of things. He understands that he is just like Mahito, and that he doesn't need to find a meaning or a reason to fight, because he is going to kill curses like Mahito regardless of it. In the final moments of this battle, a contrast is made, as Akutami reverses the roles of Mahito and Yuji, as the hunter becomes the prey, and this is demonstrated by Mahito fleeing from the fight, as Yuji chases after him like a wolf hunting a rabbit. As long as we have known Mahito, he has always hunted down his opponents in a similar manner, so it is a very satisfactory feeling seeing him get a taste of his own medicine. Before Yuji can kill Mahito, he ends up being devoured by Kenjaku, bringing an end to Yuji's long-standing personal feud against him. In the end, Mahito's character was born out of a fear that all of humanity possesses, which is the fear of death. This ends up giving Mahito a limitless potential for growth in the future, and I don't think that this is the last of him that we'll see. Now, coming back to Yuji, this is undoubtedly the most character-defining arc for him. Our protagonist is torn down and deconstructed by Akutami. In the end, what we are left with is a very different person who realizes that reality isn't kind to naive idealists who desire for nothing bad to ever happen to anyone. Yuji's desire to help people appeared to be a simple one, but we now know how difficult it is for him to follow this path. He who values life so much is made to realize that he has killed countless people with his own hands through being the vessel for Sukuna. It is a complete failure at actualizing your desire. Yuji has not succeeded in the slightest, and he was utterly defeated physically in battle and mentally through the blood that is indirectly on his hands. This is really deep character writing, and one of the main reasons why the Shibuya Incident Arc is an unforgettable chapter in shonen storytelling. And now when it comes to Megumi's character, it is through this story arc that we realize how much potential and room for growth that he possesses. His character, we know, fascinates Sukuna, as the ancient curse spirit was able to realize Megumi's latent potential from the onset of the story. His character is basically hinted at as being the next Gojo, and a clear path is set for Megumi to pursue. This was hinted at before, but it's now been established within the Shibuya Incident Arc. We are aware that Megumi has the 10 Shadows technique. It is an ability that could rival the user of Limitless and Six Eyes, aka Gojo. He has the potential to be another impossible to defeat Jujutsu sorcerer, as he was able to summon and exercise a curse that no other user of the 10 Shadows technique could. This curse is of course the Divine General Maharaga. It is an incredibly powerful spirit, and it is able to adapt to any phenomenon. No one else has been able to tame the Maharaga, so it is interesting to see where Megumi goes from here, and it also explains why Sukuna went out of his way to keep Megumi alive in this arc. Now let's move on to the final member of the first years of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Nobara Kugisaki. Now narratively speaking, Nobara's character struggles to attain the same level of meaning or growth as Yuji or Megumi during this arc. She is basically there for the sake of fighting against the enemy and being critically wounded so that Yuji falls further into despair. Now the reason why I am in denial about her supposed death during the Shibuya incident is because we have seen so little of her character. She merely supports the protagonist and doesn't have a path in the story defined, as well as Megumi does. This is why I want to see her return and prove that Jujutsu Kaisen has strong, well-written female characters who subvert established shonen tropes and are able to participate within the story to a similar extent to their male counterparts. This series has already proven that they can do this with the impressive story and premise behind the Zenin family twins Mai and Maki, and I know that the same can be done with Nobara. So despite feeling like Nobara is just there and the plot is happening to her, she does have some highlights during this arc, especially her encounter with Mahito, how she had utilized her technique resonance to get the upper hand against him. At the end of the arc, her fate is unknown, as she had her left eye blown by Mahito, and I mean, she did probably die here, and I'm totally in denial because it was so unexpected and it couldn't have happened to a better character, but through Nobara's sacrifice it adds to the hatred that Yuji and we as the audience feel for Mahito, especially after everything he has done, from killing Junpei through to the events of this arc. And like I have mentioned, I don't think Nobara is dead, and she doesn't have to be. It really wouldn't bother me if I saw her again with an eye patch and a scarred face, because I feel that we've already had a very impactful death occur during this arc, which of course was Nanami's. After she was attacked by Mahito, we did get to see more of a backstory that was briefly mentioned at the start of the story, as we learn about where she was raised, and who she had looked up to, and why she desired to leave the village for the city. Nobara had left for Tokyo because she wanted to follow her childhood friend Saori. She had been driven out of town by the villagers, as they had developed a hatred for Saori's family. Now in general, Nobara as a character still has quite a way to go, like I had mentioned, so it would be nice to see her return later on, especially after knowing more about her past, and that her chances of survival are not 0%, which is better than nothing. Yet, having said this, I wouldn't be surprised if Akutami just subverts our expectations, like he has been doing, and decides to not bring her back, which many mangaka don't have the conviction to do. And now, moving on to the final moments of the Shibuya incident, Pseudo-Geto breaks the seal on cursed objects, as he reveals that he has an ability called Maximum Uzumaki, which combines all of the cursed spirits he has consumed into one, and allows him to attack his opponent with super condensed cursed energy. The final outcome of the Shibuya incident was an utter defeat for the Jujutsu sorcerers. The fallout of this arc spans all the way back to the beginning of the series, as we learn the identity of Kenjaku, who is the individual behind everything that has occurred thus far. It was Kenjaku's plan to team up with Sukuna and to get Gojo out of the picture in some way. His ultimate desire is to recreate the world of Heian, which is the golden age of cursed techniques. Kenjaku reveals his true intentions after Jogo, Hanami and Mahito are out of the picture, his main accomplice now being Uraume, who assists him in defeating the remaining Jujutsu sorcerers on the battlefield. This is of course before the introduction of Yuki Tsukumo within the present timeline of the story. Now in terms of loss of life, there were considerable casualties on both sides of the fight, with the cursed spirits losing Hanami, Dagon, Jogo and Mahito, who were the main antagonistic figures that we have grown familiar with in the story, while on the side of the sorcerers they had lost the head of the Zenin family, Naobito, Mekamaru, and who could forget Nanami. Gojo ended up being sealed, and Nobara is currently fighting for her life. And lastly, Yuji has been branded as a criminal, and if you want to talk about the loss of life, every civilian within Shibuya at the time was killed, leaving a devastating impact upon the country as a whole. The Shibuya incident blurs the line between ordinary life and the world of Jujutsu sorcery and cursed spirits. And what's worse is that now Gojo is no longer in the story, he has been framed as being responsible for the Shibuya incident. He has wrongfully been cited as an accomplice to Geto, and with this narrative being spread, it has become illegal for anyone to attempt to release Gojo from the prison realm. Yuji is also impacted by Gojo's absence, as without him nobody can prevent another execution order being placed on him. This I believe now transitions us into a darker portion of the Jujutsu Kaisen story, one in which there is no longer a safety net or a school setting, or comfort of knowing that Gojo is around to save the day. I think we are now headed towards a new era of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm really excited to experience it with all of you. And with that, we've concluded my analysis of the Shibuya Incident Arc, and we move on to the Itadori Extermination Arc, which follows the unforgettable events that I have covered within this video. The entire world was impacted by the Shibuya incident, so now that Gojo is imprisoned, Yuji's execution sentence has been reinstated, and the one ordered to execute Yuji is a special grade sorcerer that we were introduced to during Volume 0 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I am of course referring to Yuta Okotsu. We're covering two of the most recently completed story arcs, which of course are the Itadori's Extermination Arc and the Perfect Preparation Arc. While the Itadori Extermination Arc deals with the immediate aftermath of the Shibuya incident, we also get the formal introduction of Yuta Okotsu into the current timeline of Jujutsu Kaisen. Of course, this individual featured as the protagonist of the Jujutsu Kaisen prequel story Volume 0. He makes his return as an executioner, returning from overseas and being the only special grade Jujutsu sorcerer that the higher-ups can count on. They order Yuta to execute Yuji, while the Perfect Preparation Arc centers around Yuji and the others getting ready for a dangerous battle royale organized by none other than Pseudo-Geto. This event is dubbed as the Culling Games. With Megami's sister being involved against her will, he is left with no choice but to ask for help from Yuji, as the Tokyo Jujutsu High students prepare by meeting with Master Tengen. The recent developments within Jujutsu Kaisen are fascinating, including Yuji befriending Chozo, as well as the numerous battles that take place over the span of these two arcs, including Yuji facing off against Yuta, and even Maki Zenin, who has a significant role within the Perfect Preparation arc, as she makes her shocking returned to her family home and faces off against several of the elders, as well as the Hei, who are the strongest group of Jujutsu sorcerers within the Zenin family, as well as the Kukuru unit, who are a lower branch of the Hei, mostly consisting of individuals who have refined their martial arts and don't necessarily possess innate Jujutsu techniques. So without further delay, let's talk about the aftermath of the Shibuya Incident Arc and the highly anticipated Culling Games. The Itadori Extermination Arc occurs between chapters 137 to 143. It spans the very short length of 7 chapters, as Jujutsu Kaisen returns to its format of bite-sized story arcs that we of course got so used to prior to the Shibuya Incident Arc. It had started at the end of January 2021 and had ended in March of the same year. Now we begin with chapter 137 with Akutami showing us an aerial shot of Japan, and there appears to be a void surrounding where Shibuya used to be, and turning the page we see several speech bubbles as we hear the opinions of several voices discussing the aftermath of the last arc. Now typically in shonen stories we don't really get to feel the aftermath of a major significant story arc. Usually the characters rest and recuperate and move on with the story, but with Jujutsu Kaisen, Akutami makes us settle in with the consequences of the Shibuya incident, and it is refreshing to see how impactful the incident was, and all of the changes within the world that were caused by it. The Shibuya incident is dubbed as one of the biggest disasters in the history of Japan. A large portion of the population had gone missing, including famous notable figures like politicians and celebrities, and Tokyo has also become overwhelmed with cursed spirits that are freely roaming the streets. There is chaos literally at every turn. Yuta appears within the story when he saves a young girl with the help of the special grade vengeful curse spirit Rika. Now this is strange because at the end of volume 0 we did see that the curse of Rika had been lifted, and she had even bid farewell to Yuta. So as far as I know, it's not really explained as to how Rika is still helping Yuta. I guess it is nice to see that he hasn't lost any of his abilities, and if anything he has become even stronger after refining his powers for a year. Now at the end of chapter 137, Yuta meets with the Jujutsu higher-ups. He ends up entering into a binding vow with the higher-ups. The terms of this vow are that Yuta is to kill Yuji Itadori himself. He tells the higher-ups that he doesn't care if Yuji is one of Gojo's pupils. His actions were the reason that Toge Inumaki's arm was cut off in Shibuya. Because of this, it appears that Yuta has plenty of reason to take out Yuji himself. At the end of this point, 5 notices are released from the Jujutsu headquarters. The first being that Geto has been confirmed to have survived, and subsequently his death sentence has been reinstated. Secondly, Gojo has been deemed as an accomplice to Geto during the Shibuya incident, and for this reason it is a criminal act now to remove Gojo from the prison seal. Thirdly, Yaga, the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High, also has a death sentence placed on him for inciting Gojo and Geto, deeming him to be the cause of the Shibuya incident. The fourth notice is that Yuji Itadori's death sentence has also been reinstated. And lastly, the special grade sorcerer Yuta Okotsu has been appointed as Yuji's executioner. In chapter 138, the Zenin family are informed that the current head Naobito Zenin has indeed died. Now the question turns towards the successor of Naobito. Upon reading his will, it is revealed that under normal circumstances, Naoya Zenin would become the 27th head of the Zenin family. But there is a clause within the will of Naobito. It appears to be from a written agreement that he had made with Toji Fushiguro, which states that if Gojo had died or something had happened to him, then Megumi would become the new head of the Zenin family. This of course angers Naoya. When he learns that Megumi is looking for Yuji within Tokyo, he sets out to kill the two of them. We see Yuji for the first time in the story arc when he is sat in solitude. He is approached by Chozo, who reassures him that he can return to Jujutsu High and that he doesn't need to stay with him. But Yuji responds with concern as he states that Sukuna is planning something involved with Megumi, and that he himself has killed far too many people to return to his prior life. He even reminds Chozo that he had killed his 2 brothers, but Chozo tells him that he has forgiven Yuji, because after all they are brothers. The two of them proceed to then take out more cursed spirits, while unknown to them Naoya and Yuta are heading for their direction, as the two of them desire to kill Yuji. While Yuji and Chozo are taking out a large number of cursed spirits, they are interrupted by the arrival of Naoya Zenin. He updates Yuji that the execution order has been reinstated for him, and that he desires to kill Megumi. With his incredible speed, Naoya charges towards Yuji and strikes him on his face. Now before their battle commences, an overwhelming presence appears before them, as Yuji initially believes that it is Gojo that has appeared, but when he looks up we learn that Yuta Okotsu has entered the fray, and similarly to Naoya, it appears that Yuta is wasting little time as he prepares his weapon, getting ready to attack. Naoya ends up teaming up with Yuta as their objective appears to be the same, as Yuta begins his fight against Yuji and Naoya faces off against Chozo. Yuji of course runs away from Yuta as it's pretty pointless for him to face off himself against a special grade sorcerer, he realizes that Yuta has an immense amount of cursed energy, and he compensates for his lack of physical power with his cursed energy reinforcement, as Yuji realizes that Yuta's abilities are the opposite of his own. It appears that Yuta has more cursed energy than Gojo, and it is thanks to Gojo's 6 eyes that his energy expenditure as he releases cursed techniques is close to zero. So despite Yuta having more cursed energy than Gojo, Gojo is still the best because he can never run out of cursed energy. He finds it difficult to anticipate Yuta's attacks because his entire body, including his sword, is constantly surging with cursed energy. It's not even about Yuji predicting his next move. With the way that Yuta is fighting, it's as if every attack that he has is decisive, and he can limit the damage to himself to a minimum. When Yuji remembers the dying words of Nanami, he reaffirms his resolve by stating that he cannot die just yet. As their battle continues, Yuji is able to find a dagger and imbue it with cursed energy, as he fights off Yuta, who is wielding his katana. While Yuji is focused on Yuta's katana, his opponent takes the chance to front kick him, while immediately after striking him with his sword. After Yuji's dagger is broken, he immediately breaks Yuta's sword. He isn't surprised because Yuji is Gojo's pupil after all, as he accepts that his battle against Yuji was never going to be easy. But before their battle can continue, the cursed spirit Rika arrives and apprehends Yuji. While holding him still, Yuta stabs him in the chest with his broken blade, as it appears that he has killed Yuji. This strike gets the attention of Sukuna, who appears to be smiling in response to Yuji being stabbed. We then turn our attention towards Chozo's battle against Naoya, as the Zenin appears to have the upper hand in the battle. His movements appear to be too fast for Chozo to keep up with. Chozo then reveals that he is the eldest of the Cursed Womb 10 paintings, and he attempts to make a comeback by using his ability Flowing Red Skill Stack, but Chozo is stabbed by Naoya, as he hopes to make his opponent now bleed out. But when Chozo begins to speak about the importance of siblings, he begins to manipulate his blood and fire it towards Naoya. Now because Chozo is a half human, half curse, it is impossible for him to bleed out. As long as he has cursed energy, he can utilize it to continue producing blood. This is why a death painting who is a cursed human hybrid can never die of blood loss. Chozo turns the tide of the battle as he traps Naoya and takes him out with his ability Supernova. Now before Chozo can celebrate, Yuta appears as he is carrying an unconscious Yuji. Before he can even retaliate, he is knocked out by Yuta. Yuta tells Naoya that it appears that he has been hurt, as he realizes that Chozo's blood manipulation ability has poisoned him. Yuta strikes a deal with Naoya, as he offers to heal him with his reversed curse technique, if in return Naoya will inform the Jujutsu higher-ups of Yuji's death. After this, we have one of the most important flashbacks in the entire series. Now this flashback comes to us in the form of a dream that Yuji has, as we are shown a moment from Yuji's early childhood when he was a baby. We see Yuji's father holding him as he is speaking to his grandfather. His grandfather tells his son to give up on that woman. We can assume that he is referring to Yuji's mother, as he warns him that if he doesn't, then he will die. Yuji's grandfather loses his patience and states that he knew that Yuji's father had wanted a child, and he is aware that it didn't happen with this woman called Kaori. Before he elaborates on the death of Kaori, he is interrupted by the arrival of a strange lady with scars on her head. These stitched scars on her forehead are similar to those that we had seen on the forehead of Noritoshi Kamo in the past, and presently that are on the forehead of Pseudo Geto. Does Kenjaku have a role to play in the birth of Yuji? Before we get any answers, Yuji awakes from his dream. Now what is interesting is that Chozo and Yuji were having a discussion before they were interrupted by Naoya, where Chozo had asked Yuji whether if his father had a scarred forehead. We know that Chozo's father is Noritoshi Kamo. Could he somehow be related to Yuji's mother, as the two figures are seen to have these similar scars on their foreheads? And of course, I drew the link to Kenjaku. Noritoshi Kamo was controlled by Kenjaku, so does this mean that Yuji's mother was also controlled by Kenjaku? These are of course points of speculation, but there is a lot that we can gather from Yuji's prophetic dream. When Yuji wakes up, he sees Yuta in front of him. His senior classman begins to laugh in relief, as he is glad that Yuji is okay. He then divulges his true intentions, as it is revealed that Yuta has been putting up a facade this entire time, and back in September he was visited by Gojo himself. He had given Yuta a plan to execute in the event that Gojo would be unable to act of his own accord. It appears that Gojo had done a lot of planning prior to him being sealed, as though he was expecting himself to be sealed within the prison. Yuta continues to state that he had formed a binding vow with the Jujutsu higher-ups. This had forced him into a situation where he had to kill the vessel of Sukuna, but he had conveniently found a loophole to get around this, as he immediately healed Yuji's heart straight after stabbing it. So he had fulfilled the conditions of his binding vow while at the same time preventing the death of Yuji and honoring his plan that he had made with Gojo. And to be honest, it's nice to get some downtime here, seeing the protagonist of Volume 0 speaking to our current protagonist. Yuta acts as a mentor and guides Yuji through his troubled unresolved feelings. Yuta reveals that he is helping Yuji because he is important to people who are important to him, and similar to Yuji, he too had once bore a power that he couldn't handle. Yuta had believed that this power was forced onto him, but in actual fact he had invited it upon himself. But on the other hand, Yuji possesses a power that isn't his own, so he isn't to blame for the events of the Shibuya incident. Megumi then suddenly appears before the two of them, as he tries to convince Yuji to return back to Tokyo Jujutsu High, as he plans to rejoin with the other older students. But Yuji tells him not to act like everything is normal, like nothing had happened. It is at this point that Yuta begins to think to himself that Yuji is unsure whether if he deserves to live or not, and it was for this reason that Yuji was holding back during his fight against him. Yuji tells Megumi that he had killed people, and because of him a lot of people died. Megumi shares the responsibility and tells him that it is their fault, and he shouldn't be selfish by trying to give up all alone. They are not heroes who are fighting for justice. They are jujutsu sorcerers after all. Nobody can judge them for their actions, and it is for this reason that they must continue to prove the worth of their existence. They don't have the luxury of thinking about themselves. They just have to continue with saving people. He reminds Yuji that this was the principle that he had adopted, which backed up all of Yuji's actions. Megumi, who is aware of Yuji's desire, asks him to redeem himself by saving him first, as he reveals that Noritoshi Kamo, or in other words Pseudo-Geto, has made plans for every individual who is involved with jujutsu sorcery to face off in a battle royale called the Culling Game. This includes Megumi's sister Sumiki, so it is for this reason that he is begging Yuji that he needs his strength. The Itadori's Extermination arc ends with us being shown a list of 8 rules for the Culling Game. There are a few notable rules, like Rule 5, which states that points are determined by the game master, and they indicate the value of a player's life. And as a general rule, sorcerers are worth 5 points and non-sorcerers are worth 1 point. The following rule, number 6, states that excluding the point value of a player's own life, players may expend 100 points to negotiate with the game master in order to add 1 new rule to the Culling Game. So the objective here appears to be a point-based elimination system, which of course is similar to battle royale games like Fortnite or Apex Legends, and even like the events of the cult classic Japanese film Battle Royale. So with Yuji's death having been staged for the 2nd time, we now turn our attention over to the Perfect Preparation arc. This arc involves the Jujutsu High students meeting with Master Tengen himself as they prepare for the Culling Games, as well as catching up with Maki Zenin and the recent shocking events surrounding her character. The Perfect Preparation arc takes place between chapters 144 to 158, spanning a total of 15 chapters. It is the 10th story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen. We can split this 15 chapter story arc into a few segments. We'll start by talking about Maki Zenin's involvement within this arc, which occurs between chapters 148 to 152. These chapters are titled after the arc, as they are called Perfect Preparation Parts 1 to 4, and chapter 152 being called Perfect Preparation Epilogue. Chapter 148 begins with a scarred Maki returning to the home of the Zenin family. She is greeted by Naoya, who taunts her about her physical appearance. He reminds her of the days that he used to bully her, as he tells her that she couldn't use cursed techniques or see cursed spirits, and the only thing that was going for her was her face, and now that it's been burnt, nobody will even look in her direction. Maki ignores him and instead heads underground in order to unlock the Cursed Tools warehouse. She meets her mother, who forbids her from entering, but Maki tells her that she has permission from the new head of the Zenin family, Megumi. Upon entering the Cursed Tools warehouse, she discovers that it is empty, and she finds her father Ogi Zenin sitting in front of the body of Mai. Ogi Zenin has devised a plan to execute Megumi, Maki and Mai, labeling them as rebels that are plotting to free Gojo. He, along with Jinichi and Naoya, are taking advantage of the notice that was posted by Jujutsu headquarters, the second one which had declared Gojo as an accomplice to the Shibuya incident, and had thus made it illegal to free him from the prison realm. Ogi's logic is that if he is willing to even kill his own daughter, then it will strengthen the trust that the Jujutsu headquarters has in him, and thus boosting the credibility of the Zenin family, while also planning to gain back the leadership from Megumi. During their battle, Maki wields a cursed tool known as Dragon Bone. The weapon accumulates cursed energy and ejects it out from the back of the blade. The father and daughter begin their battle as they clash. Despite having broken the blade of a father's sword, somehow he is able to retaliate and cut Maki down, and at the end of chapter 148 it appears that she has been defeated. Ogi drags the bodies of his daughters into a room full of cursed spirits in an attempt to dispose of their bodies. Seeing no other way out of their situation, Maki ends up sacrificing herself by making use of the last bit of her cursed energy in order to create a cursed tool for Maki. Before Mai makes her exit from the story, she leaves her sister with one final request, which is to destroy everything. After awakening, Maki is able to unleash an incredible amount of energy which destroys all of the cursed spirits. This of course gains the attention of Ogi Zenin. Her father begins to feel an old fear as he is reminded of Toji Fushiguro, seeing that Maki resembles him in this moment. When Ogi attempts to kill Maki, she swiftly cuts him down. After killing her father, she continues to take out the strongest squads within the Zenin family. She is focused on fulfilling her promise to her sister to destroy everything. This includes the Zenin family's most elite soldiers, the Hei and their subdivision, the Kukuru unit. Absolute chaos ensues as Maki avenges the death of her sister. After taking out the strongest warriors of her clan, she now finds herself face to face with the smug Naoya Zenin. After we were introduced to Toji Fushiguro in the Gojo's past arc, and we got to see him again during the Shibuya Incident Arc, I find it fascinating that Akutami had found a spiritual successor to his character in the form of Maki Zenin. I really enjoyed this unpredictable twist within the story, and it was highly satisfying to see Maki take out all of her frustrations on her family, the very family that had ridiculed and humiliated her, and had put her and her sister through so much trouble. It was the Zenin family after all that had put a rift between Mai and Maki. I love that a character undergoes this much growth as we were introduced to her during volume 0 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Her boost in power and her growth as a character feels well earned, and it makes her rampage across the Zenin household feel that much more satisfactory. In chapter 151, we see that Naoya was referred to as a genius sorcerer when he was young, and he had heard about the black sheep of the Zenin family, Toji Fushiguro. He was dubbed as a failure as he didn't possess an ounce of cursed energy. Naoya had wondered how pitiful this individual called Toji must look. But after laying eyes upon Toji Fushiguro, he had witnessed a fierce expression emanating from his eyes. And now that he is facing off against Maki, who appears to resemble Toji in strength and power, he states that she cannot be him. Naoya treats this battle as a test to see who will stand beside Toji and Gojo, who is worthy of standing beside the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers. He wants to defeat Maki and prove that he is worthy of such a position. Initially, Maki has difficulty keeping up with Naoya's speed, but with her newfound body, she is able to deduce that Naoya makes 24 movements per second. Thanks to this, she is able to beat his curse technique and defeat Naoya. The last individual on her path of vengeance is her mother, as she inflicts a fatal wound upon her. With her last ounce of strength, she carries a knife towards Naoya and kills him. Maki leaves Mai's body with Nishimiya, as it appears that Maki had continued to target every member of the Zenin clan. Maki's actions had led to the Gojo clan and Kamo clan proposing to remove the Zenin clan from the big three families, but Jujutsu headquarters are putting their proposal on hold. Maki had fulfilled the dying request of her sister, as indeed she did destroy everything. The Zenin family is no more. Not that any of its surviving members care, however. Megumi is not going to be phased. Events like this really make me believe that we are heading towards the endgame of this story. With the Culling Game about to take place, what will Maki's role be within the story? Let's now turn our attention towards Yuji and the others as they attempt to meet with Master Tengen. Their priorities are to find out the motives of Noritoshi Kamo, as well as figuring out a method to free Gojo from the prison realm. Yuji, Yuta and Chozo meet up with Maki and Yuki. They initially have difficulty getting through Tengen's barrier, but with Chozo's help they are able to get through it. They are then met by a strange individual who reveals himself to be Master Tengen. When Yuji questions why Master Tengen looks the way that he does, he explains that this is the result of 500 years of aging, in addition to a failed attempt to merge with a star plasma vessel, which had occurred during the Gojo's past arc. Through Master Tengen, we learn that the being that had controlled Noritoshi Kamo and Suguru Geto is called Kenjaku. Before Master Tengen divulges any more information, he tells Yuta, Yuki and Chozo that two of them must stay behind to serve as his guards. He then states that Kenjaku's objective is to force the evolution of all human beings throughout the land of Japan. Kenjaku plans to force the evolution of people by merging them with Master Tengen. If this is to happen, then the boundary between people and curses vanishes. It will result in evil spreading around the world, meaning that what had taken place within Shibuya could spread across the entire world. Tengen reveals that now that he has evolved, he is more cursed spirit than human, and this makes him a target for cursed spirit manipulation. The whole point behind the Culling Game is to begin the merging process. It is for this reason that Master Tengen requires two guards. Kenjaku is the second most powerful barrier user after Tengen. He is unsure as to when Kenjaku will undo the seals on the tombs of the Star Corridor. Master Tengen continues to state that himself, the Star Plasma Vessel, and the user of the Six Eyes are all connected by fate, because in the past Kenjaku had lost twice to the user of the 6 eyes. On this occasion, Kenjaku had decided on sealing the user of the 6 eyes, because if he is to kill the 6 eyes user while they are young, then another will be born. But understandably, with Gojo sealed, another 6 eyes user cannot appear within the world. The culling game will not end even if they end up killing the game master Kenjaku. The game only ends when all of the players are dead or all players refuse to participate and die. Yuta refers to the 6th rule, as he states that they have no choice but to participate within the culling game and to add a rule where Sumiki and the other unwilling participants can get out. Megumi adds to this by stating that they should also free Gojo, because he could put an end to this situation within an instant. Yuki and Chozo decide to stay behind with Master Tengen, as he hands Yuji and the others the back of the prison realm, an item that is necessary for freeing Gojo. If they are able to open this rear entrance into the prison realm, then they will be able to free Gojo. The only way to do so is to gain the help of one of the participants of the culling game. She is a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago who refers to herself as an angel. She possesses an ability to extinguish any curse technique. Her name is Hana Kurusu. Without her help, it is going to be impossible to free Gojo. After knowing more information about the culling game, the group now comes up with a strategy. With Chozo and Yuki obviously staying behind to guard Master Tengen, Maki decides to head back to the Zenin family in order to collect all of the cursed tools that they are keeping. And we've already spoken about how things turned out for Maki earlier, while Yuta decides to head towards a colony in order to take part in the culling game immediately. He wants to gather as much information as possible before Megumi and his sister participate, while Yuji and Megumi are tasked to find a suspended 3rd-year student called Kinji Hakari. He is an incredibly powerful ally, even stronger than Yuta, and because they are so low on numbers, they need any help that they can get. After all of this, at the end of chapter 146, we appear to be introduced to a failing stand-up comic called Fumihiko Takaba. It is revealed that he is a participant within the culling game. Chapter 147 is dedicated to Principal Yaga, as we catch up with him since the order was placed for his execution. During this chapter, we see a flashback where we learn that he had gotten into trouble for creating a fully independent cursed corpse. This cursed corpse was indeed Panda. At the end of the chapter, the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High and a mysterious individual gang up on Yaga. The two of them execute him before Panda can arrive to help. Panda mourns the death of his father, but he holds nothing against Yoshinobu, stating that he isn't like humans. He realized that the two principals were never on bad terms, and he understands that Yoshinobu was only carrying out orders from above. So despite him not hating Yoshinobu, he tells him to remember even pandas can cry. In their search for Hakari, Megumi and Yuji find themselves in an underground illegal fighting circuit for sorcerers. The boss of the circuit allows Yuji to participate in a fight, but he prevents Megumi from doing so. It is revealed that Yuji's first opponent is Panda. If he is able to defeat his opponent, then he will take part in a fixed fight. For this, he will have to meet their boss Hakari. Panda allows Yuji to win. Since Hakari knows who Panda is, he figures it would be better if somebody who he doesn't know speaks to him. After Yuji wins, Kinji Hakari requests to see him. We learn that Kinji is also accompanied by another 3rd-year Jujutsu High student called Kirara Hoshi. She is revealed to be security in case Megumi decides to do anything funny. Yuji is escorted by Kirara as he finally meets Hakari, while Megumi and Panda take out all of the henchmen that are guarding the room on the outside. It is then that they are seen by Kirara. Megumi prevents her from returning back to Hakari's room. During Hakari's conversation with Yuji, he ends up getting a call from Kirara. He takes this as a sign that something is wrong, and he begins to fight Yuji. As Yuji attempts to explain himself, Hakari doesn't seem interested at all. Meanwhile, returning to Megumi and Panda facing off against Kirara, we learn the reason behind why Hakari had gotten expelled. He had gotten into trouble with the conservative Jujutsu higher-ups, who don't like using curse techniques that involve modern technology, like cursed videotapes. Kirara refuses to believe that Jujutsu High needs their help. She believes that they have an ulterior motive. Why would they need help if Gojo is around? They try to tell her that Gojo has been sealed, but Kirara doesn't appear to believe them. Megumi decides that if he can convince Kirara, then it will lead to a better outcome with Hakari. Megumi is able to beat Kirara's curse technique, which results in him winning his battle against her. He then pleads for her to hear him out, as he explains their circumstance to her. They then rush towards Yuji, who appears to be in the middle of a fight against Hakari. Yuji tells Megumi and Panda not to interfere, as he takes a beating from Hakari. The 3rd year realizes that Yuji is not even resisting. He keeps standing back up and taking hits from him. Yuji wants Hakari to accept him, so he is not going to dodge or fight back. He tells Yuji that he is willing to listen to him as long as he remains standing. He continues to attack him while questioning him, as he asks Yuji why is it that he is putting his faith in him, somebody that he is meeting for the first time. Yuji states that this is because his seniors like Maki and Yuta have vouched for his strength. Hakari wants Yuji to realize that by asking for his help, he's going to be putting his life on the line for him. Does Yuji have what it takes to make him do that? Yuji ends up angering Hakari when he refers to himself as a cog. He is a part of this larger machine that sorcerers need in order to eradicate curses. Hakari is impressed by Yuji, who continues to get back up despite being hit repeatedly. Yuji reaffirms that he is a cog in the system that has a function to get rid of curses, and if Hakari is necessary to fulfill this purpose, then he will not give up until he agrees to work with them. The third year student realizes that Yuji is more than just a cog within the system. He sees the fire in his eyes. Hakari seems to be interested in excitement, as he describes it as heat, giving a vibe of burning passion. After witnessing Yuji's heat, he is convinced to help them. Kirara even comments that Hakari felt the most heat when he was helping people during his days at Jujutsu High. Hakari learns about all of the recent developments, including Gojo being sealed and Principal Yaga having died. He agrees to help them, but on one condition, that after the Culling Game, they will have to return the favor. Hakari wants to change some of the rules surrounding Jujutsu sorcery, presumably to favor his underground fight club that he is running. When he learns that Megumi is the head of the Zenin family, he feels that it would help him to change the laws if he had backing from one of the big three families. He then suddenly takes a liking to Megumi as Hakari's tune completely changes after realizing how he can be benefited by their team up. Immediately after this, a device called a Kogane appears. It states an update that a player has added a new rule to the Culling Game. The new rule is that players can have access to information on other players, like their name, their points, or the number of rules that they have added to the game, and lastly their current colony that they are in. The player who had added this rule is revealed to be Hajime Kashimo. He comments that the players were much tougher 400 years ago, and he also questions where Sukuna is. Somehow Yuji is already a participant within the Culling Game. He questions whether if Sukuna has something to do with this. Megumi decides that they'll talk about this later. Megumi takes advantage of this new rule by asking Yuji to pull up the Kogane and to show the player info. He quickly learns the identity of the player who had just added this rule, deducing that Hajime Kashimo must have killed at least 40 people in the last few days in order to add this new rule. They then learn that the only other player that has 100 or more points is called Hiromi Higuruma. They want to add a rule that allows players to transfer points amongst themselves. This way, individuals won't lose their curse techniques and die, and if possible, they'll be able to add another rule, which will allow players to spend points in order to get out of the game. The team now has a plan of action. They need to find the angel Hana Kurusu in order to break the prison realm seal. Then they need to target Hajime Kashimo and Hiromi Higuruma, and this brings us to an end to the Perfect Preparation arc. This arc was perfectly titled, as it gets us ready for the events that are going to unfold within the Culling Game, and we can only imagine how Akutami is going to be utilizing all of these rules and the players' curse techniques in order to deliver us fascinating battles and intense storylines. There are a lot of plot points that we are following here. The first being to ensure the safety of Megumi's sister, the second being to free Gojo from the prison realm, and to achieve this they somehow need to acquire 100 points or to gain the trust of a player who has 100 points to add new rules to the game. I'm so invested into the story at this point, and I can't wait to see how the characters get on. Who are these players Hajime Kashimo and Hiromi Higuruma, and what role does Sukuna play within the Culling Games? And now that we know the purpose of the Culling Game and the true motive of Kenjaku, will they be able to prevent him from evolving humanity by merging them with Master Tengen? Jujutsu Kaisen's Culling Game Arc is the longest story arc within the series. It spans over 63 chapters, taking place from chapters 159 all the way up until chapter 221. This story arc centers around a sinister game created by none other than Kenjaku. During the 9th story arc of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji and Megumi work together in order to rescue Megumi's sister Sumiki, who is at the mercy of the rules of the Culling Game. They also have a few other objectives like freeing Satoru Gojo from the prison realm, as well as protecting Master Tengen from Kenjaku. The Culling Game is told across multiple colonies, including Tokyo No. 1 Colony, Sendai Colony, Tokyo No. 2 Colony, as well as Sakurajima Colony. The participants within the Culling Game not only encounter cursed spirits, but they also meet participants who are incarnated sorcerers from the past who have taken over the body of modern day humans. There are multiple curse techniques, domain expansions, and new characters like the formidable lawyer Hiromi Higuruma who are introduced within the Culling Game arc. So much happens during this story arc, but honestly it's not as complicated complicated as it's made out to be. In this video, I'm going to break down and simplify all of the events of the Culling Game Arc, and hopefully by the end of this video, you'll know exactly what happens from the very beginning to the end, and how the Culling Game Arc perfectly sets up for the next story arc, the Shinjuku Showdown Arc. Be sure to stick around until the very end of this video because there are a lot of fights to uncover. There is a lot of plot progression across the 63 chapters of the Culling Game Arc, from betrayals to unforeseen alliances forming. I'll be covering everything. So without further delay, here is my complete analysis of the Culling Game Arc. The Culling Game is one of the largest acts of jujutsu terrorism. Immediately following the insanity of the Shibuya incident, the Culling Game kicks off as it's been orchestrated with Kenjaku, as he has carefully designed a battle royale where participants who are referred to as players are required to fight to the death by using their jujutsu powers and abilities. The Culling Game is taking place within 10 designated barrier colonies which have been spread across Japan. These colonies are held together by a powerful barrier, as Kenjaku desires to evolve all of humanity by optimizing how cursed energy functions, as he wants to push non-sorcerers beyond the current limits of jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits. In order to help Kenjaku go about this evolution, he has utilized Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique, as well as casting Mahito's idol transfiguration ability. Through this, Kenjaku is able to awaken non-sorcerers who have ingested either cursed objects or seem to have latent cursed abilities. These non-sorcerers become vessels for ancient sorcerers who become incarnated into their body, or on the other hand, they become new age jujutsu sorcerers after having awakened their own cursed technique. As the players fight and slaughter each other, the cursed energy that they expend feeds into the barriers of the colony. This is all a part of a massive ritual where Kenjaku plans to merge humanity with Master Tengen. The ultimate aim is to transform humans into a new form of existence, removing the individuality of humans and instead opting for a singular unified consciousness which Kenjaku wants to spread across Japan and then potentially across the world. To really appreciate the Culling Game, we need to look at the 8 rules that have been set out by Kenjaku at the very onset of the story arc. Rule number 1 states, after awakening a cursed technique, players must declare their participation in the Culling Game at a colony of their choice within 19 days. Rule number 2 states that any player who breaks the previous rule shall be subject to cursed technique removal. Rule number 3 says that non-players who enter a colony become players at the moment of entry, and they shall be considered to have declared participation in the Culling Game. Rule number 4 dictates that players score points by ending the lives of other players. Rule number 5 explains points are determined by the game master and indicate the value of a player's life. As a general rule, sorcerers are worth 5 points and non-sorcerers are worth 1 point. Rule number 6 states that players may expend 100 points in order to negotiate with the game master to add 1 new rule to the Culling Game. However, players cannot add their own life's value to the amount that can be spent. Meaning, if you're a jujutsu sorcerer with 95 points, you can't add on the 5 points that your life is worth in order to make it 100 points so that you can add a new rule onto the game. Rule number 7 reveals that in accordance with the previous rule, the game master must accept any proposed new rule unless it will have a marked and long-lasting effect on the Culling Game. Rule number 8 states that if a player's score remains the same for 19 days, then that player shall be subject to curse technique removal. The Culling Game, while it's a brutal contest of strength, it also is a dark experiment conducted by Kenjaku. And from the onset of the Culling Game arc, we don't really know the true purpose of the Culling Game until it is revealed right at the very end of the Culling Game arc. From the Perfect Preparation arc, we know that the Culling Game that Kenjaku has prepared involves Megumi's sister Sumiki Fushiguro. The Perfect Preparation arc had seen Yuji's death being faked once again, as Yuji along with the other sorcerers work together in order to recruit Kinji Hakari onto their side. With him now as an ally, it's up to Yuji, Megumi, along with the allying sorcerers like Panda, Kinji Hakari, and even Yuta Okotsu, as they all infiltrate the Culling Game and attempt to manipulate the rules of the Culling Game to their advantage. While one of the main motives for the sorcerers is to protect Master Tengen from Kenjaku, Megumi and Yuji also have a personal motive, which is to rescue Megumi's sister sister Sumiki. Kinji, Panda, Megumi, and Yuji plan to negotiate with other powerful players within the Culling Game in order to add rules that could potentially allow them to rescue Sumiki, as well as others who have been forced to participate within the Culling Game. Their plan is to take advantage of the point system of the Culling Game in order to put an end to Kinjaku's plan. Another aim for Yuji and the other sorcerers is to locate a player called Angel, who appears to hold the power to free Gojo from the prison realm. During the onset of the Culling Game arc, a new rule was added by an individual called Hajime Kashimo. This rule states that players can gain access to information on other players, such as their name, amount of points, number of rules added, along with their current colony location. Now, the main rules that Yuji and Megumi want to include are a rule that allows players to transfer points between one another. This would massively help Sumiki, as she would not be subject to curse technique removal. Ashoko had earlier theorized that curse technique removal would affect the brain of players, so if this was done on them, then it would result in their death. Thankfully, non-sorcerers are not subject to dying from curse technique removal. Yuji and Megumi also want to devise a way for players to be able to leave the Culling Game, but I'll talk about this later on in the video, as there are a total of 7 rules that are added to the Culling Game during the duration of this story arc. Each new rule that is added significantly impacts the strategy of players who are participating in the Culling Game, as it somewhat alters the structure of the game as well as the behavior of players. Rules are added for tactical advantages. Some players want to add rules in order to help them to escape from the Culling Game, while others like Kinjaku add rules onto the game in order to make sure that it continues on, so that the true purpose of the Culling Game can be actualized. So the Culling Game arc begins with chapter 159 titled Judgment. Through this chapter, Gege offers us an insight into the criminal justice system of Japan. Now, notoriously, Japan is known for a 99% conviction rate, hence why it has such a low rate of crime, meaning that if you're apprehended for a crime, it's highly likely that you're going to be convicted of it, irrespective of proof or innocence. Through this chapter, we're introduced to the lawyer Hiromi Higurama. He is in the middle of preparing a defense for the case of Keita O, who insists on his innocence despite having a lot of damning evidence against him. Keita was arrested for a double murder after a bloody knife with the victim's DNA was found in his possession. Keita claims that he had found the knife and was wanting to hand it over to the police, but matters were complicated because of his living situation, because he stays at an unlicensed elderly care facility that he works at, so for this reason they want to keep a low profile and avoid any contact with the authorities. Now, Higuruma reviews the case with his colleague Shimizu, as Higuruma believes Keita's story despite Shimizu being skeptical of it. Higuruma is dedicated at defending those who can't defend themselves. Gege emphasizes this point by showcasing us Higuruma's past cases that he has worked on, as well as a conversation with a lawyer who used to work with Higuruma called Takagi. Takagi remarks that Higuruma has an unwavering commitment to justice, despite the massive personal toll that it takes on him. When Keita's case goes to trial, the initial verdict returns as innocent, which shocks Shimizu, but Higuruma was expecting this. He also predicts that the prosecution side are going to swiftly appeal the decision, as the news and media outlets quickly spin a story against Keita, suggesting that there has been a miscarriage of justice, with the innocent verdict being rife with corruption. While preparations were being made for the retrial, Keita expresses his gratitude to Higuruma for actually believing in his innocence. You can see just how moved Keita is with the dedication of Higuruma, with his desire to defend the underprivileged. Now, unfortunately, the retrial takes a devastating turn as Keita is found guilty without any new evidence being presented, as this highlights how there is a systemic bias against defendants, which, like I mentioned earlier, leads to that 99% conviction rate in Japan. The justice system had buckled under public scrutiny, thus leading to Keita being convicted. Now, this outcome massively impacts Higuruma as he begins to doubt the justice system and his role that he plays within it. The chapter ends with Higuruma's dramatic response to the unjust verdict, as he conjures a judge's gavel of his own as he slams it down on his table, as a cursed spirit begins to form behind Higuruma, as he reveals that he's not going to allow the trial to end in this way. He tells everybody that nobody is to leave because he is going to have a retrial of his own. Now, the end of chapter 159 reveals that Higuruma is a contestant within the Culling Game, and the entire trial surrounding Keita O is what had resulted in his dormant jujutsu powers awakening. The following chapter 160, titled Colony, shifts the focus to the broader implications of the Culling Game, as we begin with Kenjaku interacting bonding with Sasaki in her bedroom. If you don't remember, Setsuko Sasaki is one of Yuji's friends from his time at the occult club before he had joined Tokyo Jujutsu High. Kenjaku appears to have created a barrier around the city of Sendai as he explains the lethal nature of the Culling game to Setsuko. She appears to be totally confused by the revelation. Despite explaining how the Culling game is going to involve people killing each other, he does reveal that non-sorcerers all have an opportunity to leave the barrier. If she decides she doesn't want to partake in the Culling game, then she will awaken outside of the barrier. Kenjaku holds her hand and takes her to safety, thus indicating that Kenjaku is not totally devoid of empathy, despite him having organized such a brutal game. Before they part ways, Kenjaku had mysteriously thanked Setsuko for befriending his son. This of course is in reference to Yuji, and it's the first hint that we see that Yuji is somehow linked to Kenjaku. So we learned that all of this had taken place on the 1st of November, which is when the Culling game had first began. We are then taken to 10 days later on the 11th of November, where we see Yuji, Megumi, Panda, and Kinji Hikari preparing to enter the Culling game. They begin to strategize how they are going to go about adding new rules, as well as to find the player known as Angel. Angel, like I mentioned, is critical to their plan to free Gojo from the prison realm, and they need to find players with 100 points so that they can add rules in order to protect Sumiki. They are all aware that the barriers within the Culling game prevent communication with the outside world, as they try to figure out how best to coordinate their efforts inside and outside of the barriers. At the end of chapter 160, Yuji and Megumi declare their participation within Tokyo No. 1 colony, while Panda and Kinji Hikari declare their participation within Tokyo No. 2 colony. Now, their participation within the Culling game sets the stage for the series of 16 battles which occur across the duration of this story arc. Gege organizes the events of the Culling game arc by taking us through 4 different colonies, which consist of Tokyo No. 1 colony, Sendai colony, Tokyo No. 2 colony, and lastly Sakurajima colony. This is all before the final portion of this story arc, where we are taken across multiple different colonies with some really exciting major fights taking place with really high stakes. But before all of that, let's dive into the events of Tokyo No. 1 colony, which takes place between chapters 161 all the way up until 173. The first major fight of the Culling game arc is Yuji vs Haba and Hanyu, which takes place between chapters 161 to 162. Now, Yuji and Megumi both enter the Tokyo No. 1 colony barrier on the 12th of November 2018. But upon entering, both Yuji and Megumi are separated due to the barrier's mechanism that transports new entrants to random locations within the barrier. Yuji finds himself in a location that is being monitored by Rin Amai, a novice jujutsu sorcerer who is forced to work for Hanyu and Haba as they order him to signal to them whenever new targets appear. Upon Yuji arriving, Rin's signaling draws the attention of Hanyu to launch an attack against Yuji. Hanyu's airplane curse technique allows her to channel her cursed energy into her hair so that her hair can function like the propellers of an aeroplane. This grants her a massive speed advantage, as well as granting her the ability to fly. Hanyu launches a high velocity attack against Yuji as it sends him flying through 2 buildings. However, Yuji emerges mostly unscathed as he quickly adapts to the current combat situation. Being the protagonist of the story, Yuji is really resilient, and his quick thinking allows him to counteract Hanyu by throwing a rock that is charged with cursed energy, which strikes Hanyu and effectively takes her out of the fight. Unfortunately, this win against Hanyu does very little to prepare him against the arrival of Hanyu's partner Haba. Haba has a similar cursed energy manipulation technique called helicopter technique. When Haba battles Yuji, we see that his hair is transformed into deadly helicopter blades. This also grants Haba the ability to fly as he levitates to the air, gaining an aerial advantage against Yuji. We see a lot of impressive growth on the part of Yuji's character as he thinks very tactically, luring Haba into a closed environment, thus greatly limiting Haba's aerial maneuverability. With his movements restricted, it allows Yuji to exploit the weakness of Haba's curse technique, as Yuji figures out that like Hanyu, Haba's cursed energy is concentrated in his hair. This leaves the other parts of his body vulnerable to attack. attack. Once again, Yuji's quick thinking allows him to land a decisive attack on Haba's head, disrupting his propeller attack and setting the stage for a final brutal counterattack, as Yuji silences Haba by landing a very powerful kick which guarantees his victory. This was an amazing way to start the story arc, as Yuji makes a massive statement by taking out 2 opponents, demonstrating the growth in Yuji's power as well as his strategic ability in combat scenarios. Now unfortunately, Yuji wasn't able to extract much useful information from either of them about Hiromi Higuruma, but this is when Rin appears before him as he offers him information about Higuruma, and he actually recognizes Yuji from his junior high days. Yuji's battles against Haba and Hanyu were rich in strategic thinking, and it sets the tone for the rest of the Culling Game arc, as each of the 15 battles that follow this one become more intense and the stakes only get higher with each fight. Following this, we dive into the events of chapter 163, which reveals to us a backstory involving Yuji and Rin, as all of this builds up towards Yuji's encounter with Hiromi Higuruma. So the flashback to Yuji's school days involves an incident that had taken place within Sendai City. Rin recalls a time where him and his friend were approached by bullies. Now Rin did not stand up for himself, instead had behaved in a way so that he didn't agitate the bullies further. In contrast to this, Yuji had swiftly taken action and intervened, as he had defeated all of the bullies with ease, and this had left a lasting impression upon Rin, highlighting to him that Yuji is somebody who stands up against injustice. This flashback is partly the reason why Rin agrees to help Yuji to find Higuruma. Meanwhile, during this, Megumi encounters a girl called Remi, and after swiftly defeating her, she agrees to tell him information on Higuruma. So Megumi is following Remi through Tokyo, as she wants Megumi to protect her, but it's obvious that she has ulterior motives. So this section of the story actually has parallels between Yuji seeking help from Rin and Megumi seeking help from Remi, as there's a contrast between deceit and alliances that can form within the Culling Game. In this case, Remi has betrayed Megumi by luring him to an individual called Reggie, who suddenly ambushes Megumi. Megumi summons his divine dog Totality as his battle against Reggie is about to begin. At the same time, Rin guides Yuji to a theater in Ikebukuro, as he states that this is the base of operations for Hiromi Higuruma, who as we know has 100 points. Yuji's encounter with Higuruma has a lot of tension attached to it, as we see him fully clothed laying within a bathtub. He appears to be pretty chilled out despite the intense and violent nature of the Culling Game. This calm demeanor makes Higuruma pretty unpredictable, while also adding an interesting layer of mystery to him. Yuji and Higuruma begin to have a pretty deep discussion as they explore the themes of law, justice, as well as the nature of punishment, as Higuruma likes the idea of the Culling Game as a form of pure and swift justice, which is free from the flaws of the Japanese legal system, which we had discussed in chapter 159. Yuji is pretty desperate to save his friends as well as to negate the deadly rules of the Culling Game, as he demands Higuruma will use his points to alter the game. As expected, Higuruma refuses this demand, as he stands up from the tub and asks Yuji whether if he has wanted to kill someone out of anger. Higuruma activates his curse technique as he stands there with a gavel in his hand and a Shikigami behind him. The build-up of chapter 163 leads us to Yuji versus Higuruma, which takes place between chapters 164 to 166. The battle between Yuji and Higuruma is underscored by a clash of ideals, as the two of them have conflicting views on justice as well as the purpose of the Culling Game. Yuji desires to change the Culling Game in order to prevent forced killings from happening, while Higuruma has taken an interest in the wicked mechanisms of the Culling Game, as he is interested in partaking in the wicked justice system of the game. It's this ideological deadlock which results in Higuruma summoning his Judgment Shikigami, as he refuses to allow Yuji to use his 100 points to add a new rule to the game. Higuruma utilizes his powerful domain expansion called Deadly Sentencing. This transforms their surroundings into a courtroom setting. Higuruma's domain expansion prohibits any physical attacks as it subjects Yuji to a trial conducted by the Shikigami Judgeman. Yuji's initial attempts at fighting back are stopped by the domain's rules, as he is then pretty much forced to engage in a legal battle. Higuruma's domain expansion provides him the tactical advantage by allowing him to battle against his opponent in a courtroom setting. This grants him a level of comfort with him being a lawyer by day, so he will have the upper hand to fight a legal battle as opposed to a physical fight. Within Higuruma's domain, Yuji is accused of entering a pachinko parlor while he was still underage. rage. Higuruma has evidence of Yuji using an ATM, as well as Yuji's own admission of entering the premises, which Yuji had initially stated that he entered to use the bathroom, but combined with him using the ATM before going in, it had pretty much sealed his fate. This results in the Shikigami judgeman delivering the verdict as he declares that Yuji is guilty of the crime. He is then sentenced to confiscation. This results in Yuji being unable to control his cursed energy, thus allowing Higuruma to wield his gavel as a large battle hammer as he beats down on Yuji, who is unable to defend himself with cursed energy. Higuruma deduces that Yuji didn't possess an innate curse technique, so in turn the effects of confiscation had affected Yuji's ability to use cursed energy altogether. The fact that Yuji is able to withstand attacks from Higuruma's hammer impresses him. Usually it takes Higuruma one blow from his hammer to take out an average opponent. This highlights how much raw physical power Yuji has. While Yuji continues to enjoy Higuruma's one-sided attack, he begins to think of the best way to counterattack his opponent. With Yuji unable to utilize cursed energy, there is no use in trying to fight back against him, as Yuji recalls that Higuruma is a lawyer, and his curse technique is linked to court trials. Yuji invokes his right for a retrial, as the physical fighting ceases and the two of them are transported into a courtroom. Now, during this trial, Judgeman announces that Yuji is accused of mass murder within Shibuya on the 31st of October. Without hesitation, Yuji immediately takes responsibility for what had happened during the Shibuya Incident Arc. He admits that he was responsible for the mass murder in Shibuya. He refuses to deny the charges. Yuji's straight up admission enrages Judgeman. The verdict is Yuji is guilty as he is given the death penalty. With Yuji receiving confiscation as well as death penalty, this is the most harshest sentence that Judgeman has ever handed out. Following the death penalty verdict, Higuruma is given the Sword of Execution, which is a very powerful blade that can kill its target with a single strike. Now, thinking about this, what Yuji did here was incredibly clever. He had hoped that if he had admitted to the crimes that were committed, it would influence Higuruma. By Yuji admitting this, he is proving that he is a morally just individual, as it positions him to be somebody who is willing to accept responsibility for his actions. This is in stark contrast to the other players who are participating within the Culling game. After he witnesses Yuji's resilience following a few clashes, Higuruma decides to get rid of his curse technique. This is because Higuruma had evidence during the retrial which had proved that Sukuna was in fact responsible for the crimes which were committed in Shibuya and not Yuji. For this reason, he's confused about why Yuji had confessed in Sukuna's place. Yuji's sense of responsibility impacts Higuruma as he begins to remember why he had become a lawyer in the first place. After Higuruma gives Yuji an opening to attack, he delivers an uppercut to his lower abdomen. The attack sends Higuruma flying as Yuji is confused about why his opponent had allowed him to attack. Higuruma explains that because Yuji's body was possessed by Sukuna, whatever he had done during the Shibuya incident was clearly out of his control, meaning that Yuji is innocent of mass murder. Higuruma decides to cooperate with Yuji by using his 100 points towards adding a new rule to the Culling game. This is rule number 10. Players may transfer any number of points between one another. At the end of the fight, Higuruma transfers 1 point over to Yuji so that he isn't subject to curse technique removal following 19 days. Yuji offers Higuruma to team up, but he politely declines, stating that he feels guilty. After he had entered Tokyo No. 1 colony, he had murdered one judge and one prosecutor. Higuruma states that he wants to turn himself in once the barrier colony opens up, and until then he just prefers to be on his own. Also, Higuruma would only feel worse about himself if he stays around Yuji any longer. While the fight between Yuji and Higuruma takes place across only 3 chapters, it still dives into some very interesting themes of law, morality, as well as justice and redemption. This was again another incredible fight as we now turn our attention towards what is happening with Megumi within Tokyo No. 1 colony. So the last time that we had seen Megumi, he was being lured by Remy into an ambush. Megumi encounters the individual Reggie Star, who along with his accomplices Chizuru Hari, Iori Hazenoki, and lastly Remy have all planned for this encounter in order to test Megumi's strength and to see whether if it is worthwhile to recruit him into their group. Megami's situation is pretty tense, with him being separated from Yuji and now in an area which is heavily populated with a lot of resources and other players. He is definitely in danger. Reggie carefully observes Megami as he summons Divine Dog Totality. As with a lot of the fights in Jujutsu Kaisen, this is more than just a physical altercation. There is a lot of psychological warfare implemented here as Reggie attempts to align Megami with his group to support his strategy of amassing very strong allies in order to navigate through the Culling Game and to be adequately prepared for any changes that happen to the game. Megami's determination to protect his sister puts him at odds with Reggie's strategy. The fight then escalates quickly as Chizuru Hari attempts a surprise attack against Megami, but he is effortlessly outmaneuvered and countered. Megami utilizes the Ten Shadows technique as he summons New, turning the tide of the battle by electrifying Hari and thus significantly weakening him. It should be no surprise that at this point in the story, Megami can swiftly adapt to any combat situation. While Megami was dealing with Hari, his Divine Dog engages with Reggie but is overpowered and injured by Reggie's curse technique, Contractual Recreation. This materializes kitchen knives in the Shikigami's mouth. Reggie warns Megami about holding back in the Culling Game, but then suddenly an eyeball from another player, Hazenoki, drops and explodes as it catches Megami off guard and blasts him away. When the smoke clears, we see Hazenoki and Reggie strategically position themselves as they get ready for their next move. Hazenoki continues an onslaught of attacks using his explosive flesh technique as he throws teeth and detonates them on impact. Now Megami, barely recovering from the blast, dodges an attack from Remi's scorpion hair technique, and despite being utterly outmatched, Megami still manages to subdue Remi as we truly appreciate how skilled Megami has become with his fighting style. Reggie and Hazenoki coordinate a synchronized attack as Reggie utilizes Contractual Recreation in order to splash gasoline on Megami, with Hazenoki then using his explosive teeth to ignite the fuel. Megami was anticipating an explosion, so he ducks into a room to avoid the worst of the blast. Both he and Remi, who had avoided the blast, are still heavily impacted by it. Megami orders Remi to leave as he tells her that Reggie's group is not going to protect her, but despite Megami's advice, she ends up stabbing Megami with her hair. She continuously pleads with Megami to say that he's going to protect her, but Megami refuses and refers to her as trash, stating that she gives more importance to words than actions, because if she was actually paying attention, then she would know that Megami was already protecting her in some way. As the battle continues, an announcement is made from Kogane which informs all of the players that a new rule which allows the transfer of points between players has been added to the game. Megami realizes that one of his allies was successful in their goal, as this pretty much revitalizes him, as he uses this newfound energy to launch an attack against Hari, as he summons Max Elephant, a massive Shikigami, which pushes Hari out of a building. Megami follows Hari into the air by using Nu, as he then lands a series of brutal blows against him. He eventually finishes off Hari with a slash from his curse tool, which eliminates him from the Culling Game. Reggie and Hazenoki then descend down using umbrellas created through Reggie's technique. Megami already is exhausted at this point as he contemplates using his incomplete domain expansion. Hazenoki launches another attack, but it is intercepted by a newcomer called Fumihiko Takaba. Despite Takaba's comical demeanor, he proves to be a formidable ally to Megami. He is a player who has 0 points himself, but he appears to have some degree of morality as he states that 2 against 1 isn't very fair, as he calls Reggie and Hazenoki cowards. Takaba had protected Megami from Hazenoki's explosive attack, as he states that attacks from cowards are not effective against him, but despite this, we see his head is utterly bleeding and he is definitely injured from the explosion. Takaba offers some odd moments of comedic relief here with his unfunny jokes and his strange behavior, but he appears to be on Megami's side as he dropkicks Hazenoki. This surprises both Reggie and Hazenoki as Reggie realizes that Takaba's cursed energy output has significantly increased, and this appears to be an indication of Takaba's true power. With Takaba arriving onto the battlefield, we now have 2 one-on-one fights, with Megami fighting against Reggie while Takaba handles Hazenoki. This This gives Megumi the opening that he needs to focus on Reggie. He quickly seizes the opportunity as he attempts to grab Reggie from his shadow, but Reggie narrowly avoids capture, leaving Megumi with only a handful of receipts. Megumi then advises Takaba to keep Hazenoki occupied as he tells him about Hazenoki's ability to transform his body parts into bombs. Megumi then goes on to confirm that Hiromi Higuruma had indeed added the latest rule to the Culling game, as this all but confirms that Yuji was successful in completing his mission. Megumi can now focus solely on survival as he draws his sword and gives Reggie a final chance to retreat, as he declares that he's going to fight for real this time without holding back. Megumi begins by summoning Max Elephant in order to chase Reggie down a road. Reggie avoids the elephant's water spray as he moves to a wider area, but Megumi attempts to capitalize upon Reggie's evasion by launching an attack from above with Rabbit Escape. However, Reggie counters swiftly as he traps most of the rabbits with a large net, as he then utilizes his curse technique Contractual Recreation, thus enabling him to manifest and throw multiple kitchen knives at Megumi. Despite Megumi deflecting the knives, one hits one of the rabbits. Reggie realizes that Megumi's strategy indicates that he has figured out how his curse technique works. Reggie gives Megumi an example of how Contractual Recreation functions, as he uses a receipt for several days stay at a hotel with a spa treatment, as this results in Reggie's stamina being restored and him feeling totally refreshed, while Megumi on the other hand is still worn out from all of the fighting. Reggie seems to be confident that Megumi cannot summon injured Shikigami, as he assumes that Divine Dog Totality is out of commission. Reggie assumes that both of them don't have any more big moves to bring to the table, which means that the fight's going to get really drawn out as they're just going to be chipping away at each other little by little. But with Reggie completely rejuvenated and Megumi still exhausted, he confidently states that Megumi isn't going to be able to beat him in a drawn out battle. Megumi then pretends to retreat by flying away on Nu, as this prompts Reggie to give chase, with him launching drones to follow Megumi as he casually rides a moped, tracking Megumi's movements on the drone. Megumi leads Reggie into a gymnasium, which is a deliberate action, as the space is large enough for what Megumi has planned. Reggie, who is curious about Megumi's plan, follows him inside the gymnasium as he appears to have a plan of his own. Within the gym, Reggie springs his trap as he summons two trucks which crush through the walls towards Megumi. Now he narrowly avoids the trucks only to be hit by potted plants which Reggie drops on his head. He's now dazed and bleeding as Megumi suffers multiple cuts from Reggie's knife attacks and he is kicked across the gym floor. It seems as though Reggie has overpowered Megumi, as he then demands that he hands over his points and in exchange he will give him a merciful death. But incredibly, in a surprising turn, Megumi reveals his plan to utilize the gymnasium for his domain expansion as he activates Kimura's Shadow Garden. This totally catches Reggie off guard. Reggie appears to be confident with his anti-domain technique Hollow Wicker Basket, but we soon learn that the Hollow Wicker Basket only nullifies the guaranteed hit aspect of a domain expansion, and it doesn't nullify the curse technique that's within the domain. The Hollow Wicker Basket is useless against Megumi's domain because it already lacks a guaranteed hit function, thus rendering his anti-domain technique useless. Megumi seizes the advantage as he uses Shadow Clones in order to pummel Reggie, as he is totally overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. With Reggie realizing that he is going to lose at this rate, he attempts to turn the domain's conditions against Megumi by manifesting heavy objects like cars into the shadows of the domain. The added weight of 3 cars begins to strain Megumi as he is pushed down by the immense added weight. Reggie was able to deduce that Megumi needs to bear the weight of anything that is inside of his shadows, as he uses this point to turn Megumi's domain against him. Megumi's shadow clones are crushed as Reggie plans to keep adding on more weight until Megumi is also crushed. However, in retaliation, Megumi summons Max Elephant from the shadows of the ceiling and he drops it on top of Reggie. This is while attacking him with a blast of water at the same time. Their fight has now turned into a contest of who can endure the most weight, as Megumi taunts Reggie about who will be crushed first. Megumi is feeling 40 units of G-force from the weight of the cars that are pushing down on him, and in order to prevent his blood from collecting mostly in his lower limbs, Megumi crouches down and uses cursed energy in order to reinforce all of his body, especially the lower half of it. Megumi is able to perfectly replicate Max Elephant's weight, as Reggie struggles to hold it up as the insane amount of weight fractures his right fibula along with his heel bone. It's no exaggeration that the pressure that is being placed upon their bodies could crush either of them in any second. Reggie attempts to summon something even larger, but while withstanding the weight of Max Elephant and trying to use his technique at the same time, he ends up failing and he falls into the shadows of Megami's domain. There appears to be no oxygen here or any resistance to him falling, as he sinks into the shadow infinitely. Before Reggie falls unconscious, he orders one of his cars that he had dropped into the shadow to take him back up to the surface. We find out that whatever Reggie summons, he can control like a Shikigami, but once he gives it a command, it disappears. Reggie then summons a 2-story house with enough weight that will definitely crush Megami, but then all of a sudden, Reggie appears to be underwater with Megami strangling him from behind. Megami utilizes this new added weight against Reggie as he forces him to undo his contractual recreation. Reggie has no choice but to do so in order to avoid drowning. The two of them appear to be in the pool on the basement floor of the gym. We learn that Megami had escaped into the shadows before the house could fall onto him, and he had thus dispelled his domain. So the house ended up breaking the floor of the basketball court, thus sending Reggie down into the pool on the basement floor. Megami then left the shadow as he then went about to grab Reggie and keep him in the pool. With Reggie's receipts now too wet to be used, Reggie believes that Megami is all out of Shikigami, so he assumes that they are going to be having a physical fight from now on. But he notices that Megami is waiting to replenish his cursed energy. He instantly assumes that Megami is going to summon another Shikigami as he prepares to counterattack. In their final exchange, Reggie throws a punch towards Megami as he parries it with the bottom of his blade, as Megami counters with a slash which narrowly is avoided by Reggie, and now that he's confident in his strategy, Reggie presses his attack and he breaks through Megami's guard with a series of kicks, and just as he prepares for a decisive uppercut, Reggie suffers a fatal blow as Divine Dog Totality returns onto the battlefield and bites off a large chunk of Reggie's flesh. This was the mistake that Reggie had made earlier, as he had assumed that Divine Dog could no longer return, as it was too late when he had finally realized that Megami had waited for the right opportunity to utilize this Shikigami again. With Reggie fatally wounded, Megami's victory is assured as Reggie in his final moments transfers all of his points to Megami as he acknowledges that he was defeated by a modern day sorcerer. In the end, he admits that he was outsmarted by Megami and he accepts his fate, and following the fight, Megami asks Reggie about his connection to Master Tengen, but Reggie's fading memory offers very little information, aside from him revealing that Kinjaku and him weren't close, and he also doubts the true objectives of Master Tengen. This leads Megami to question whether if Master Tengen is secretly in league with Kinjaku, but he disregards the notion almost as instantly as he thinks of it. This brings us to an end to Megami's fight against Reggie, as he has just been transferred 41 points, as we now turn our attention towards Takaba versus Hazenoki. Like Reggie-star, Hazenoki is an incarnated sorcerer from the past. Takaba's a very goofy character, but he does have a formidable curse technique called Comedian, which I'll talk about in a second. So after he dropkicks Hazenoki into a wall, Takaba introduces himself as an old school comedian who embraces violence. Takaba versus Hazenoki happens during the course of Megami's fight with Reggie, and Takaba has agreed to Megami's request to try and get Hazenoki's points. Hazenoki detonates one of his teeth in order to send a severed eye towards Takaba at high speed, but Takaba draws out a paper fan in order to deflect the eye high into the air before it explodes. Takaba then closes the distance as he tells him that he has a dangerous ability. Hazenoki throws a punch towards Takaba, but he parries the blow as he swipes Hazenoki's arm aside and hits his remaining eye with a fan, which momentarily blinds him. Hazenoki immediately regenerates his left eye and clears his vision, but Takaba has already disappeared from sight. He is in fact crouched behind Hazenoki as Takaba uses a playful but yet very discomforting technique as he pokes Hazenoki's rear end with finger guns. Hazenoki's pretty annoyed now as he demands that Takaba stop mocking him. When he turns around to confront Takaba, Hazenoki is then hit with a high kick which sends him crashing through the patio of a building. Following this, Hazenoki bombards Takaba with explosions as he wonders whether if he has finally defeated Takaba, but the comedian reappears next to him totally unscathed as he cheerfully advises Hazenoki to stay sharp, highlighting how tough he is. In a very funny twist, the punch that Hazenoki throws slips off off of Takaba's shoulder, almost as if he has covered his shoulder in lotion, revealing that Takaba is covered in tofu sauce. This really strange defense leaves Hazanoki baffled as he struggles to understand how Takaba has not only survived continuous bombings, but he's also emerged unscathed following the explosions, without any indication that Takaba has been using reverse curse techniques. Hazanoki's confusion is interrupted by his Kogane, which informs him that Reggistar has been eliminated. He's surprised by this news as Hazanoki decides to end his fight with Takaba, turning to walk away. Takaba is confused as he asks what is happening, but Hazanoki, who's frustrated, simply says that he's had enough and is going home. Takaba accepts Hazanoki's retreat as he also reminds him to bathe once he gets home. But then Takaba remembers that Megumi had requested for him to get Hazanoki's points, so he follows Hazanoki begging for the points, but he refuses and tells him to stop following him and to just die. Despite this, Takaba's unyielding spirit and unconventional methods, they have effectively neutralized Hazanoki as a threat. While Takaba's fighting style is definitely not honorable or heroic, it does annoy his opponents enough to the point where they don't even want to fight him anymore. Chapter 173 is the final one covering the events at Tokyo No. 1 Colony, as we learn that Takaba's innate curse technique is called Comedian. This curse technique has the formidable power to make whatever Takaba is confident will be funny become a reality. Despite its potential, which could even rival the likes of Satoru Gojo, Takaba remains blissfully unaware of his curse technique's capabilities. Now, following Takaba and Megumi's fights, Remi finds herself running through the streets in a state of panic. She's overwhelmed by the adversity that she faces, and her discomfort with the harsh realities of adulthood makes her reflect on her life, as she has always relied on men whom she views as wolves to take care of her. Her belief that these wolves would also help her is shattered once she is cornered by a real threat, Divine Dog Totality, which is summoned by Megumi. Just as Megumi is about to make good on his threats and potentially kill Remi, a voice stops him. It is revealed that this is Sumiki, Megumi's sister, who intervenes and urges him to stop before he kills someone in cold blood. In response, Divine Dog vanishes as it just leaves Remi surprised. Exhausted and annoyed, Megumi tells his sister to shut up before he collapses unconscious to the ground. And it's at this critical moment that Hana Kurusu, who is also referred to as the Angel, descends down upon his body. Now, the entire scene then shifts to the Sendai colony, where the Jujutsu battles have been far more intense and vicious compared to the ones that we've seen so far in Tokyo No. 1 Colony. From what is revealed, the Sendai colony is currently in a deadlock, with 4 formidable powerhouses at the center of this colony's conflicts. These powerful individuals are Drove Lakdawala, Ryu Ishigori, Takako Uro, and Kurarushi. So Drove is introduced as a veteran who is now in his second incarnation, as Drove has amassed 91 points. He wields 2 types of Shikigami that can form a domain with their orbiting trajectories. Ryu Ishigori has 77 points, and he possesses the highest cursed energy output amongst all of the players in the Culling game. Takako Uro is the former captain of the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad, and she is directly linked with the Fujiwara clan, and it's revealed that she has 70 points and she can manipulate the sky. Kurarushi is a special grade cockroach cursed spirit, which was revealed to have been released by Kenjaku. Now, Kurarushi so far has amassed 54 points, and it remains dormant until a favorable fight presents itself where it can continue to earn more points. So instead of these 4 powerhouses forming an alliance, there is in fact a tense standoff between them. Now, this deadlock breaks when one side collapses, and it's the pivotal moment when Drove Lakdawala is cut down by Yuta Okotsu, a second-year student from Tokyo Jujutsu High. He earns 5 points from this encounter, which brings his total to 35 points. It's revealed that Yuta has reclaimed his ranking as a special grade sorcerer only 3 months following the night parade of 100 demons, and it's also revealed that he possesses unusual strength, which is second to only Satoru Gojo. With this, we now shift to the next section of the Culling Game Arc as we turn our attention towards the Sendai colony. Following the defeat of Drove, Ryu checks his Kogane in order to identify who had defeated him, as he discovers it is Yuta Okotsu. Kakako uses her Kogane and expresses relief that the unsightly Shikigami are gone, but she also appears to be concerned about a new threat that has just emerged. Both Takako and Ryu realize that Kurarushi, a special grade cockroach cursed spirit, will undoubtedly emerge after Drove's defeat. While Ryu is really intrigued by the situation, Takako is frustrated at the prospect of another powerful opponent entering into the colony. We next next see Yuta regroup with the civilians that he has been protecting as he tells them to head north to the edge of the barrier, but he notices a mother and a daughter struggling to keep up, and in response Yuta changes his plan as he decides that the group should rest inside the stadium that had served as Drov's base. He believes that it will be safe there. However, a sudden loud buzzing sound interrupts them as it signals imminent danger. Yuta sees a massive swarm of bugs chasing people and immediately orders the civilians to hurry inside the stadium. He notices that the swarm has already claimed 2 victims as he attempts to save one of the men who is running at the front. Yuta leaps into action as he grabs the man's arm and jumps above the swarm, but despite his efforts, the swarm catches up and devours the man's lower body as it immediately strips him of its flesh. Yuta blocks the cockroaches from attacking him next as he realizes that the insects are real and they are reinforced with cursed energy. The swarm then attempts to attack the other civilians as Yuta summons his cursed spirit Rika as she smashes a bridge which collapses the structure onto the swarm. The swarm then directs his attention towards Yuta, who in response empowers his katana with cursed energy. Yuta swings it with such force that it creates a huge blast wave which annihilates the entire swarm with one strike. Ryu and Takako are seen to observe Yuta's actions as they note that while Yuta's cursed energy output isn't amazing, his overall cursed energy reserves are very remarkable. Takako meanwhile expresses her disgust at Kurorushi's cockroaches, as Kurorushi, a special grade cockroach cursed spirit, has been laying dormant as it was a poor match for Drov. But now that Drov is gone, Kurorushi has awakened. It appears to be driven by its insatiable hunger as well as its instincts to devour Yuta. As Yuta prepares to battle against Kurorushi, he contemplates his broader objectives within the Sendai colony. He understands that resources are limited and he foresees the necessity of adding a rule which will allow passage in and out of the colonies. However, he recognizes that dangerous players like Drov cannot be permitted to leave the barrier, so he acknowledges the need for communication between colonies in order to prevent dangerous individuals from escaping the barriers. Yuta reflects on all of the rules that were proposed during the meeting with Tengen, including the ones that help Megumi. He decides that they need to add a rule to communicate between colonies as well as one that allows for safe passage in and out of colonies. So this totals 4 rules that need to be added to the Culling game. Yuta pretty much shoulders the burden of doing everything as he believes that his allies are still exhausted from the Shibuya incident, and he doesn't want Gojo to return just so that he has to kill his best friend again. This is in reference to Kenjaku, who's taken over Geto's body. As he prepares to battle against Kurorushi, Yuta is determined to kill Kenjaku as well as to earn 400 points all on his own, but then Kurorushi reveals its cursed tool called the Festering Life Sword, a special blade which combines both life and death. The fight begins with Kurorushi launching a heavy vertical attack using its cursed tool. Yuta then counters with his superior speed as he severs the arm wielding the cursed weapon. He then drives his katana through the severed arm, pinning it to a rock to ensure that Kurorushi remains disarmed. Believing that Kurorushi is vulnerable, Yuta delivers a powerful elbow strike which sends the cursed spirit skidding across the river. Kurorushi tries to create some distance between himself and Yuta by flying over the bridge, but Yuta predicts this move and he retrieves his katana and swiftly scales the building. He then hurls a guardrail at the cockroach curse and he uses the opportunity to close the distance and thus execute a powerful diving slash which is aimed at beheading Kurorushi. Despite the force behind Yuta's attack, Kurorushi blocks it with a growing swarm of cockroaches. Yuta then very quickly slashes the insects away before the swarm becomes too overwhelming, but Kurorushi then seizes the opportunity to escape Yuta's immediate range. The cursed spirit retrieves the Festering Life Sword and positions itself on top of a swirling mass of cockroaches. Yuta thinks about using his reverse curse technique in order to exercise Kurorushi, but he decides against it in order to prevent other high-scoring players from observing the battle and then understanding his abilities. Also, his cursed spirit Rika is busy with protecting the civilians at the stadium, so Yuta decides to fight without revealing his full strength. He engages Kurorushi in conversation conversation as Yuta questions the curse's motivation for killing. But the curse responds by stating that it enjoys the taste of iron. Kurorushi then launches its domain expansion Earthen Insect Trance as it summons 2 flying insect curses. A tornado of cockroaches is then formed as it forces Yuta to counter as Yuta drives his katana into the riverbed, creating a wave that disperses the swarm, but the 2 insect curses approach Yuta from behind, but he intercepts and slices them apart. However, their bodies release a liquid that blinds Yuta, and they take advantage of his impaired vision as Kurorushi attacks with his curse tool. Yuta blocks the strike but is injured by projectiles which are fired from the sword, which hit his left shoulder. While Yuta retreats, he notices some abnormal veins protruding on his face, as then 2 insect curses appear from his wound, forcing him to cut them away with his katana. This pretty much leaves him vulnerable as Kurorushi capitalizes upon this, delivering a slash across Yuta's torso. This gives Yuta even more festering wounds. Suddenly, Yuta's eyes snap open as he grabs Kurorushi's head, biting its face and channeling positive energy from his brain into the curse's body. This disrupts the cursed energy-based anatomy of Kurorushi, thus allowing Yuta to rip the curse in half with his sheer force. The broken pieces of Kurorushi fall to the ground, and Yuta, having exercised the curse, earns 5 more points as announced by his Kogane. After healing his injuries with reverse curse technique and spitting out Kurorushi's flesh, Yuta prepares for the next threat as we see Ryu Ishigori observing Yuta from a distance. He had witnessed how Yuta was able to defeat Kurorushi with a mouth-to-mouth blast. He appears to be pretty disgusted by Yuta's method of victory. On the other hand, Takaku Uro speaks up behind Yuta, commenting on his use of reverse curse technique. Yuta quickly turns around to face the new opponent, but Uro utilizes her ability to manipulate the sky as she warps the space around them. Now this marks the beginning of an all-new fight, which is a 3-way battle between Yuta Okotsu, Takako Uro, and Ryu Ishigori. This is a pretty tense battle as Takako and Ryu are both incarnated sorcerers, and this fight also has the brief reappearance of Kurorushi just to make matters even more chaotic and harder for Yuta. So the fight begins with Uro launching a surprise attack on Yuta as she creates a wave of destruction that propels him several meters away. Yuta manages to land on his feet, but he is immediately pressured as Uro closes in and throws a punch which is aimed at his head. Yuta dodges her punch, but it grazes his shoulder. He counters with a right hook only for Uro to use her innate curse technique to distort the space around his arm, as she then elongates and twists his arm around. This disorientates Yuta, but it allows Uro to land an elbow to his jaw and blast him backwards by manipulating the space in front of him. Despite landing on his feet, Yuta struggles to understand how Uro's attacks bypass his defenses. Yuta's arm returns to normal without causing him much discomfort, as he then realizes that Uro's technique manipulates space rather than directly harming the body. Uro then explains that her innate curse technique allows her to manipulate the sky as a surface. She demonstrates her ability as she grabs the space next to her, making it tangible as if pulling on a large curtain. Yuta analyzes her technique, likening it to a lens creating distortion. Although Uro reveals her technique, she begins to grow impatient and waits for Yuta's next move as she is very eager to counterattack him. Ryu Ishigori then interrupts their conversation by firing his Granite Blast, which is a wide-ranged beam of cursed energy. Now both Yuta and Uro turn to face the destructive beam, with Uro manipulating space in order to avoid damage and Yuta tanking the attack while healing himself. Yuta's wide attack range poses a significant threat to the civilians that Yuta is protecting. This prompts both Yuta and Uro to prioritize dealing with Ryu first. Yuta dashes towards the rooftop where Ryu is positioned as he dodges a volley of cursed energy beams fired from Ryu's hair. Despite appearing to be hit by multiple beams, Yuta skillfully avoids them by using a hole created by Rika during their earlier fight. This allows Yuta to quickly reach the rooftop as he engages in close combat with Ryu. Yuta attempts to strike Ryu with an elbow, but it's parried by a burst of cursed energy from Ryu's palm. This attack leaves a mark on Yuta's body despite it being reinforced with cursed energy. Ryuta expresses his excitement for the close quarters fight as he likens it to dining on fine delicacies. Ryu then attacks with a powerful right hook which initiates a rapid exchange of blows and parries between both of the fighters, fighters. Now during this intense close combat sequence, both fighters analyze each other's capabilities. Ryu unleashes a burst of cursed energy from his back, which sends Yuta flying across the city. Yuta crashes through buildings, but he regains his balance, only then to be pursued by Ryu, who continues his relentless assault. While Yuta is mid-air, Uro seizes the opportunity to attack as she uses her technique to break the surface of the sky and send Yuta crashing into a building. Ryu is annoyed by her interference as he insults Uro and fires another granite blast at her. Uro warps the space around her, redirecting Ryu's beam back at him, which causes him significant damage. Yuta climbs back onto the battlefield and he receives a backhanded compliment from Uro for his toughness. Now both Ryu and Uro recognize that Yuta's extensive use of reverse curse technique is depleting his cursed energy. At this point in the fight, Yuta realizes that he needs to go all out. He then calls upon Rika to his side as he fully manifests her and accesses her storage of cursed energy and cursed tools. Rika appears, thus shocking Uro and Ryu with her very formidable presence. While Rika is fully manifested, Yuta's cursed energy reserves refill and he selects a metal arm casing from Rika's arsenal in order to reinforce his punches. Yuta and Rika focus their assault on Uro as Yuta uses the Inumaki clan's cursed speech to immobilize Uro, thus allowing him and Rika to pummel her with very rapid punches. Ryu intervenes with another granite blast, but Rika blocks it with a single hand before retaliating with a powerful punch which sends Ryu flying. So now Ryu and Uro figure out that they need to prevent Yuta from gaining the upper hand. They then activate their domain expansion simultaneously along with Yuta, who also activates his domain expansion. This triple domain expansion is incredible to witness. Kurorushi is revealed to have reproduced, as it uses a swarm of cockroaches to keep Rika at bay while it interrupts the fight between Yuta, Uro and Ryu. Uro, concerned with Kurorushi, becomes distracted, allowing Yuta to kick her from behind. She then crashes towards Kurorushi, who slashes off her arm with its festering life sword. Rika devours Uro's severed arm as this further enrages her. Ryu, unimpressed with Kurorushi and Uro, declares that he hasn't invited them to his final course, as he hits them both with Granite Blast and both are heavily injured. With Uro unconscious and half of Kurorushi's body burned away, Yuta finishes off Kurorushi with a blast of reverse cursed energy. This intense fight is left with only two combatants, as it's Yuta versus Ryu. The two of them prepare for a final clash as Yuta charges his cursed energy for a powerful beam as he empathizes with Ryu's desire for a proper clash. Both fighters release their maximum power in a dazzling beam struggle as Yuta redirects Ryu's Granite Blast into the sky as he uses Uro's technique, and he then counters with Thin Ice Breaker, delivering a powerful punch to Ryu's gut, and Rika follows up with a punch to Ryu's head. Now Rika reverts to her partial form as her time limit expires, as Ryu takes advantage and hits Rika with a supercharged punch, thus sending the cursed spirit flying into a building. Despite Yuta no longer having Rika by his side, he still stands strong, delivering a flurry of kicks and punches in a hand-to-hand exchange with Ryu. Yuta gets the better of Ryu by redirecting Granite Blast back at him. This is the second time that Ryu's been hit with his own attack, and this time it ultimately defeats him. Ryu is grateful for the proper clash that he had, and he thanks Yuta as he states that his hunger has finally been satisfied. In chapter 181, we see the aftermath following the intense battles that have just taken place within the Sendai colony. Yuta speaks with the defeated Takaku Uro in order to collect her points, as Uro acknowledges Yuta's strength, but she warns him about the limits of his power. She then thinks back to having witnessed sorcerers and curses with power beyond imagination, as she even recounts the original form of Sukuna. She states that Sukuna was like a calamity with disregard for everything. In his original form, he truly was a depiction of aggression. Yuta speaks with Ryu Ishigori, who critiques Yuta's soft-heartedness. When Yuta mentions that Uro shared a similar sentiment, Ryu is surprised to learn that she had survived. He then theorizes that his blasts must have weakened after using his domain expansion. After having a short break speaking with Ryu, Yuta resumes his mission as he asks Ryu to transfer his points. Ryu, initially puzzled, is informed by his Kogane about the new rule permitting point transfers between players. Understanding Yuta's motives, Ryu questions whether if Yuta would have killed them if not for this rule. Yuta implies that it was a possibility, but he advises Ryu to be grateful for his comrades who have added this rule to the game. Through the points transferred from Uro and Ryu, along with the points that he has earned by defeating Durov and Kurorushi, Yuta has amassed 190 points. This pretty much wraps up the events of the Sendai colony as we now turn our attention towards Tokyo No. 2 colony. This is where Panda and Kinji Hikari had headed off to. Before we see what's going on in Tokyo No. 2 colony, we are introduced to Charles Bernard. We learn that prior to the Culling game, Charles Bernard, a young man with blue hair and blue eyes, was seen to be filling out a visitor registration form at Shueisha's publishing house in Tokyo. If you didn't know, Shueisha is the company that publishes Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, which Jujutsu Kaisen is actually published in. The Shueisha staff were curious about the foreign appearance of Charles Bernard, as Charles submits a manga manuscript and meets with a Shueisha staff member for a review. Now, while discussing what makes a manga creator, Charles expresses his belief that experience doesn't validate a creation. During this conversation, the manga editor appears to be unimpressed with Charles' submission as he critiques various aspects of it, including a panel where a character's finger is unnaturally bent. When the staff member demonstrates this by extending his own finger, stating that fingers don't move like that, Charles breaks it to match the art that he has drawn. This causes a scene as Charles is angered by the lack of appreciation that the staff member had for his passion. Charles then storms out of the building, stating that this was nothing but a waste of time. Now, in the present day, on the 12th of November, Charles rides a Ferris wheel with Kinji Hikari in the Tokyo No. 2 colony. Charles asks Hikari what defines a manga creator. Hikari, annoyed that he's being spoken to, just says that he doesn't know. Charles wants motivation to fight, so he asks Hikari to provoke him enough to incite hatred. Hikari then agrees by insulting Charles' manga, calling it creepy and saying that he would never read it. This leads to an emotional reaction from Charles, who has tears in his eyes as he questions why Hikari would be so mean, as this sets the stage for the first Tokyo No. 2 colony fight, Kinji Hikari vs Charles Bernard. Charles immediately summons his cursed tool G Warstaff as he attacks Hikari while they are still in the cars of the Ferris wheel. Hikari effortlessly evades the attack as he casually moves to the top of a different car with his hand still in his pockets. Charles lunges at Hikari, rapidly thrusting the spear at his head as Hikari evades each thrust with ease while Charles recites a poem by Katsura Hoshino. The battle transitions from the Ferris wheel to a nearby small building. Now, this is where Hikari throws a powerful kick that Charles blocks with the pole of his spear, sending him sliding backwards. Charles channels his frustration into cursed energy as he fuels his next attack. Now, the pen-like tip of G Warstaff grazes Hikari's cheek as it draws blood. Now, this fulfills the conditions for G Warstaff to draw ink from Hikari, as it thus activates its true ability. Charles creates a small square on Hikari's chest as he manifests a manga panel that allows him to see 1 second into the future. Using this ability, Charles avoids Hikari's flying kick and counters perfectly, knocking Hikari off of the building with a swipe of G Warstaff. Hikari realizes that something is wrong and he retreats to reassess the situation. Charles explains how his curse technique works, as he explains that the more blood that is drawn into the tip of G Warstaff, then the further into the future that he can see. To test this, Hikari rushes Charles, who ducks under Hikari's right hook, as he notes that without the foresight, Hikari's speed would have overpowered him. After dodging the punch, Charles counterattacks with a spinning kick, hitting Hikari on the head with the flat side of his spear. Hikari confirms that Charles can see the future, and he implements a countermeasure by staying out of Charles' line of sight. Hikari delivers a powerful punch to Charles' back, knocking him forward. Charles then turns to face Hikari, but he moves with him, staying in his blind spots and applying pressure. Frustrated, Charles attempts to outmaneuver Hikari by attacking his own blind spots. However, Hikari anticipates this as he grabs Charles's cursed tool and begins to punch him in the back again. Determined to break his spirit, Hikari decides to go all out, delivering a punch to Charles' lower abdomen, which sends him reeling. Charles increases the time that he can see into the future by swiping the tip of G Warstaff across Hikari's head, as this draws even more blood. He boasts that he can now see 2 seconds into the future and he will wait in Hakari's blind spot. Hakari responds by activating his domain expansion Idle Death Gamble. One of the conditions of the domain expansion is that anybody who is within the domain is automatically informed about the rules of the domain. In this case, Charles is given a tutorial of the pachinko-based domain expansion. Idle Death Gamble's goal is to line up 3 symbols, and then for Hakari to hit the jackpot. Charles is annoyed by the info dump that he has just received, so he attacks by rapidly thrusting G-War Staff towards Hakari. But the ever so skilled Jujutsu sorcerer avoids all of the attacks as he conjures gold train doors in order to block Charles. Hakari once again moves into his blind spot in order to deliver a powerful right hook. Hakari's domain expansion then enters the high chance final train Ricci scenario, while Charles blocks Hakari's attacks as he tries to focus on what's going to happen in the future. Now Hakari stays on the offensive, throwing an axe kick which Charles blocks as he continues to keep the pressure on him. As the final train arrives for Hakari's domain expansion, Charles believes that the jackpot was missed and he slices Hakari's lower abdomen, seriously injuring him. However, the domain expansion reveals that Hakari has successfully hit a jackpot as he receives a bonus of infinite cursed energy. He uses this to kick through Charles's defenses, breaking G-War Staff and thus defeating Charles in one single strike. Immediately following this, in chapter 184, we get Panda's fight against the incarnated sorcerer Hajime Kashimo. So Panda's role within Tokyo No. 2 colony was to find and speak with the angel, while Hakari deals with the fighting. But once they enter the barrier of Tokyo No. 2's colony, they both get separated. Now, to avoid unnecessary confrontations, Panda pretends to just be a regular bear as he sits on top of shipping crates in an industrial yard by the ocean. Panda smells the scent of blood from nearby battles, which highlights the presence of dismembered bodies. Although the residual cursed energy is weak, Panda figures out that a highly skilled sorcerer has just lowered their cursed energy in order to avoid detection. Panda's determined to find the angel, so he bravely begins a search, cautiously moving around to ensure that he is alone. Now, just when he thinks that the coast is clear, Hajime Kashimo appears in the shipping yard and spots him. Panda immediately drops to all fours, attempting to blend in as a normal bear, but Kashimo, however, uses his Kogane to verify if Panda is a player. This is a feature that Panda did not know that Kogane possessed. Once it's revealed that Panda is participating within the Culling game, Kashimo identifies him as an enemy. Kashimo doesn't waste any time as he blitzes Panda with a powerful right straight punch, which lands on Panda's lower torso. Now the impact sends cursed energy through Panda's body, electrifying and stunning him. Kashimo follows up with a strike from his staff, which sends Panda crashing into a shipping crate. Panda then transforms into gorilla mode as he attempts to counter with his unblockable drumming beat. He lands an open palm strike on Kashimo, thus causing internal damage, but Kashimo quickly adapts as he uses his staff to trap Panda's arm at the joint and he breaks it off. While Panda tries to swing with his other arm, Kashimo avoids the attack, holding the severed arm. Kashimo then throws Panda's arm back at him, trying to impair his vision, as Panda turns to where he expects Kashimo to be and he hits the area, but all that's there is Kashimo's staff. Kashimo stays in front of Panda as he lands a barrage of rapid fire punches to his head. The attack ends with a thrust from his palm which sends Panda into another crate. Kashimo calls Panda weak as he demands the location of Sukuna. Panda surprised as he hesitates before denying any knowledge of Sukuna. Kashimo then takes this hesitation as a sign that Panda knows something. Panda then transforms into his sister's Triceratops mode as he now has her destructive power, but Kashimo immediately goes on the offensive as he releases electricity from his body. He separates the charges of his electrified cursed energy, applying one positive charge to Panda and discharging a negative charge from himself. This creates a lightning bolt which cannot miss its target. Now this bolt of lightning tears Panda's body to shreds as blood splatters around Kashimo. Still undeterred, he asks Panda where is Sukuna. In the next chapter, we see Panda is heavily injured with both of his claws and most of his body destroyed, leaving only his head intact. Kashimo doesn't know whether if Panda is dead, but he assumes otherwise since he did not receive any points for the elimination. He places Panda's head on his staff like a spike and continues to demand information from him about Sukuna. Panda, however, remains silent as he prioritizes Yuji's safety over his own life. Just before Kashimo can kill Panda, Hakari arrives as he lands behind Kashimo, demonstrating a huge amount of power, crushing a shipping crate. Now Hakari jokes as he asks Panda if he's lost weight. Panda, despite the fatal situation he's in, expresses relief to see his friend. Kashimo, on the other hand, is thrilled by the prospect of a new and potentially strong opponent to battle against. This now directly leads to Kinji Hakari versus Hajime Kashimo, which takes place between chapters 186 to 190. This fight is a showcase of Hakari's unique abilities against the formidable skills of Kashimo. The fight begins with Hakari throwing a strong right hook which breaks the defenses of Kashimo, as it sends him crashing through several freight containers. Kashimo regains his balance only to find that Hakari has closed the distance and is attempting an unconventional dropkick. Kashimo just barely manages to evade the attack, but not without injuring his nose. The two fighters then exchange powerful blows, with Hakari's overwhelming cursed energy output allowing him to ignore Kashimo's electricity-based cursed energy. Kashimo is fascinated by Hakari's strength as well as the mysterious music which is playing around him. He then offers a wager, stating that if Hakari wins, then Kashimo will hand over his points, but if Kashimo wins, Hakari will reveal information about Sukuna. As the fight continues, Hakari enters a euphoric state due to a bonus of extra cursed energy, so Kashimo takes advantage of the situation as he launches a combination of attacks which Hakari initially is unable to avoid, but then Hakari quickly punches with a straight punch which sends Kashimo flying once again. He then activates his domain expansion Idle Death Gamble. Unlike the last time when it was used against Charles Bernard, it quickly informs Kashimo of the rules of the domain. Hakari's domain expansion allows him to continuously hit jackpots, thus granting him with limitless cursed energy, as well as an automatic reverse curse technique. He understands that Hakari's limitless cursed energy as well as his utilization of reverse curse technique had come from a previous jackpot that he had hit from an earlier domain expansion. Despite Hakari having the advantage, the base strength and speed of Kashimo proves to be superior, as he launches a series of rapid fire punches as well as palm strikes which overwhelm Hakari, and in return he is only really able to deal minimum blows, as Kashimo's precise and powerful attacks repeatedly knock Hakari unconscious, but then Hakari's domain allows him to replay the sequence and undo the damage, thus forcing them into a cycle of continuous combat. As Hakari's domain enters Richi mode, the tension rises, as the domain's visualization indicates that Hakari is very close to hitting the jackpot. Charles Bernard, who was observing, mocks Hakari's reliance on luck, believing that it cannot sustain him forever. However, Hakari's luck holds true as he once again hits the jackpot, thus rejuvenating his cursed energy as he enters his invincible mode once again. Up until this point, Kashimo was attempting to defeat Hakari before he had re-entered into this state, but he was unsuccessful. The fight really intensifies as Hakari chases Kashimo through the shipping yard at high speed. They rapidly exchange blows, with Hakari using a shipping crate as a weapon. Kashimo counters by launching the crate back at Hakari, resulting in a series of very powerful collisions which eventually flatten the container. In a final desperate bid to end the fight, Kashimo attempts to destroy Hakari's head with a door from the container. He follows up with a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Hakari's head, but Hakari feels that death is approaching as he manages to heal his brain faster than it can break, as he then releases Kashimo's cursed energy through his nose, preventing him from being hurt further. With there only being seconds left for Hikari's bonus round, the two continue to fight as their blows become faster and more precise, as Hakari believes that he can overpower Kashimo. However, Kashimo accumulates an electrical charge on his staff as he delivers a bolt of lightning through Hikari's torso just as the bonus round ends. Just as Hikari's domain expansion dissipates, he moves the barrier of his domain over the ocean. This then drops Kashimo towards the sea as he hopes to drain him of his electrified cursed energy, but then a couple of cursed spirits appear from the ocean as Kashimo uses them as footing. Hikari quickly destroys them with a barrage of punches, thus sending Kashimo into the water. Kashimo then becomes desperate as he uses electricity electrolysis in order to create chlorine gas, as this poisons Hakari and results in him falling into the sea. Now both of the fighters are drowning as Kashimo believes that the fight is over, and he is confident that Hakari cannot detoxify fast enough. However, Hakari's reverse curse technique unconsciously removes the toxin, thus allowing him to regain consciousness. He then delivers a powerful punch to Kashimo's face, which is followed by a kick, which truly showcases just how resilient Hakari is. In a final attempt, Kashimo discharges all of his remaining cursed energy in order to create a steam explosion. Hakari then sacrifices his arm in order to protect his body from the blast, as it's revealed that he survived the explosion. Hakari then emerges from the water as he lands a decisive blow which finally defeats Kashimo. As the events of the Tokyo No. 2 colony conclude, we see that Hakari refuses to kill Kashimo, as he prefers to have Kashimo's points transferred to him, and he also considers Kashimo to be a very powerful ally. So he then offers Kashimo a deal to join their side in exchange for a chance to fight Sukuna. Panda witnesses the aftermath of the battle as he expresses concern for Yuji, but Hakari reassures him as he highlights the strategic importance of having Kashimo as an ally. Just as the fight between Hakari and Kashimo ends, the announcement is made that the 10th rule to allow transfer of points between players has been added to the Culling game. Momo Nishimiya arrives within Tokyo No. 2 colony as it's revealed that the Kyoto Jujutsu High students are working together with Hakari's group in order to combat the Culling game. She informs us that they are delaying creating another rule which would allow them to establish communication between colonies, because both Maki and Meimei's younger brother are able to pass through the Culling game barriers without any issue, as Momo reveals that it's because Maki has become a monster. As we near towards the end of the Culling Game arc, we now turn our attention towards the Sakurajima colony as we catch up with what's going on with Maki Zenin as well as Noritoshi Kamo. Maki and Noritoshi face off against the vengeful cursed spirit Naoya Zenin. This happens after Maki and Noritoshi meet within the Sakurajima colony after Maki has successfully dealt with the remaining players and the cursed spirits. Their conversation about the changes that they have undergone is cut short by the sudden appearance of a mysterious curse. As the cursed spirit descends, both sorcerers feel an ominous presence as they question if they are truly encountering a cursed spirit. Maki and Noritoshi appear to be uneasy as they prepare themselves for a confrontation. Now the cursed spirit repeatedly mutters "Ma" before it rushes towards Maki and Noritoshi at incredible speeds. It breaks through the sound barrier and it causes significant destruction. We learn that this cursed spirit is Naoya Zenin as he rams into Maki with tremendous force, pinning her against a cliffside. Despite Maki's attempts to fight back, Naoya's speed allows him to disappear and reappear instantly as he delivers punishing blows against her. Naoya reveals that he has returned as a vengeful cursed spirit, which shocks both Maki and Noritoshi. Noritoshi fires arrows which are reinforced with cursed energy towards Naoya from a distance. This forces Naoya to retreat as it gives Maki an opportunity to move. The poisoned arrows stun Naoya, allowing Maki to land a significant blow with her sword. As Naoya bleeds from his injuries, his cursed spirit body implodes and enters a cocoon-like state. Maki urges Noritoshi to shoot Naoya, and Noritoshi uses his blood manipulation technique, piercing blood, in order to attack the cocoon. Despite appearing to suffer greatly, Naoya emerges from the cocoon in a new evolved form, and now he is more powerful and dangerous than before. In this new form, Naoya uses tentacle-like appendages in order to strike Noritoshi, as it sends him crashing through the forest. Noritoshi narrowly avoids a fatal blow by using his blood manipulation technique in order to guard his vital areas. Now he realizes the severity of the situation as Noritoshi activates Flowing Red Scale in order to enhance his abilities. Maki intercepts Naoya's path, slashing him and stopping him from moving. Noritoshi attempts to restrain Naoya with Crimson Binding, which wraps blood around him, as Maki attempts to capitalize upon this by slashing Naoya again, but he uses his high-speed rotation in order to deflect her blade.
Naoya breaks free from Crimson Binding and he uses his projection sorcery in order to freeze the air into multiple layers of animation frames. He then destroys these frames with a punch, creating an explosion which serves as a diversion as it allows him to dash away and increase his speed. At this point, Naoya reaches speeds of up to Mach 3 by taking in air through his inlets and ejecting it with cursed energy. As he propels himself at supersonic speed, he crashes into Maki, severely injuring her as Noritoshi intervenes by throwing arrows into Naoya's tentacles. This gives Maki a chance to recover, and despite their efforts, Naoya remains a formidable opponent as he overpowers both Maki and Noritoshi with his speed and strength. With hope dwindling for the two sorcerers, Noritoshi tells Maki to leave the colony, but she refuses and asks for time to recover. Noritoshi buys her time by creating a blood fence to stop Naoya's attacks. Despite being repeatedly knocked back and injured, Noritoshi continues to fight as he uses his blood manipulation to attack Naoya. Naoya realizes that Noritoshi is exhausting himself by using blood outside of his body, and he mocks his opponent's futile efforts. However, Noritoshi remains determined to protect Maki even if it means sacrificing himself. He then uses piercing blood at point blank range on Naoya as it tears away his tentacle arms, but this fails to inflict any significant damage against the vengeful cursed spirit. As Noritoshi is about to be overwhelmed, Maki reappears as she cuts off one of Naoya's arms in order to protect him. Despite Maki not being fully healed, her presence reinvigorates the fight. Then an older newcomer, Hagane Daido, enters the fight asking for Maki's katana. Maki hands him her sword, breaking the stalemate as it introduces a new dynamic to the fight. Daido catches the blade and everyone around him senses his lethality. Daido attacks Naoya, who narrowly avoids a fatal blow but is then grazed by the blade. He then asks Maki about the sword's loyalty before he is attacked by Naoya. Now, despite their best efforts, Maki and Noritoshi struggle to defeat Naoya, and the battle is intense and it showcases the physical strength of both of these sorcerers, as well as the incredible strength of Naoya Zenin, who is now returned as a vengeful cursed spirit. Now, what's going to happen with Hagane Daido, who has now joined the fight, as we enter the next stage of the battle, which features Maki and two new Jujutsu sorcerers teaming up to battle against Naoya Zenin. Firstly, we have Hagane Daido, who is an exceptional swordsman, but he cannot see curses. Then you have Rokujushi Mio, who is a sumo enthusiast. The two of them bring some very unique skills to the table as they both help Maki and Noritoshi to fight against cursed Naoya Zenin. Hagane demonstrates his power by unleashing a powerful strike with his katana towards Naoya. Naoya mostly avoids the attack but is still slightly grazed, as Daido is dissatisfied with his performance as he scolds the sword that he is holding for disobeying him. Now, while Naoya lunges towards Daido, Maki warns the old man, but Daido skillfully dodges Naoya's tentacles as they crush the side of a building. Now, despite his inability to see curses, Daido confidently claims that he can see everything else, so it makes no difference that he cannot see Naoya. Now, with a very precise and powerful strike, Daido cuts Naoya in half as it leaves Maki pretty speechless. She struggles to understand why her attacks lack the same amount of power. Daido's ability to see and understand something is beyond Maki's understanding, as it prompts her to question the difference between herself and this master swordsman. Rokujushi Mio then notices Maki's internal struggle as he invites her into his simple domain for a sumo match in order to help her release stress. Maki, seeking clarity, agrees and the match begins. Now, despite her superior strength, Mio skillfully outmaneuvers Maki as it demonstrates his expertise in sumo. He explains his love for sumo as he recognizes Maki's potential, noting that something is stopping her true strength. Mio advises Maki that everything, including peers, curses, as well as her life as a Jujutsu sorcerer, are all holding her back. He encourages her to wrestle repeatedly in order to experience true freedom and clarity. Through countless bouts of sumo, Maki learns to blend her senses and to achieve a state of being that allows her to perceive and react without hesitation. Maki's training session with Rokujisho Mio spans over 1,000 bouts, but it occurs within the space of a minute outside of the simple domain, as time flows faster within Mio's domain compared to the outside world. Similar to how the
hyperbolic time chamber works within Dragon Ball. When Maki emerges from the simple domain, she exhibits a newfound confidence and clarity, much to the shock of Noritoshi and Daido. Naoya is undeterred by these recent developments as he prepares to attack once more. However, Maki's enhanced perception allows her to effortlessly avoid Naoya's high-speed assaults. As Naoya's speed increases, he crashes through buildings, but Maki continues to evade him easily. Maki's new mental clarity achieved through sumo allows her to perceive the souls of inorganic matter and to utilize them to navigate through mid-air. This allows her to dodge Naoya's supersonic attacks and to counter with precise strikes as she punches him down to street level. Naoya appears unharmed as he taunts Maki, only to be interrupted by Mio's headbutt and Daido's slashing attack. Despite being cut in half again, Naoya transforms into a more grotesque form, declaring his intention to surpass Toji and Gojo as he activates his domain expansion Time Cell Moon Palace, as it traps both Daido and Mio into its domain. Daido and Mio inside of the domain are struck by film strips which cause both of them rapid injuries because the domain has a 24 frame per second rule which disrupts both of them at a cellular level. Mio collapses from the injuries while Daido loses an arm attempting to attack Naoya. Now, despite the chaos, Maki remains unaffected by the domain's rules due to her lack of cursed energy. Taking advantage of her immunity to the effects of his domain expansion, Maki stabs Naoya through the back with Daido's sword. She realizes that she can move freely within the domain as Maki has an internal vision of her sister Mai, who confirms that she has broken free from her entanglements. Maki uses the full power of the Spirit Soul Katana as she pierces Naoya's chest as Naoya attempts to retaliate, but Maki effortlessly decapitates him, thus ending his life. Now that Naoya has been defeated, his domain expansion collapses as it releases everyone who was trapped within it. Both Daido and Mio appear to be severely injured, but they are still shocked by Maki's transformation as she has become a war god akin to Toji Zenin. Maki then turns to Noritoshi, acknowledging the crucial role that everybody played in this battle against cursed Naoya. Both Maki and Noritoshi speak about the complicated relationships with the big three Jujutsu families as Maki encourages Noritoshi to reconcile with his mother, preventing him from making the same mistakes that she did. This conversation with Noritoshi caps off Maki's character growth perfectly, as it really underscores all of the personal growth and the journey that she has undergone from the very beginning of the series up until this point. Through this battle against cursed Naoya, and thanks to the help of both Daido and Mio, Maki was able to achieve a new level of clarity as well as power, and it was thanks to this that she was able to defeat cursed Naoya Zenin. This now brings us to chapter 200 of Jujutsu Kaisen, as the chapter begins with Yuji and Megumi trying to understand the implications of Sukuna's revelation that he is the disgraced one who the angel is targeting. Yuji, desperate to keep this information from Hana, uses non-verbal cues to communicate with Megumi, but despite the confusion, Megumi eventually understands that Sukuna is the target of Angel. Yuji contemplates the possibility that the Angel has a means to permanently eliminate Sukuna, which would necessitate his own sacrifice after they save Sumiki and bring back Gojo. Megumi is troubled by Yuji's willingness to sacrifice himself for their cause. Their conversation is then interrupted by the Angel, who informs them of a sudden increase of new players into the colony, accounting to over 800 new players who have just entered the barrier. The scene then shifts to a flashback 9 months earlier within February, where Kenjaku is seen revealing the existence of Jujutsu to various different government leaders. He proposes that cursed energy could serve as an alternative energy source which sparks interest among the global superpowers. In a recent meeting that he's had with the US government, Kenjaku uses glasses which allow non-sorcerers to see cursed spirits as he demonstrates their power by summoning spirits using cursed spirit manipulation. Cyrus Vale from the US Office of Energy and Environment supports Kenjaku's claims and pressures the president to consider the potential of cursed energy. Kenjaku emphasizes the urgency by explaining that Tokyo will soon cease to function and many Jujutsu sorcerers will be gathered in a single place, as this provides a perfect opportunity for the governments to capture and research their power. In chapter 201, the discussions with the US government continue as the president struggles with the ethical implications of Kenjaku's idea to abduct Japanese citizens. Despite the arguments that are made about about the unprecedented energy potential of jujutsu sorcerers and the need for research, the president expresses discomfort with human experimentation. But Cyrus from the Office of Energy and Environment warns that other countries will target Japanese sorcerers, as this urges the president to act swiftly in order to protect American interests. Kenjaku adds pressure by suggesting that sorcerers are a rare minority and that this gathering is a unique opportunity. The military lieutenant general Gary K. Johnson is asked to assess the operational requirements, as he arrogantly evaluates that one company could capture 5 dozen sorcerers, as he totally underestimates their power. Kenjaku then advises deploying a battalion of at least 800 men, but Gary dismisses this as cowardly. To prove the might of jujutsu sorcery, Uraume suggests a test, as Kenjaku must breach the White House's security, which includes the Secret Service and elite paramilitary forces. Kenjaku demonstrates that he can effortlessly do this as he defeats the soldiers by using a giant cursed spirit, as he demonstrates the overwhelming power of jujutsu sorcerers. This display convinces the president to seriously consider Kenjaku's proposal and to not underestimate jujutsu sorcerers. In chapter 202, we see Yuki Tsukumo and Tengen have a conversation about the star plasma vessels. Yuki is critical of Tengen's use of young girls as vessels, and she expresses her disapproval of the risks that Tengen has taken. Master Tengen justifies their actions as inevitable, explaining that they have maintained self-awareness through barrier techniques. Yuki rejects Tengen's reasoning and refuses to reveal what the other star plasma vessels' voices say, as she accuses Tengen of evading responsibility. The scene then shifts to Kenjaku, who invades the tombs of the Star Corridor as he confronts Chozo, who appears to be protecting Master Tengen. Kenjaku dismisses Chozo's efforts, claiming that the culling game has fulfilled its purpose and the ritual is almost complete. Now this alarms Chozo, who is concerned for Yuji and the others. Kenjaku manipulates the barrier in order to create a movie theater setting, as he explains his plans to Chozo. He reveals that merging with Tengen would turn non-sorcerers into cursed spirits, potentially creating a massive concentration of cursed energy. Kenjaku is eager to see what form Master Tengen will take once he merges humanity with Tengen. Chozo is angered by Kenjaku's plans as he prepares to attack, but Kenjaku collapses the theater back into the empty barrier and he laughs off Chozo's threats, as he speaks about his enjoyment of the chaos that he is creating. Now, chapter 202 ends with Chozo preparing himself to fight, as he is determined to stop Kenjaku. So much happens here before we get the setup for the final fights of the Culling Game Arc, as Yuki scolds Master Tengen for using star plasma vessels, as Kenjaku appears to have formed agreements with several world government leaders, and now Kenjaku in the present day has invaded the tombs of the Star Corridor, as he's about to get on with his true plan to merge humanity with Tengen. On November 9th, Master Tengen had sought the help of Yuji, Megumi and their allies in order to fight the Culling Game. Tengen had also requested that 2 sorcerers, both Yuki and Chozo, to stay behind in order to protect them. Tengen warned that Kenjaku possessed the means to undo the seals on the tombs of the star, and then to absorb Tengen by using cursed spirit manipulation. Yuki and Chozo volunteered to face Kenjaku, while Yuta had joined with the other students in the Culling Game. Tengen, Yuki and Chozo had strategized, hoping to bait Kenjaku into using his domain expansion, thereby hoping to exhaust Kenjaku of his techniques and make him vulnerable to their attack. Now, at midnight on the 16th of November, Kenjaku had breached the barrier above the tombs of the star, where Chozo was waiting. Chozo had learnt about Kenjaku's plan to merge Master Tengen with all of humanity. Chozo had launched piercing blood at Kenjaku, but he had avoided the attack and countered with a cursed spirit. In response, Chozo had used Supernova in order to eliminate the cursed spirit, but then Kenjaku had closed the distance and overpowered him with a series of strikes. Kenjaku dismissed Chozo's efforts as he had taunted him about Yuji and the death painting rooms. This had enraged Chozo, as he had used his brother's memories in order to fuel his strength and continue his assault against Tengen. Chozo used his blood techniques and even mimicked his brother Esso's winking. Despite Chozo's best efforts, Kenjaku remains unscathed, revealing his incredible power as he was reinforcing low-level curses with cursed energy. Kenjaku's casual display of dominance had left Chozo nearly defeated, but he had found renewed determination once Chozo had remembered his brothers. Yuki Yuki then enters the battle, tagging out Chozo and immediately demonstrating her insane power by exercising a special grade cursed spirit with just a single kick. Now, her innate curse technique, Star Rage, allows her to manipulate mass, thus making her and her Shikigami Garuda exceptionally destructive. Yuki's enhanced strength overwhelms Kenjaku as he was forced to heal himself with reversed curse technique. Kenjaku realizes Yuki's potential threat as he then expands his domain Womb Perfusion, challenging Yuki to a domain clash. Master Tengen attempts to disrupt Kenjaku's domain, but Yuki's simple domain ends up being destroyed, leaving her really badly injured. Despite Yuki's injuries, she continues to fight, using Garuda in order to keep Kenjaku at bay while she heals. While Yuki was healing, both Chozo and Garuda had attacked Kenjaku, but he had countered by increasing gravity, thus pinning them to the ground. Yuki analyzed the gravity technique Kenjaku was using, and she then pressed her attack, expecting Kenjaku to summon more curses. Kenjaku seemingly appears to be cornered as he uses a miniature Uzumaki to blast Yuki, thus dealing a fatal blow by creating a hole in her lower torso. Despite this, Yuki continued to fight as her determination was unwavering. But then in a desperate move, Yuki transforms herself into a black hole, aiming to take Kenjaku with her. The black hole expands, causing massive destruction, but Kenjaku manages to survive as he emerges from the debris. Kenjaku's victory over Yuki and Chozo had allowed him to approach the true form of Master Tengen. A representation of Master Tengen appears as it questions how Kenjaku has survived. Kenjaku reveals that his gravity manipulation had stemmed from Kaori Itadori's anti-gravity system. Both Master Tengen's barrier and Yuki's will had contained the black hole in order to prevent the Earth from being destroyed. Kenjaku considered that the battle was a warm-up, proceeding to undo the seal on Master Tengen's tree, thus marking a massive advancement in his plans. Kenjaku's ability to manipulate barriers, summon cursed spirits, and to use gravity-based techniques showcases his versatility along with his powerful moveset. His strategic use of these abilities to counter Chozo and Yuki's attacks had demonstrated his experience and his strategic planning. Kenjaku's domain expansion Womb Perfusion, as well as his ability to utilize multiple techniques at the same time, had highlighted the threat that he had posed to Tengen and the sorcerers. Yuki tried her best, especially with her Star Rage technique, and her resilience during this battle was admirable, but after she had suffered a fatal blow, it had pretty much sealed the deal. Her determination and dedication to protect Master Tengen had allowed for her to transform into a black hole, proving that she was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Now, Chozo's evolution throughout this fight, from feeling outclassed to finding strength from his brother's memories, had highlighted his insane character development. His persistent attacks against Kenjaku, as well as his creative use of blood manipulation, had further added to his growth as a sorcerer. Despite Chozo being outmatched, his determination to protect his allies and to fight for what he believes in had remained unwavering. Master Tengen's strategic mind was evident in his planning and attempts to counter Kenjaku's domain. Despite the miscalculation, Tengen's efforts to protect Yuki and Chozo had highlighted that he wasn't entirely selfish, and he did care about the Jujutsu sorcerers who were protecting him. Master Tengen's final moments with Kenjaku reveal the depth of their history, as this wraps up the high-stakes battle between Yuki and Chozo versus Kenjaku. On the night of the 14th of November, the American military had invaded the Culling Game colonies. Despite them being approached by Kogane, each of the soldiers ignores the Shikigami and moves in without teleportation. Kenjaku explains this to Uraume, revealing it as a hidden rule or glitch which benefits the military. They are descended into the Zenin clan's disciplinary chambers within Tokyo Colony No. 1. The military are making a game out of it as they are capturing weaker players like Remy, and some soldiers question the need for Lieutenant General Gary K. Johnson's concerns. A female soldier recounts a harrowing encounter with a sorcerer, highlighting the existence of more powerful players within the colonies. Hazanoki easily repels the invading military, and he thinks back to Reggie's prediction that a major reveal is going to change the Culling Game. Uraume begins to question Kenjaku's true intentions, initially believing that he aims to stimulate cursed energy energy for the pre-merger with Tengen. Kenjaku clarifies that while Tokyo and Sendai colonies have enough cursed energy, the military serves as insurance. He expects the soldiers to retreat once casualties begin to mount, and sorcerers won't pursue non-sorcerers for points. Kenjaku reveals his plan to Uraume as he wants the mass slaughter of non-sorcerers by cursed spirits in order to release large amounts of cursed energy. Megumi, Yuji, Hana, and Fumihiko encounter the invading soldiers, and after a grenade attack, Megumi identifies the intruders as non-Japanese military, and he wonders what their intentions are. He quickly realizes that the military are not there to protect anybody, as he wants to find out their true purpose. At the beginning of chapter 210, we get a brief flashback to several years ago, where we see 3 girls, of whom include Hana, and they were trapped by a cursed spirit posing as their mother. They knew that the creature wasn't their mother, but they feared speaking up. Now within the present day, Yuji, Megumi, Hana, and Fumihiko interrogate a captured soldier as they learn about the plan to turn cursed energy into a renewable resource. Megumi realizes Kenjaku used this as a bait in order to lead the military into a massacre, thus filling the colonies with cursed energy in order to complete the pre-merger with Tengen. Yuji suggests saving the soldiers, but the angel refuses to involve Hana in unnecessary fighting. Despite this, Yuji insists on saving lives as he exclaims that he has never trusted Angel or Sukuna. Hana recalls being rescued by Megumi's divine dog as a child, as she believes that it was fate, so she decides to save people in order to stand by Megumi's side. Now as the group moves through the colony, they witness soldiers being used as bait by a cursed spirit. Hana saves a soldier while Yuji and Megumi work to rescue the others. Yuji admits that he's afraid of Hana replacing Nobara in their hearts, as Hana, overhearing, asks if Yuji has something to say to her. In chapter 211, as the Culling Game colonies activate for the pre-merger, civilians begin to notice changes within the atmosphere. On the 16th of November, Maki reunites with Yuji and Megumi, revealing that Yuki and Chozo were defeated, and Kenjaku has seized Master Tengen. They are shocked as they question why the merger hasn't started. The angel suggests that sorcerers are able to resist the merger with cursed energy, and Maki mentions that civilians were affected. Megumi prioritizes rescuing Sumiki as he transfers the group's points to himself. He attempts to add a rule allowing players to leave the Culling Game, but the rule is denied. Kogane suggests that a player can leave by inviting a new player as a substitute for 100 points. Megumi adds this rule and asks Maki to bring Sumiki into the colony. Sumiki arrives, but instead of using the points to leave, she adds a rule allowing entry and exit across colony borders. Megumi is shocked and asks who she really is, as he quickly realizes that this isn't his sister. Megumi thinks back to visiting Sumiki in the hospital when she had first woken up, as he notes her uncharacteristic behavior. Within the present day, Sumiki is now revealed as Yorozu, who is an incarnated sorcerer. Yorozu adds a rule allowing free movement between colonies, as she then taunts Megumi, revealing her true identity as she has taken over Sumiki's body. Megumi asks why Yorozu had impersonated Sumiki, and she explains that she had wanted to fight Sukuna. As Yorozu flies off, Yuji tries to pursue her with Hana, but Sukuna takes over Yuji's body by using the binding vow. He knocks Hana unconscious, and after a brief confrontation, he splits his soul into a finger and forces Megumi to consume it and incarnate into his body. Sukuna is now in control of Megumi as he has left Yuji's body. Yuji watches on helplessly as Sukuna reminds him of the promise to show him something interesting. Sukuna taking over Megumi's body highlights his long-term planning and the patience that he has had. Just what is he about to do now that he has exploited the binding vow and has taken over Megumi's body? Things have just gone from bad to worse now that Sukuna is in control of a powerful new vessel. While in control of Megumi's body, Sukuna demonstrates his power by attacking Yuji. This sets off a chain of reactions as Yuji, Maki, and Hana realize the gravity of the situation that they are in as they confront Sukuna immediately. So the battle starts with Yuji calling out to Megumi, only for Sukuna to respond with a devastating gut punch which sends Yuji crashing through multiple buildings, leaving him unconscious. This draws the attention of Maki and Takaba, who move towards the commotion. Hana utilizes the Angel's Curse technique and she surprises Sukuna with an attack from above, as she hits him with Jacob's Ladder, a purifying light. Hana appears to be reluctant to hurt Megumi as she is determined to expel Sukuna from his body. She casts a powerful light which severely impacts Sukuna and drains him of his cursed energy. But despite this, Sukuna manipulates the situation by pretending to be Megumi as he tricks Hana into approaching him. Once close enough, Sukuna's monstrous form emerges as she bites off Hana's arm and throws her off of the building. Yuji, having regained consciousness, watches Hana fall and he is driven by rage as he leaps towards Sukuna, initiating a fierce clash which breaks the building apart. Yuji's newfound strength surprises Sukuna as he hurls debris and attacks with a metal street sign, as he demands an explanation for the constant suffering that is caused by curses. Sukuna responds by cutting Yuji with dismantle, but Yuji's resilience allows him to endure the attack as he then lands a powerful punch on Sukuna. Maki then emerges as she impresses Sukuna with her immunity to his attacks. She quickly coordinates with Yuji in order to battle Sukuna in high-speed combat. The trio battle intensely, with Maki and Yuji firing off simultaneous attacks as Maki catches Sukuna's arm, delivering a series of quick strikes followed by a very powerful palm strike which sends Sukuna flying. Yuji wraps the railing around Sukuna and Maki kicks him into a wall, collapsing it. Unfortunately, Sukuna recovers by using Cleave Spiderweb in order to destroy the ground beneath his opponents. This disrupts their footing as he lands a strong punch on Maki, but she shakes it off, continuing the fight with renewed strength. The battle rages on with rapid movements and intense clashes until Uraume arrives and she freezes the entire surroundings with max output Frost Calm. Uraume apologizes for the interference, but Sukuna appears to be okay with it as he emphasizes that Yuji is no longer of any importance to him. He then summons the Shikigami Nu as Sukuna and Uraume prepare to leave. Yuji breaks out of the ice in a desperate attempt to stop them, but he can only watch as they escape. Uraume asks if they should kill Yuji, but Sukuna says not to, as he wants to instead mock Yuji's desperate expression that he has on his face. Sukuna and Uraume leave as they laugh at Yuji. It's pretty awesome to see Yuji, Maki and Hana fight against the most powerful sorcerer in existence. Despite their efforts, Sukuna had proved to be too powerful for them, and thanks to the help of Uraume he was able to escape. But this sets the stage for the next section of conflicts which perfectly wrap up the Culling Game Arc. Next, in chapter 216 of Jujutsu Kaisen, we delve into Kinjaku's plans as well as Sukuna's transformation. This chapter focuses on Sukuna's ritualistic bath and the impact that this has on Megumi's soul. So Kinjaku tells Chozo that he cannot merge humanity with Master Tengen without ending the Culling Game, as he is bound by a vow to end what was permanent in order to establish the game. Uraume is indifferent to the specifics and insists that Kinjaku should simply proceed with his plans. However, Kinjaku is intrigued by the bath, which is a ritual that Sukuna is currently undergoing. This ancient ritual traditionally is used to transform family heirlooms into cursed tools, and it involves soaking the tool in a solution of cursed energy which is derived from venomous creatures through a process called kodoku. Sukuna uses the ritualistic bath in order to suppress Megumi's soul and to draw it closer to pure evil. Once he emerges from the bath, Sukuna appears more sinister and even more powerful than before. Sukuna reveals that he wants to keep Megumi's appearance as he notes that Megumi's form is more suitable for battling sorcerers. He then checks his Kogane for the location of Sumiki Fushiguro, as Sukuna explains that he wants to kill Sumiki in order to completely submerge Megumi's soul. He uses a giant fish-like curse in order to transport Sukuna to Sendai in exchange for the remainder of Megumi's points. When Sukuna arrives within the Sendai colony, his massive cursed energy is immediately sensed by Takako Uro and Ryu Ishigori. Uro, having been part of the Sun and Moon squad which was decimated by Sukuna, recognizes his presence. Ryu is unable to resist the challenge that has just appeared as he confronts Sukuna directly. Sukuna casually asks Ryu if he plans to run, but when Ryu attacks, Sukuna swiftly cuts him across his torso as he laughs and admits that he meant to cut him into three. Mockingly apologizing for underestimating Ryu, Sukuna promises not to hold back again as Ryu tries to create distance to unleash his granite blast, but Sukuna blitzes him, slicing his head into three parts. After Sukuna defeats Ryu, he is then met with Yorozu in the stadium where Yuta defeated Durov Lakdawala. Yorozu comments on Sukuna's Sukuna's new body, and Sukuna expresses his preference for his current appearance. The stage is then set for an intense battle between Yorozu and Sukuna. Yorozu attacks with streams of black liquid metal, but Sukuna evades her assault, and the two then engage in close combat, trading blows. Sukuna kicks Yorozu back, but she reduces the impact with a metal plate, and she continues teasing Sukuna. She declares her desire to both kill Sukuna and be killed by him, as she asks him what he is going to give her if she wins. Sukuna casually says that he'll give to her everything, leading Yorozu to fantasize about their marriage, which invigorates her to continue fighting. Sukuna then uses Megami's 10 Shadows technique as he summons unstable forms of divine dogs in order to attack Yorozu. She counters this with spikes made from her liquid metal, as she questions why Sukuna isn't using his own abilities. Sukuna reveals that he wants to use Megami's techniques to kill Sumiki, thus effectively drowning Megami's soul in guilt. This angers Yorozu, who feels insulted that Sukuna isn't using his full power. She then uses her innate technique Construction, which allows her to create almost anything as she dons insect armor. Yorozu is an old sorcerer from the Heian era, and she was known for her construction technique despite its inefficiency. She had crafted efficient weapons and armor inspired by insects, which had led her to create her insect armor. This armor, combined with her liquid metal, makes her a powerful mid-range fighter. Yorozu then blitzes Sukuna, landing powerful punches, as Sukuna counters with fully stable Shikigami as he summons Roundia in order to heal himself and then dispel Yorozu's attacks. This is followed by him summoning Piercing Ox, which breaks through her defenses. Sukuna's strategy of using the 10 Shadows technique very effectively with his immense cursed energy is highlighted as he easily overwhelms Yorozu's constructions. Despite being pushed back, Yorozu remains defiant as she realizes Piercing Ox gains more power with more distance and continues to fight. Sukuna uses Rabbit Escape in order to disorientate Yorozu before dropping Max Elephant from above, which destroys her insect armor. She still appears to be undeterred as she explains that she understands Sukuna's loneliness as the strongest, and she vows to teach him about love. She then activates a technique to construct her heart, which represents her ultimate expression of love. In chapter 219, we see a flashback to the Heian era, which reveals Yorozu's admiration for Sukuna as she attends the Harvest Festival where Sukuna was revered and respected, and it was there that she had felt his loneliness. When she had appeared before Sukuna, she had offered her companionship to alleviate this loneliness, but Uraume had intervened and Sukuna had then wounded Yorozu, but she remained determined to stay by his side. Within the present day, Yorozu creates a true sphere, which is an indestructible object due to the infinite pressure along its surface, and she then activates her domain expansion Threefold Affliction. Sukuna doesn't counter with his own domain, as he instead uses Mahoraga's wheel, which has adapted to her liquid metal. Sukuna is seen to switch places with Mahoraga as it destroys the true sphere and then strikes down Yorozu. She lies on the ground defeated as Sukuna explains his adaptation to her techniques. Yorozu is then touched by Sukuna's knowledge of her abilities as she creates one last gift with her construction ability before dying. Yorozu's death, along with Sumiki's, deeply impacts Megami, whose soul is now fully submerged in darkness within Sukuna. This final act signifies Sukuna's complete dominance over Megami's body and soul, as it is one vital step forward in his evil plans. Kenjaku uses all of his 309 points in order to propose new rules for the Culling Game, as he forces the Kogane to add Rule 13, which closes the Culling Game to new players, and Rule 14, which states that the Culling Game will end when all players except Geto, Megumi, and Uraume have died. Kenjaku finds Sukuna's mummified remains within the barrier and decides to take them to him as a souvenir. This is a pretty key development as it suggests that Kenjaku is deeply involved with Sukuna's plans. At Jujutsu High, the sorcerers quickly become aware of the new rules that have been added, as Maki highlights that defeating Kenjaku and Sukuna would mean a victory for them. Shoko is seen to treat Hana's injuries that she had sustained from Sukuna, as she notes that her arm couldn't be regenerated. Hana survived thanks to Rin and Fumihiko Takaba. Yuji speaks about his feelings with Rin as he expresses that he would do anything to kill Sukuna. He joins the other sorcerers and proposes an idea to save Megumi. Maki emphasizes that they need to take out Sukuna first, as Chozo gives Yuji Yuki Tsukumo's notes on the sword. soul, which could be crucial in their plans. Shoko reflects on Gojo's dream of fostering strong allies, and she notes the group of powerful sorcerers around her are all awaiting Gojo's return. We now turn our attention towards the final chapter of the Culling Game Arc, which is chapter 221, titled Gain and Loss. Yuji and Takaba place the back of the prison realm in a room as they prepare to unseal Gojo. Hana questions their plan to do it in such a confined space, as it prompts Takaba to suggest a more lively setting for the return of Gojo. They then move to Jujutsu High Training Ground number 4 within the Saitama Prefecture, as everyone is in a safe position. Toge gives Hana the signal to use Jacob's ladder on the back of the prison realm. Despite Hana's efforts, the back gate disappears without a trace of Gojo, as it leads to a tense and defensive response from her, but then suddenly they all feel an earthquake as it signals the return of Gojo, but elsewhere. We learn that Kinjaku had placed Prison Realm within a deep area of the Japanese trench, and it was surrounded by seals and cursed spirits in order to prevent Gojo's escape. However, Gojo had overcome these obstacles as he appears to confront Kenjaku. Gojo faces Kenjaku, who taunts him about his long rest, but Gojo is unfazed as he prepares to attack with blue, generating a powerful force of attraction. Sukuna then intervenes as he confronts Gojo in mid-air, and they descend to the ground, with Gojo commenting on Megumi's changed appearance. Sukuna reminds Gojo of his promise to kill him once he had gained control of his vessel. Gojo mocks Sukuna for fleeing from Yuji. This enrages Uraume, whom Gojo swiftly takes out. Kenjaku asks Sukuna to fulfill their agreement before fighting. As Gojo mocks Sukuna for taking orders, Gojo suggests that they fight on the 24th of December, as this aligns with the death of Geto. Gojo is pretty confident in his abilities as he tells Kenjaku and Yuji the infamous memeable line, "Nah, I'd win," in response to Yuji and Kenjaku asking if he would lose to Sukuna. And that brings us to an end to the Culling Game Arc, a story arc that has a lot of complicated character developments, high stakes battles, as well as different strategic plays which push the limits of Gege Akutami's storytelling. There are a lot of intricate plot points which are expanded upon over the course of these 63 chapters of this story arc. We see the growth of characters like Yuji, Megumi, Maki, as well as several others, as Yuji grows from an individual who is self-sacrificing to a determined sorcerer who is willing to fight Sukuna head-on. One character who I was really impressed with during the Culling Game arc was Maki Zenin. To see her evolve into a truly formidable powerhouse was amazing, and I really enjoyed seeing her fights within the Sakurajima colony. Also, her teaming up with both Yuji and Hana to fight against Sukuna was one of my favorite moments of this arc. Kenjaku was the mastermind of the Culling Game, and he was involved with multiple different strategic plays, like taking advantage of the American military and then summoning incarnated sorcerers from the past, as well as utilizing binding vows in order to achieve his goals. The Culling Game arc ends with Sukuna's possession of Megumi's body and the following battles that happen after, as it all leads up to the return of Satoru Gojo. The date is now set for the 24th of December as we head into the next story arc, the Shinjuku Showdown Arc. There's a massive theme of sacrifice and determination within Jujutsu Kaisen, as Yuji is constantly seen to endure pain and to suffer for the sake of protecting his friends. In addition, he is determined to defeat the evil that is Sukuna, and we see other characters demonstrate the theme of sacrifice and determination, like Chozo, who was dedicated to his brothers, and then Maki's relentless pursuit for strength, and then Hana's commitment to save Megumi, as all of these themes are central driving forces for Jujutsu Kaisen characters. So we've now reached the point of the video where I want to hand over the discussion to all of you. What do you guys think about the Culling Game arc of Jujutsu Kaisen? I'm aware of how long this video has turned out to be, but I didn't want to miss any of the crucial details, as there was just so much to cover from this story arc. Like I had mentioned at the start of this video, there were 16 battles that we needed to break down, with the story arc taking place across 10 different barrier colonies, and with multiple different plot points and plot twists occurring. I just felt like I had to mention all of the key points so that you have a complete understanding of this story arc. The Shinjuku Showdown Arc is the final grand battle which decides everything within Jujutsu Kaisen. This is a story arc where Satoru Gojo, the strongest sorcerer of today, clashes with the king of curses Ryumen Sukuna, the strongest sorcerer in history. After literally years of build-up, all of the scheming, the rivalries, and the sacrifice of these characters finally comes down to one epic conclusion. By the time that you're watching this video, Jujutsu Kaisen will have wrapped up with the release of chapter 221 271, as the Shinjuku Showdown Arc serves as the culmination of every single power-up, all of the strategies and sacrifices, as we begin with Gojo vs Sukuna. This battle is so destructive that entire city blocks are obliterated within moments. And this isn't just a battle of raw power, it's an actual psychological war. Gojo genuinely goes beyond his limits in this fight, but despite all of this, the outcome of the battle is unthinkable. This fight is about the fate of the future, as Yuji and all of the sorcerers work together in an attempt to defeat Sukuna and to rescue Megumi. With Sukuna having mastered Megumi's 10 Shadows technique, the tide of the battle is easily turned against the surviving Jujutsu sorcerers. This story arc is truly a desperate struggle where no one is guaranteed to survive. We see the return of some long-lost allies, there's unexpected power-ups. While all of this is going on, Megumi's fate hangs in the balance, but rest assured I'm going to be covering absolutely everything in my final Jujutsu Kaisen arc analysis as I break down everything that there is to know about the Shinjuku Showdown arc. So be sure to stick around until the very end of this video as I'll be breaking down the full scale of Sukuna's devastating plans as well as the heartbreaking sacrifices that occur in this story arc, and I'll also be talking about the final 3 chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen which serve as the epilogue of the story, and you'll find out whether if Jujutsu Kaisen is actually going to be continuing beyond these 271 chapters, as there are rumors about a season 2 of the series. The Shinjuku Showdown arc spans from chapter 222 all the way up until chapter 271, the final chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen. As the final story arc of the series, we see some of the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers of the modern day going up against the king of the curses, Ryumen Sukuna. The stakes are incredibly high here as the story arc kicks off with the highly anticipated final fight between Gojo vs Sukuna. All of this happens following the chaos of the Culling Game orchestrated by Kenjaku, as Christmas Eve rolls around and Gojo begins his fight against Sukuna, as they tear apart the city of Shinjuku, proving once and for all who is the strongest. During this battle, the limits of their domain expansions, their curse techniques, as well as their own resilience is put to the test, with there being several domain clashes between Unlimited Void and Malevolent Shrine, which perfectly represent the peak of Jujutsu combat. This fight truly was unpredictable, and the balance of power was constantly shifting. At one point Gojo had the upper hand, but then before you know it, the tables have turned and Sukuna has the upper hand. Now, the Shinjuku Showdown arc isn't just about Gojo and Sukuna. We have other key characters like Yuji, Yuta, and Hajime Kashimo, as well as Kinji Hakari and the likes of Hiromi Higuruma. All of these characters and more participate on a final raid on Sukuna, as their personal beliefs and their bonds with each other are put to the test as they face off against the overwhelming, unbeatable power of Sukuna. And all of this results in quite an interesting end to the story arc and the series of Jujutsu Kaisen, as Yuji has one final confrontation with Sukuna, which explains how their fates are intertwined and why it was so necessary for Yuji to be the one to have the final fight against Sukuna in order to give the story of Jujutsu Kaisen somewhat of a satisfactory finale, whether if you like or dislike how it ended. So let's kick things off by talking about the events of chapter 222 right before Sukuna vs Gojo starts. This chapter is titled 4 Tokens, and it sets the stage for the final battle between Gojo versus the King of the Curses. Both opponents are preparing mentally, emotionally, and strategically for the clash which will determine the fate of the world. Gojo returns to Jujutsu High as Sukuna begins his final preparations, and this chapter overall builds a lot of tension and it establishes the stakes of this epic encounter. We see Uraume, Sukuna's loyal follower, presenting the King of Curses with 3 of his remaining fingers. These fingers represent pieces of Sukuna's fragmented power, and they are important to fully restoring him. However, despite Uraume's best efforts, they are unable to locate the final finger of Sukuna, much to their frustration. She apologizes for the failure, but Sukuna is okay with it, as he states that he already expected this to happen. He reveals that Gojo likely has hidden the final finger as a means to indefinitely delay Yuji's execution. While it's very cunning on Gojo's part to have done this, it's also predictable as he really does care for Yuji. Uraume has a deep resentment for Gojo, as she views him hiding the final finger as a second humiliating defeat at his hands. Throughout all of this, you have to note Sukuna remains very cool and collected. He reassures Uraume, who is visibly frustrated, that they can substitute the final missing finger by consuming the head of his mummified corpse. While Sukuna's preparing in his own way, Kenjaku Kinjaku on the other hand contemplates the outcome of the culling game that he had just organized. While staring at his TV screen, he questions the Kogane about the number of players who have died due to curse technique removal for failing to enter a colony. The Kogane replies that 61 players have lost their lives. Kinjaku goes on a philosophical speech as he reflects on how these individuals may have avoided participation out of fear, either fear of death or fear of having to kill others. Despite this, he criticizes them for lacking intuition, as Hiromi Higuruma's added rule could have allowed them to avoid both of these situations. It's evident that Kinjaku hates individuals who are complacent, as he thinks about their flawed mindsets as they live their lives believing that everything is okay, when in truth their existence is always teetering on the edge of disaster. He expresses his hatred for individuals who refuse to risk their lives for something greater, and for those who face death without any aspirations or hope. The way that Kinjaku thinks of life and death are linked with his greater plan, which is to reshape the world through chaos. Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High, Gojo reflects on all of the losses that the sorcerers have endured following the events of the Shibuya Incident as well as the Culling Game. It seems as though Gojo, Shoko, and Ijichi are among the few who have survived from their time at Jujutsu High. In particular, the loss of Kento Nanami weighs heavily on Gojo, as he confesses that he had always believed that Nanami was the kind of person who would be able to survive any challenge, regardless of how high the odds were stacked against him. Gojo reminds the others that he has a very important role to play now in the upcoming fight against Sukuna, as he urges Ijichi to give it his all also. At the dojo at Jujutsu High, we see Mei the opportunist as she begins to prepare for the upcoming battle against Gojo and Sukuna in her own way by hosting an online betting game. There is a lot of interest in high stakes fights as she's able to gather a staggering 5 billion yen through pay-per-view broadcasts for the battle, and she also generates additional money from betting too. Her ability Blackbird Manipulation enables her to stream the event to a broad audience as she massively benefits financially. Also at the dojo are Yuji and Kusakabe who are sparring, and Yuji is very determined as he throws Kusakabe to the ground. The two of them are training really hard as they prepare for the upcoming fight, and elsewhere in the dark corridors of Jujutsu High, we see Yuta and Inumaki walking side by side, and their conversation is brief but still very important, as Yuta mentions that they should not inform Yuji of Toge's injury, as this was caused by Sukuna. This again highlights how all of the sorcerers that are around Yuji know how Sukuna's actions emotionally impact him, as he does feel responsible for them. Now all of the preparations do wrap up as the highly awaited day finally arrives, December 24th, Christmas Eve, which marks the date of the battle between Gojo vs Sukuna. The setting is in Shinjuku, which has now been reduced to pretty much a wasteland known as a realm of demons. With the entire cityscape being destroyed, it is a culmination of all of the events that have led up to this moment. Sukuna, Uraume, and Kenjaku gather on the rooftop of a skyscraper as they prepare for the fight, but Kenjaku appears to have other plans as he leaves to hunt down the remaining players in the Culling Game, as this highlights his ulterior motives as he isn't 100% behind Sukuna and Uraume. And for this reason, Uraume is actually annoyed by Kenjaku's presence, so she's glad to see him go. Kenjaku has a very calculated strategy, as he knew that if he were to have left any sooner, then Gojo would have most likely killed him. Kenjaku is anticipating that Gojo will be defeated by Sukuna, and this will then result in Yuta, Kinji Hakari, as well as Maki and the remaining sorcerers of Jujutsu High working together in order to launch a full-on assault against Sukuna. At Jujutsu High, the tension is palpable as Gojo preps for the final fight, and all of the students are aware of the gravity of the situation as they try their best to motivate Gojo. They've always perceived Gojo as this invincible figure, someone who never seemed to struggle in battle, but this time things feel different, and Gojo's serious demeanor reflects this, as he's actually taking the task at hand very seriously. For what seems like the first time ever in the story, we actually see Gojo shed this playful, annoying persona that he has, and he appears to be exuding a very intense aura, which is unsettling others like Yuta, Maki, and even Hakari. Gojo tries to calm the tension as he invites everyone to come and give him a pat before he departs. One by one, the students slap his back, offering words of encouragement and support to him. Gojo carries all of their assurance and confidence as he looks back at them with a determined grin and assures them that he will emerge victorious. Gojo makes his way towards Shinjuku with Utahime and Gakuganji by his side. Sukuna stands ready on the the other side of the city as his menacing grin mirrors Gojo's. Both of them are ready for this epic clash as the battle of the strongest is about to unfold. All of them perform a ritual which will boost Gojo's power beyond its normal limits as they utilize Utahime's solo forbidden area technique. This whole ritual is enhanced with ceremonial gestures along with chanting and music, as this massively increases Gojo's cursed energy output. Now with this amplification, Gojo unleashes 200% Hollow Purple, an enhanced fusion of his Attraction Blue and his Repulsion Red techniques. This targets Sukuna in Shinjuku as EGG's barrier conceals the attack, preventing Sukuna from sensing it until the very last second. This attack destroys the building where Sukuna and Uraume were standing. This also destroys Sukuna's cursed energy reinforced arms, as Gojo teleports to Sukuna's location while he is healing his arms. Gojo then taunts Sukuna, declaring that despite his ancient power, it is him who is the challenger in this battle of the strongest. Sukuna heals his arms as the battle erupts in an intense close quarters fight, as Gojo's mastery of infinity enables him to effortlessly dodge Sukuna's attacks. He manipulates space with his technique Blue in order to send Sukuna crashing through multiple buildings. The King of Curses counters with domain amplification, temporarily neutralizing Gojo's infinity as he tries to level the playing field, but Gojo continues to outmaneuver him, proving that he has a superior technique and agility. The battle rages on through the destroyed streets of Shinjuku, with Gojo constantly keeping the pressure on Sukuna as he takes full advantage of his precision and unparalleled control over cursed energy as he wins most of these early exchanges in the fight. The battle escalates massively when both of them activate their domain expansions, as Gojo's Unlimited Void faces off against Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine. Each domain represents the peak of Jujutsu sorcery, as they offer guaranteed hit effects within their boundaries. However, Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine operates without a barrier, thus allowing its range to extend far beyond the limits of Gojo's domain. Sukuna exploits this advantage as he attacks Gojo's domain from the outside, slicing through the external structure of Unlimited Void and causing it to collapse. With his domain destroyed, Gojo is exposed to the full force of Malevolent Shrine, as he's on the receiving end of a relentless barrage of slashes which rain down upon him, inflicting deep wounds. Despite the numerous blows that he's taken, Gojo continuously heals himself using reverse curse technique, demonstrating incredible resilience. He also utilizes Simple Domain and Falling Blossom emotion in order to limit the damage that he receives, programming his cursed energy to counteract Sukuna's attacks upon contact. Gojo's composure remains unshaken as he continues to endure the overwhelming assault, as he is continuously thinking about how to strategize for his next move. He goes on to push his abilities to their very limits as he utilizes reverse curse technique to not only heal his injuries but to restore his exhausted limitless technique. This is something that shocks both Sukuna and all of the onlookers, with Gojo seizing the moment to close the distance within an instant, catching Sukuna off guard. He grabs Sukuna, holding him tightly as he unleashes Curse Technique Reversal Red at point blank range. This throws Sukuna's body into rubble as it seems like Gojo has successfully disrupted his momentum. Sukuna is far from done as he expands Malevolent Shrine to its maximum range, causing Gojo to once again activate Unlimited Void. But this time, Gojo geniusly reverses the internal and external conditions of his domain's barrier, thus increasing its resistance to external attacks. Sukuna counters by using a Binding Vow, which disables his domain's guaranteed hit effect within the barrier. He does so in order to enhance the power of his slashes outside it. As both of their domains clash once again, both of them sustain serious injuries, but neither of them appear to be letting up as they remain on equal footing. This entire exchange is just strategic genius, as Gojo shrinks his domain to the size of a small sphere, increasing its density and resistance to Sukuna's attacks. After a very intense standoff which lasts over 3 minutes, both of the domains collapse at the same time, leaving the two of them exhausted but still undeterred. Despite doing fairly well, Gojo begins to sense that something is wrong, as he notices that Sukuna has refrained from using the 10 Shadows technique, and he suspects suspects that there's a deeper strategy at play from him. Gojo's concerns are confirmed when he witnesses Maharaga's wheel subtly turning. This is a sign that the Shikigami is adapting to his techniques. During their exchanges, Gojo suffered a sudden nosebleed, which is a symptom of the immense strain from repeatedly restoring his curse techniques engraving in his brain. A major turning point in the battle is when Sukuna summons Maharaga within Gojo's domain. Much to Gojo's shock, Maharaga has already adapted to Unlimited Void, and the Shikigami destroys his domain in a single strike. Gojo realizes that Sukuna has been using Megami Soul in order to bear the burden of Maharaga's adaptation, thus allowing the Shikigami to counter Gojo's most powerful techniques without the risk to himself. The repeated use of reverse curse technique has begun to take a toll on Gojo, as this is causing damage to his brain and limiting his ability to continue restoring his powers. Because he's been using reverse curse technique to forcibly restore his exhausted curse technique after every domain clash. Now what you have to remember is that at this point there have been 5 domain clashes, and he's done this 5 times and it's brought him down to his absolute limit and he falls to his knees. He is unable to open his domain due to all of the accumulated damage to his brain. With Maharaga now fully adapted, Sukuna escalates the battle by summoning Merged Beast Agito as it transforms the entire battle into a 3-on-1 onslaught. Gojo finds himself battling Sukuna and 2 powerful Shikigami at the same time. Despite the overwhelming odds, he fights with a lot of strength as he utilizes curse technique Lapse Blue in order to slow down Maharaga's adaptation process, and he strategically avoids using curse technique Reversal in order to prevent Maharaga from adapting any further. Gojo lands several devastating Black Flash attacks against Sukuna, and this momentarily does tip the scales in his favor, but Maharaga's wheel continues to turn as this signals its impending adaptation to Gojo's infinity. Realizing the conventional tactics are no longer sufficient here, Gojo decides to end the fight with an unlimited Hollow Purple. In a very high stakes move, Gojo combines his blue and red techniques to create a massive Hollow Purple. He cleverly manipulates the battlefield using blue in order to accelerate himself and intercept Maharaga's attempts to stop the convergence of red and blue. The colossal blast disintegrates Maharaga and deals severe damage to Sukuna, as all of the viewers who are watching believe that Gojo has finally secured the victory. Just as it seems like the end of the fight is within reach of Gojo, Sukuna unveils his ultimate strategy. After having studied Maharaga's adaptation, he mimics the Shikigami's ability to bypass Gojo's infinity by expanding the target of his dismantle technique to slash the world itself. This world-cutting slash disregards the infinity by affecting the very space around Gojo. This is an unbelievably effective attack, as in a devastating instance, the slash cuts Gojo in half, splitting his body in half and securing Sukuna's victory. As Gojo falls, he experiences a profound sense of peace as he reflects on the battle. In his final moments, he feels satisfied that he had pushed himself to his very limits. Gojo envisions his fallen comrades, including Suguru Geto, and accepts his fate without regret, and he is content that he had fought with everything that he had. Despite sustaining serious injuries, at the end of the fight, Sukuna stands victorious. He acknowledges Gojo's unparalleled strength and even praises him as a magnificent sorcerer that he will never forget. Gojo's legacy as the strongest of the modern day remains unshaken even in death. Meanwhile, all of the allies prepare to continue the fight against Sukuna as the King of Curses enjoys this hard-fought victory. Hajime Kashimo is the first to step forward as the next challenger, determined to avenge the death of Gojo and to bring an end to Sukuna's reign of terror. The death of Gojo just caught a lot of us by surprise. I mean, it just happened out of nowhere. It was very abrupt, but his death does have thematic implications for Jujutsu Kaisen. His students and the surviving Jujutsu sorcerers are literally vulnerable now, and it forces them to rise to the occasion without the strongest sorcerer there to protect them. Gojo's exit from the story, while very devastating, it liberates the narrative of Jujutsu Kaisen from his overwhelming presence, because no matter how big the threat was, as long as Gojo is there, then everything's going to be okay, right? Now that you've taken Gojo away from the equation, it does create space for other characters to grow and to face off against challenges that even Gojo wasn't able to overcome. While yes, it's incredibly sad and I didn't want to see Gojo go, his death does act as a catalyst for the character development of everybody else who now has the opportunity to battle Sukuna. And the way that Gojo felt satisfied by giving it his all, and he sees all of his friends before he passes away, and how he's content with letting his students now continue, it's a symbolic passing of the torch. His legacy will now endure through all of the lessons that he has imparted, as well as inspiration that he has given to the next generation of sorcerers. So now, with Hajime Kashimo preparing to battle Sukuna, he not only wants to fight him, but he wants to discover the essence of true strength. He wants to do this by defeating Sukuna, and this is a central theme of this battle. Kashimo makes a dramatic entrance as he leaps from 203 meters in the air, and at the same time a massive block of ice descends from the sky carrying Uraume, Sukuna's loyal assistant. Hakari, a strong ally of Kashimo, intervenes before Uraume can join the fight, thus trapping Uraume within his domain in order to allow Kashimo to have a one-on-one fight with Sukuna. Hakari interferes here as he prioritizes fulfilling his promise to Kashimo. Meanwhile, Sukuna prepares for the next move as the block of ice that Uraume descended on turns out to be a tool, delivering Sukuna a replica of the cursed weapon Kamutoke. This weapon was created by Yorozu as a gift to Sukuna through a binding vow at the very end of her life. Sukuna wastes very little time as he uses Kamutoke, summoning a devastating bolt of lightning which is aimed directly at Kashimo, but Kashimo, being a master of lightning himself, is unaffected by the attack, with Kashimo asking Sukuna a philosophical question about whether if Sukuna was born the strongest or if he had to earn that title. Sukuna responds ambiguously, explaining that he was born cursed and unwanted, not really providing a clear answer to Kashimo's question. Kashimo reflects on his own life and admits that he has never been able to connect with those around him as he views everyone else as insignificant. He wonders if being the strongest means being eternally cursed to seek more power in solitude. Sukuna, calling him greedy, dismisses this notion, accusing both Kashimo and Gojo of wanting too much. With that, the battle between the two of them continues. Kashimo unleashes his innate curse technique called Mythical Beast Amber. This dramatically increases his speed and physical capabilities, allowing him to attack Sukuna with a series of powerful punches. The technique pushes Kashimo's body beyond human limits as it optimizes the brain's electrical signals and enhances physical abilities. While this does allow Kashimo to momentarily overwhelm Sukuna, it also comes at a massive cost. Once the technique ends, his body will begin to deteriorate and crumble away. Kashimo takes full advantage of this temporary power boost, and he delivers a powerful lightning attack that seems to incapacitate Sukuna. But the King of Curses, in a very calculated move, has been saving a very important ability to use up until now. This technique allows him to fully restore his body by returning to his original true form. Towards the end of chapter 237, Sukuna begins to undergo a transformation. Sukuna was saving this for the right moment because he can only use it once. Sukuna fully incarnates into his true form, a monstrous state where he possesses 4 arms and 2 mouths. These extra limbs and mouths provide Sukuna with the unique advantage of being able to form hand seals and chant incantations simultaneously. This gives him a huge tactical advantage in Jujutsu combat. The transformation reveals the true power of the King of Curses, as it was this true form of Sukuna which was responsible for destroying entire armies during the Heian era. This includes the Sun, Moon and Star Squad, as well as several other elite groups. Kashimo uses his analytical abilities as he recognizes that Sukuna's current form represents absolute perfection. Sukuna's body is operating without any hindrances here, even in its grotesque mutated state. Despite being absolutely impressed by Sukuna's power, Kashimo remains determined to fight him. As they continue to clash, Sukuna swiftly overpowers Kashimo in hand-to-hand combat, forcing him to retreat. Then, in an absolutely amazing display of power, he unleashes his dismantle attack, which Kashimo quickly recognizes as the same ability which Sukuna had used to kill Gojo. Despite the danger, Kashimo manages to dodge the brunt of the attack, losing only a part of his hand. Then there appears to be somewhat of a pause in the action as Sukuna reflects on his past, mentioning Yorozu, a sorcerer who once preached to him about love. Yorozu believed that Sukuna, due to his unrivaled strength, was peerless and isolated, and he was incapable of understanding this concept of love. Sukuna dismisses her beliefs as foolish and annoying, though he admits that Kashimo and Gojo might have benefited from her points of view. Sukuna's reflection on love and strength from his past provide an insightful look into his complex character via these glimpses into his past. While yes, Gojo understands the concepts of love and companionship, he finds them irrelevant to his own existence as he doesn't need them. He accuses Kashimo of not fully comprehending what Sukuna wants, as Sukuna believes that the true nature of strength lies in responding to others' desires for power. With the battle intensifying, Sukuna uses the advantages of his new form to immobilize Kashimo as he quickly pins down his arms and begins to pummel him with a series of brutal punches. Sukuna's true form allows him to easily dominate and overwhelm Kashimo at every turn. He then uses his Kamutoke weapon to summon another bolt of lightning, using it as a diversion to launch a devastating attack which sends Kashimo flying through the air. As Kashimo tries to counter, Sukuna traps him in a massive net of dismantle slashes, leaving no room for escape. We then get what appears to be an internal dialogue as Kashimo has a final conversation with Sukuna. Sukuna explains that strength is not about solitude or isolation. It is a give and take relationship that exists between the individual who is the strongest and everybody else who desires to challenge them. According to Sukuna, strength is a form of love, where the strongest responds to the desires of others with their power. In this way, Sukuna believes that he is loved for his strength, and in turn he shows his love by displaying just how strong he is. This philosophical exchange offers a bit of a deeper understanding to Sukuna's worldview, especially in regards to strength as a transactional relationship rather than something which isolates individuals. In a lot of media, this idea of somebody being the strongest and being isolated because of it is often used as a trope to explain why that character is isolated. A notable example is Stark from Bleach, who is the #1 ranking Espada. Because of his incredible strength, he had felt isolation because he had no equal, and his immense strength had pushed others away from him. In an attempt to escape his loneliness, Stark had split his soul into two, which had ended up creating Lily Neck. Coming back to the fight, Kashimo is unconvinced by Sukuna's reasoning as he questions Sukuna's choices, especially in regards to why the King of Curses would go to the lengths of splitting his soul into cursed objects if he finds isolation so fulfilling. Sukuna reveals that for him, love is worthless, and he never needed anyone to complete his existence. The solitude that Kashimo and Gojo feel as a result of being the strongest, in Sukuna's eyes, is a natural state that one must embrace without regret. Chapter 238 ends with Sukuna explaining that the flavors of humanity, like life itself, are fleeting, and he consumes them to pass the time until the end. Now, with the death of Kashimo, the stage is set for the next battle as Yuji and Higuruma make their grand entrance onto the battlefield, ready to face off against Sukuna. Sukuna just appears to be annoyed as soon as he sees Yuji once again, as he questions what the young sorcerer hopes to achieve by confronting him now.
So far we've seen a lot of Gojo, but what on earth has been going on with Kenjaku? The story shifts our attention to the ancient sorcerer from chapter 239 as we follow him attempting to hunt down the remaining players of the Culling Game. In the Lake Gosho colony, Kenjaku tracks an incarnated female player, cornering her in a forest. She attempts to flee as she reflects on the cruelty of being reincarnated, only to face death again. Kenjaku effortlessly defeats her by suffocating her with a curse and crushing her under its weight. Aori Hazenoki, a Culling Game player, interrupts Kenjaku as Hazenoki mockingly engages with him as she comments on Kenjaku's tendency to talk to himself. As Kenjaku admits that he can't help it because he has a lack of friends and he's lonely, their banter quickly turns to battle as Kenjaku unleashes cursed spirits on Hazenoki, testing his ability to use his reverse curse technique. Despite Hazenoki putting up a fair fight, Kenjaku overpowers him, targeting his head in order to prevent him from regenerating. Before Hazenoki is defeated, he asks Kenjaku about his motives, as the ancient sorcerer explains that the Culling Game is essential for his plan to merge all humans with Tengen, the Jujutsu sorcerer who maintains the barrier between the worlds of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits. Kenjaku is driven by curiosity and a desire to witness what has never been seen before. Hazenoki, not understanding this ambition, mocks Kenjaku for one final time before he is killed. Shortly after this, Fumihiko Takaba, a comedian turned Jujutsu sorcerer who we've become very familiar with from the Culling Game arc, he arrives onto the scene. Despite Kenjaku
Kenjaku's cursed spirits attacking him, Takaba emerges unscathed. His curse technique, Comedian, enables him to manifest anything that he believes to be funny into reality, thus rendering Kenjaku's attacks useless. It's safe to say that Takaba confuses the hell out of Kenjaku as he prepares for a very unpredictable battle against him. Chapter 240 provides some behind-the-scenes insights into the planning stages before the Shinjuku Showdown had happened. Angel speaks with the Jujutsu High sorcerers about the importance of stopping Kenjaku even if Sukuna is defeated. If Kenjaku merges Japan with Master Tengen, then their efforts against Sukuna would be futile. The group debates who should face off against Kenjaku, with Angel suggesting that Fumihiko Takaba might be the ideal candidate due to his unconventional but yet powerful technique. Back in the present day, Kenjaku struggles to understand Takaba's ability. His powers appear to be rooted in comedy, making it difficult for Kenjaku's attacks to have any real effect. Takaba, in his usual funny manner, manifests bizarre phenomena like bandanas and sunglasses for Kenjaku, who realizes that Takaba's ability stems from his imagination. If Takaba believes something is funny, then it becomes reality, thus rendering Kenjaku's thousands of years of jujutsu knowledge pretty much irrelevant. The two then partake in a comedic dialogue, with Takaba highlighting his confidence in his comedic abilities. However, at this point, Kenjaku becomes aware of the limitations of Takaba's curse technique as he criticizes his jokes, specifically pointing out their lack of structure. Kenjaku's critical analysis begins to shake Takaba's resolve and his confidence as he begins to remember moments from the past where his comedic skills were called into question. His technique starts to falter now as Kenjaku seizes the opportunity to strike, sending Takaba crashing into the forest. Takaba begins to think back on his journey as a comedian, and we get a flashback which reveals a key moment from his past. This is where he had clashed with his partner over their dedication to comedy. His partner had accused Takaba of taking comedy too seriously, thus making it unenjoyable for both the audience and himself. This moment deeply affected Takaba's self-confidence, leading him to question his ability to make people laugh. As Takaba thinks back on his past failures, he remembers the real reason that he had become a comedian, and it was to connect with people and to avoid loneliness. This realization reignites Takaba's determination as he regains his confidence in the present. Takaba apologizes to Kenjaku as he admits that he had discounted his abilities in order to protect his own ego. With this newfound resolve, Takaba vows to make Kenjaku laugh as he fully activates his curse technique. Kenjaku senses a shift in Takaba's demeanor as he prepares for a more intense battle. He realizes that Takaba's powers are fueled by his confidence and his certainty. As long as Takaba believes in the humor of his actions, then his technique will be unbeatable. The stage is now set for a clash where Takaba's resolve to make everyone laugh is the only thing that will keep him alive. In chapter 242, Takaba goes on the offensive, with Kenjaku being aware of the danger that Takaba poses as he summons a special grade cursed spirit, Akuro or Otake. However, Takaba, in a comedic twist, defeats the curse by running it over with an imaginary truck. The two then engage in a series of bizarre and comedic scenarios, with Takaba controlling the narrative through his imagination. The battle shifts into surreal territory, with Takaba and Kenjaku manifesting various comedic setups. At one point, they transform into doctors trying to save a goldfish, and later they partake in a game show where Takaba struggles to answer trivia questions. Kenjaku initially is frustrated by the absurdity of all of these situations, but he begins to enjoy the unpredictable nature of Takaba's curse technique. He then realizes that their souls are actually resonating, thus allowing them to share the same comedic wavelength. Despite the light-hearted nature of this battle, Kenjaku grows concerned. Takaba's comedic technique is causing real damage, and if the fight continues in this way, then Kenjaku knows that he will eventually lose. The only way to end this fight is for Takaba to be satisfied with the outcome, and this proves to be a bit more of a complicated challenge than Kenjaku had anticipated. What is really strange, in chapter 243, it leads to Takaba and Kenjaku performing a full comedy routine together. Now, this is foreshadowing for something that we see in chapter 270, but I'll talk about that way later in the video. Inside the imaginary world created by Takaba's curse technique, the two of them walk on a stage as as a comedy duo called Pin-chan, and they begin their act. Their performance involves retelling the folktale of Momotaro, with Takaba and Kenjaku playing the roles of the characters. The routine is filled with witty banter and a lot of absurd twists as it showcases the full extent of Takaba's ability. With the performance continuing, Takaba realizes that his dream of making everyone laugh is coming to an end. He starts getting emotional and he doesn't want the show to stop, and Kenjaku senses Takaba's vulnerability and he encourages him to finish the act. As this imaginary scenario begins to fade, Takaba is grateful to Kenjaku for being a part of his performance. Now back in reality, Yuta appears behind Kenjaku and he swiftly decapitates him. It seems like Kenjaku is still alive for the time being as he reflects on the influence that Takaba has had on him. Thinking about it, Takaba's curse technique had stopped Kenjaku from sensing Yuta's presence. This had led to a surprise opening which Yuta had taken full advantage of as he was successfully able to deal a fatal blow. Despite the fact that Kenjaku is at death's door, he expresses satisfaction with how things had ended up unfolding, and he is confident that his will or his desire will be carried on. Kenjaku's main desire was to merge all of the people of Japan with Master Tengen, as well as significant details from the Culling Games arc, like the outside world now being aware of cursed spirits and cursed energy, and what exactly the implications of this are. All of these loose plot threads, which appear to not have been tied together by the end of the series, seem to be giving hope to people that Jujutsu Kaisen is going to be continuing with a sequel manga series. I felt like it was important to speak about this while discussing the character of Kenjaku, and I'll come back to this at the end of the video when I discuss how Jujutsu Kaisen ends with chapter 271, and if in fact we are going to be getting a sequel series based upon how the manga ends. Our attention now returns to the Shinjuku Showdown. Following the defeat of Gojo and Hajime Kashimo, we begin the third round of the fight against Sukuna, with Hiromi Higuruma and Yuji Itadori being the next challengers to fight the King of Curses. The Jujutsu High Sorcerers had earlier spoken about their strategy to deal with Sukuna if Gojo was to be defeated. Kusakabe reminds everyone that Takaba's role was to distract Kenjaku, thus allowing Yuta to kill him. However, for the fight against Sukuna, Kashimo insisted on fighting him first. Kusakabe countered, suggesting that not everyone could survive Sukuna, especially if they lacked reverse curse technique or didn't mind dying. Higuruma was next to volunteer after Kashimo, explaining that his deadly sentencing technique would be able to confiscate Sukuna's abilities, potentially leading to a death sentence for the King of Curses. However, there were uncertainties about how the judgment may unfold given Sukuna's ancient history and the multiple crimes that he has committed through Yuji's body. The plan is put into action as Meimei distracts Sukuna with her bird strike, thus allowing Higuruma and Yuji to attack. Higuruma immediately activates his domain expansion and announces a retrial of Sukuna, including him in the case for the mass murder at Shibuya. They hope that the charges will lead to a death sentence, allowing Higuruma to use the executioner's sword against him. In chapter 245, Kinji Hakari and Uraume engage in a fierce battle. Uraume uses Frost Calm, freezing Hakari's arm and shattering it, but Hakari quickly regenerates by using reverse curse technique. Uraume acknowledges that Hakari's regeneration abilities surpass even those of Sukuna and Gojo. Despite the powerful ice-based attacks, Hakari continues to heal instantly as he relentlessly fights back, not being afraid of anything that Uraume has to offer. Meanwhile, back in the courtroom of Higuruma's deadly sentencing, Sukuna interrupts the rules of Higuruma's trial as he says that he's already learnt about them from Yuji's earlier trial. Sukuna admits that he is guilty, resulting in Judgeman issuing a sentence of confiscation and death penalty. Higuruma speculates that Sukuna has lost his 10 Shadows technique, thus assuming that the sorcerers now have an opening to defeat him. However, a critical mistake has been made when it becomes clear that confiscation has taken away Sukuna's curse tool Kamutoke instead of his shrine technique. Unfortunately, Sukuna still retains his core abilities, thus not really changing the situation much for the sorcerers. Kusakabe then activates his simple domain in order to defend against Sukuna's slashes while analyzing his techniques. Kusakabe realizes that Sukuna's most devastating attacks, such as the enhanced dismantle, are able to slice through the world, and they may require preparation or a binding vow to counter. Despite their strategic efforts, Sukuna proves too fast for the sorcerers, as Chozo even attempts to attack with piercing blood, but Sukuna easily counters and he ends up gravely wounding him. Takuma then attempts to strike with a curse tool which is imbued with Nanami's ratio technique, but Sukuna blocks it and kicks him away with overwhelming force. Higuruma, who appears to be on his own and is overwhelmed, now faces the full wrath of Sukuna, as the King of Curses effortlessly punches and throws him aside. He chases after the injured lawyer in order to finish him off, and at the same time Yuji attempts to keep up with Sukuna and to protect Higuruma, but the difference in their speed is too much, as it leaves Yuji struggling to keep up and close the distance. Inside of a destroyed building, Higuruma regains his footing, with Sukuna closing in on him as he delivers more devastating slashes, leaving Higuruma badly wounded and trapped. Despite the injuries, he remembers Yuji's plan to use his curse technique in order to save Megumi. By killing Sukuna with the Executioner's sword, Megumi's soul would theoretically return to his body, freeing him from Sukuna's clutches. A flashback reveals a conversation that Yuji had with Higuruma about his willingness to die for the mission. Higuruma carries guilt for abandoning the law, as he feels that he must fulfill his role before dying, but Yuji insists on him to stay alive. After remembering this, Higuruma musters up the strength to continue, as he uses domain amplification in order to neutralize the slashes of Sukuna. The King of Curses is impressed by Higuruma's rapid growth as a sorcerer, as he has learnt and developed his abilities in such a short period of time, and he believes that his talent rivals that of Satoru Gojo. Chapter 246 concludes with Higuruma preparing for one final stand as he wields the Executioner's sword in a last bid to defeat Sukuna. Sukuna is fascinated by Higuruma's ability and his anti-domain techniques, especially with how he interrupts and resumes the Executioner's sword's effects, similar to what Sukuna did in his battle with Gojo by using Maharaga's adaptation process. Sukuna decides to push Higuruma further, testing the limits of his newfound abilities. He uses Dismantle, cutting apart a building which begins to rain down debris as Higuruma charges towards Sukuna, but Sukuna uses his cleave to slice through the falling rubble, momentarily distracting Higuruma. Seeing this as a chance, Sukuna targets Yuji, who has rejoined the fight, as Yuji tries to land a punch, but Sukuna effortlessly intercepts it, grabbing his torso and using cleave in order to cut half of Yuji's body into pieces. As Yuji collapses, Sukuna mocks him, saying how uninteresting he has become. Higuruma's fight with Sukuna resumes amidst all of the debris, as Higuruma swings the Executioner's sword in desperation, but Sukuna lands a series of punches, thus forcing Higuruma back. Eventually, Sukuna retreats and chants an incantation in order to unleash a world-cutting slash, aiming to finish off Higuruma. The lawyer narrowly dodges the slash, but loses his right arm in the process. Sukuna taunts him, demanding that he use reverse curse technique in order to heal the injury, but Higuruma charges forward as Sukuna responds by cutting off his left hand and then slashing his legs, immobilizing him. Sukuna then encourages Higuruma to heal himself, threatening to cut off his head if he doesn't listen. As Higuruma contemplates his inevitable death, Chozo then intervenes, striking Sukuna with piercing blood. Sukuna blocks the attack, acknowledging the presence of Chozo. Higuruma takes advantage of the distraction as he heals his injuries and stabs Sukuna with the Executioner's sword. However, Sukuna reveals that he had severed his own hand before the strike landed, rendering the attack useless. As Sukuna gets ready to defeat him with cleave, Higuruma reflects on his efforts and his desires to die with purpose. Just before Sukuna lands the final blow, Higuruma tosses the cross from the Executioner's sword to Yuji, who has miraculously recovered. Chapter 247 ends with Yuji getting ready to strike Sukuna from behind, channeling Nanami's last words as his motivation. Sukuna barely avoids Yuji's attempt to stab him with the Executioner's sword, as Higuruma collapses collapses, his life force begins to reduce. Yuji watches helplessly as the executioner's sword begins to lose its light and disintegrates. The King of Curses, not giving Yuji any time to mourn, lands several powerful punches on him, followed up by 2 dismantle slashes which push Yuji further back. Now at this point, Kirara and Ui have arrived on the battlefield as they retrieve Higuruma's body before teleporting away. Sukuna isn't surprised as he deduces that Ui's teleportation technique was used to transport Gojo's corpse earlier too. He dismisses the likelihood of Shoko being able to save Higuruma as he notes that the reverse curse technique is less effective if used on someone else's body instead of your own. Sukuna notices something unexpected though. Yuji has begun healing his injuries by using reverse curse technique. This is a skill that he had learned over the past month during the waiting time leading up to the Shinjuku Showdown. Despite his previous excitement at the prospect of killing both Yuji and Yuta, Sukuna finds himself quite irritated, and he doesn't understand why. He thinks back on his emotions as Sukuna realizes that his irritation stems from Yuji's unyielding spirit. Having shared a body with Yuji, Sukuna is deeply aware of his relentless willpower. This is a trait that has disrupted Sukuna's own hedonistic worldview. The idea that someone weaker than him can challenge him through sheer determination angers Sukuna greatly, as it represents everything that he has come to despise. It stands against all of Sukuna's ideals, his purpose, as well as his ambition. Just as the King of Curses comes to this realization, a bright orb of light appears above his head as Yuji's Kogane announces Rule 15 of the Culling Game. This grants Megumi, and by extension Sukuna, the authority to activate the Great Merger between Tengen and humanity. This was Kenjaku's failsafe in case of his death. This reveals that Yuta's surprise attack may have been successful in killing Kenjaku. As Sukuna absorbs the glowing orb, he declares his intention to destroy all the Jujutsu sorcerers, as well as the remaining Culling Game players, and finally the monster which will be created from merging Tengen with humanity. All of a sudden, the ground collapses beneath Sukuna as Yuta Okotsu finally arrives on the battlefield, apologizing for his delayed entrance. Sukuna immediately attacks Yuta, but the special grade sorcerer blocks with his katana as Rika, the Queen of Curses, appears and slams Sukuna into a nearby building. Now this perfectly sets the stage for the new super exciting confrontation between Yuta and Sukuna. We go slightly back in time in chapter 249 as it begins with the aftermath of Kenjaku's death. As we see how he loses control over his cursed spirit manipulation, this leads to all of the cursed spirits that he has absorbed and accumulated being released, and it creates chaos. Rika immediately jumps into action, stopping the rampaging cursed spirits by destroying most of them, preventing further damage. In the meantime, while Kenjaku is dead, his backup plan has been activated as his head is attached to a writhing black mass, and it requests his Kogane to add a rule to the Culling Game, which grants Megumi the authority to initiate the Great Merger between the Japanese people and Tengen. The plan was always to have Sukuna undergo the succession ritual, using the Culling Game as the basis to override the originator of the merging ritual. As Yuta and Rika continue battling Sukuna, Yuta notices that Sukuna's reverse curse technique is slowly recovering. This means that he could regain the ability to use his domain expansion very soon. Yuta blames himself for the death of Higuruma and the failure of their earlier plan, but he resolves to make up for it now. He attacks Sukuna with Rika distracting Sukuna's vision, as Yuta and Sukuna engage in an intense physical fight, with Yuta making a decisive move by activating his domain expansion, Authentic Mutual Love. Sukuna immediately counters Yuta's domain with Hollow Wicker Basket, nullifying the guaranteed hit effect of his domain. Yuta quickly grabs one of the many katanas created by his domain as he utilizes Thin Icebreaker in order to enhance the force of the sword, cracking the blade on Sukuna. The King of Curses realizes Yuta's plan. He deduces that Yuta has likely copied the Angel's technique called Extinguishment, and he intends to constantly pressure Sukuna by forcing him to neutralize Yuta's domain, as half of Sukuna's mouths and hands would be occupied with this, giving Yuta the opportunity to use his copied curse technique so that Yuji could then tear Sukuna away from Megumi's body via his soul targeting punches. changes. Sukuna is aware of everybody's abilities thanks to the memories of Megumi. In chapter 250, we see that Yuta's domain expansion grants him access to use a variety of copy techniques, each of them stored within different katanas inside of his domain. Yuta uses a sword containing Dhruv Lakdawala's technique, creating miniature Shikigami in order to help him in the fight against Sukuna. Meanwhile, Yuji lands punches on Sukuna which seem to affect him in a certain way. As the battle intensifies, Sukuna realizes that Yuta is using a technique which imposes an unbreakable barrier on the Shikigami's paths. Yuta hovers in the air using Takako Uro's technique as the King of Curses assesses his own weakened condition after his battle with Gojo. Sukuna's cursed energy reserves are now comparable to Yuta's, and he is forced to constantly maintain Hollow Wicker Basket, limiting his ability to unleash more powerful techniques. Yuji and Yuta continue their relentless assault, with Yuji's punches now targeting the boundary between Megumi and Sukuna's souls, slowly weakening Sukuna's control over Megumi's body. He then attempts to activate Cleave, but Yuta uses cursed speech to stop him from moving. Yuta then lands a powerful blow with Thin Icebreaker, pushing Sukuna into a pillar. Sukuna then fights back with Dismantle, slashing Yuta and Yuji as he forces them to retreat while Rika continues to engage Sukuna. During the fight, Sukuna notes the impressive growth of Yuta and Yuji, acknowledging that they both have acquired immense power through a combination of hard work and clever strategies. Yuji and Yuta press their attacks, with Yuta copying Sukuna's own technique Cleave and using it against him. This copied Cleave attack lands a successful strike on Sukuna's face, stunning him. Sukuna quickly realizes that Yuta had Rika consume his final finger, thus allowing Yuta to copy the Cleave technique. This revelation gives Yuta and Yuji a strategic advantage, but Sukuna retaliates by heavily injuring Yuji with Cleave. Despite his injuries, Yuji continues to fight back as he spits blood into Sukuna's eyes and allows Yuta to land another powerful blow against him. With Sukuna's cursed energy and control over Megumi's body weakening, Yuta and Yuji coordinate their attacks in order to further restrict Sukuna's movements. Rika then restrains two of Sukuna's arms while Yuji grabs another, and Yuta takes the opportunity to strike at the mouth on Sukuna's stomach as he rips out its tongue in order to prevent him from chanting cursed incantations. Despite all of this, Sukuna manages to slash Yuta with Dismantle, forcing Yuta to retreat for a moment. The fight gets even more intense as Yuji recalls their earlier talk about souls and the possibility of knocking Megumi's soul awake. While the punches of Yuji are slowly helping Megumi resurface, Sukuna uses the opportunity to finish the chant for Dismantle. He then slashes through Yuta's body, injuring both Rika and Yuji, but before Sukuna can claim victory, Maki appears using the Split Soul Katana to stab Sukuna through the heart. As chapter 252 begins, the focus briefly shifts to Kusakabe and Takuma, who appear to be located outside of Yuta's domain. Kusakabe explains their plan to strike Sukuna while he is distracted, with Maki playing a key role in the ambush. As Yuta's domain shatters, it signals the moment for Maki to strike, and this is where she stabs Sukuna through the heart with her Split Soul Katana. Sukuna realizes that the wound inflicted by Maki is healing much more slowly than his other injuries, and this is thanks to Maki's ability to perceive souls and the katana's unique properties, which make it very difficult to heal using reverse curse technique. As Yuji continues the fight, he suddenly collapses, realizing that he hasn't fully healed his prior injuries. Chozo then arrives to help Yuji, guiding him on how to heal himself by using his blood manipulation. Meanwhile, Maki and Sukuna engage in an intense fight, with Maki's skills proving to be a match for Sukuna's. The chapter then shifts to Kinji Hakari and Uraume, who are also locked in their own battle, as Uraume taunts Hakari, stating that Sukuna has yet to go all out, and just as we were thinking that the fight against Sukuna was wrapping up, these words from Uraume reveal that the fight is still far from over. Despite how many opponents he has faced off against and how many injuries he has sustained, the threat from Sukuna is still really high. Maki and Sukuna's battle continues as Sukuna becomes more interested in Maki's heavenly restriction, as he acknowledges that her physical abilities may surpass Jujutsu sorcery. Their intense fight rages rages through the streets of Shinjuku, with Sukuna launching several dismantle slashes that Maki skillfully avoids. Takuma attempts to assist by attacking Sukuna, but is quickly overpowered. Kusakabe also attempts to help, but Sukuna anticipates his attack and counters, forcing Kusakabe to retreat. Maki continues her attack on Sukuna, who begins to enjoy the challenge that she presents. He acknowledges that her existence, free from Jujutsu sorcery, is a direct opposition to what sorcery represents. As the battle intensifies, Sukuna lands a powerful black flash on Maki, sending her flying. Despite this, Maki refuses to back down as Kusakabe realizes that he has no choice but to face Sukuna head on, setting the stage for the next phase of this fight. Kusakabe begins with a simple domain as he activates his Evening Moon Sword drawing. This increases his cursed energy output while slightly weakening Sukuna's cursed techniques within his domain. The simple domain helps Kusakabe to deflect Sukuna's dismantle attacks. Sukuna tests out Kusakabe's strength and is surprised by his speed and precision, as Kusakabe's domain is programmed to automatically intercept incoming attacks. A flashback reveals that sorcerers like Meimei and Nanami as well as Gojo had considered Kusakabe to be the most versatile grade 1 sorcerer, as they had cited his mastery of swordsmanship as well as barrier techniques and excellent decision making skills as key points which had contributed to his grade 1 sorcerer rank. With the battle continuing, Kusakabe manages to injure Sukuna and holds his own ground surprisingly, but eventually his katana does break. In a last-ditch effort, he restores his blade with Hazy Moon and targets Sukuna's weakened heart. However, the King of Curses anticipates this and catches the katana, slashing Kusakabe in return. Just before Sukuna can finish him off, Ui teleports Kusakabe away to safety. Then Miguel, another powerful ally, appears as he mocks Sukuna's limited knowledge of his identity. Chapter 255 introduces us to Miguel and Laru, two former allies of Geto who joined the fight against Sukuna. A flashback shows Yuta and Laru visiting Miguel in Africa in order to convince him to help in the fight. Although Miguel initially had refused as he had cited Sukuna's power as too dangerous, he eventually agreed after a heartfelt conversation with Laru, deciding to honor Geto's memory. Back in the present day, Miguel and Laru join forces with the other sorcerers and they take advantage of Sukuna's weakened state, with his heart still healing and his cursed energy output being diminished. Laru uses his heart catch technique, which is a conjuring ability that grabs and crushes targets, while Miguel employs prayer song, which enhances his physical abilities and it repels curses. Despite their best efforts, Sukuna counters their attacks and the battle escalates. While Sukuna is fighting Miguel, Chozo and Yuji rejoin the fight as Yuji crashes through the ceiling ready to continue the battle, just as Maki cuts off one of Sukuna's hands. At this point, Sukuna is further weakened, but just as the sorcerers think that they have the upper hand, Sukuna lands his second black flash on Laru, signaling the possibility that the King of Curses may regain his full curse technique output very soon. The sorcerers begin to realize the gravity of their situation now that Sukuna has landed a black flash. This was an attack that even Gojo wasn't able to control. The black flash brings Sukuna into a heightened state of power, allowing him to potentially regain his reverse curse technique output. Yuji, Maki and Chozo continue their desperate attacks, with Maki displaying a lot of physical strength as she fights Sukuna in mid-air, using the air as footing. The raid on Sukuna is intensifying and things are getting really exciting as the sorcerers are trying their best to stop Sukuna before he recovers, but Sukuna is now in the zone as he lands his third black flash on Maki, sending her crashing through a window. Chozo uses his supernova technique to create a cloud of debris, but Sukuna grabs him and delivers another black flash, severely injuring Chozo. Despite the relentless amount of attacks, Yuji perseveres and he manages to land a black flash of his own against Sukuna, and this is thanks to Laru's cutie honey technique, which momentarily distracts Sukuna by redirecting his attention attention. Yuji's punch, infused with Black Flash, unleashes a burst of cursed energy, temporarily overpowering Sukuna. In chapter 257, we learn the mysterious origins of Yuji as Sukuna reveals that Yuji is the child of Kenjaku and his father Jin Itadori, and we learn that Jin Itadori is the reincarnation of Sukuna's twin brother who Sukuna had consumed in the womb. This explains why Yuji has insane amounts of potential and why he is connected to Sukuna. In the present day, Yuji and Sukuna continue to exchange intense blows which are infused with Black Flash, with every punch growing more and more intense. With Yuji now wielding two curse techniques which are blood manipulation and shrine, it leads to him displaying his newfound abilities. He throws a pillar at Sukuna, who slices it into pieces, but Yuji uses the debris to get close and land another Black Flash. Takuma joins the fight and summons a dragon-like creature called Auspicious Beast number 4 Ryu. Although Ryu is quickly destroyed by Sukuna, Takuma's efforts distract Sukuna long enough for Yuji to land a 7th consecutive Black Flash, absolutely stunning the King of Curses. Sukuna grows increasingly frustrated with Yuji's never give up attitude as Yuji continues landing powerful blows, and even Nanami's blunt sword thrown by Takuma slashes Sukuna's neck. Then after this, you guessed it, Yuji lands his 8th Black Flash, pushing Sukuna further into a corner. Now Yuji and Sukuna continue to clash as Sukuna tries to regain his power, reactivating an incomplete version of Malevolent Shrine. Despite his injuries and his weakened state, Sukuna's domain causes massive destruction, and it reduces the surroundings to dust. The instability of the domain is due to Sukuna being unable to maintain it for longer than 99 seconds. Yuji, Chozo, and Takuma activate their simple domains as they endure the barrage of slashes from Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine. As the domain begins to crumble, Yuji loses his left foot but quickly reattaches it by using blood manipulation. This just highlights Yuji's determination and his ability to rapidly develop his abilities. And this is all while he's in the midst of battle against one of the strongest characters in existence. In the final moments of chapter 258, Sukuna gets ready for a new unbelievable attack called Divine Flame, as this signals the next part of the battle as Sukuna chants Divine Flame open and Yuji gets ready for what's about to happen. Sukuna releases his Divine Flame within the domain, creating massive thermobaric explosions intended to kill everything within its radius. Unfortunately, Chozo sacrifices himself in order to shield Yuji from the flames, using a dome of blood to protect his younger brother. As Chozo crumbles and dies, he apologizes for not having been a better teacher, but Yuji reassures him that he has done more than enough by standing by his side. Following the death of Chozo, Yuji struggles with his resolve until a surprise appearance from Aoi Todo reignites his desire to fight. Todo has secretly devised a plan with Meimei in order to swap sorcerers inside of Sukuna's domain with crows, thus saving those that are trapped inside. He explains his plan to Yuji, motivating him to continue fighting Sukuna despite the overwhelming odds. Todo then reveals a modified version of his Boogie Woogie curse technique. Since he had lost his left hand, he now uses a Vibra Slap, which is an instrument to trigger the curse technique. With the power to perform 50 swaps per second, Todo and Yuji engage in rapid exchanges with Sukuna, confusing the King of Curses through constant teleportation. As Todo and Yuji fight together in tandem, Todo's unpredictable movements and self-centered fighting style makes it difficult for Sukuna to adjust. Sukuna misreads one of Todo's swaps and he ends up being hit by Yuji's Black Flash, which deals significant damage. As Yuji digs his finger into Sukuna's chest, attempting to tear out his heart. Sukuna gets ready to cast his domain expansion once more, but he is interrupted by an unexpected vision of Gojo walking through the smoke. Chapter 261 sees Sukuna taken aback when he sees what appears to be Gojo, as it's then revealed that Yuta has transplanted his brain into Gojo's body by using Kenjaku's technique, thus allowing him to assume Gojo's form. This really drastic measure was a part of Yuta's plan to defeat Sukuna, although it was met with a lot of resistance by the other sorcerers, especially Maki, due to the potential consequences of it. Despite the objections, Yuta goes ahead with this plan as he activates Unlimited Void in order to clash with Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine. The two domains collide once again, creating a new showdown between Yuta, now inheriting Gojo's legacy, versus Sukuna, who I'm guessing is really tired at this point. Yuta and Sukuna's fight escalates within the confines of their shrunken domains as Yuta uses Unlimited Void and he goes head to head with Sukuna in an intense hand-to-hand fight. Although Yuta was ready to use Curse Technique Lapse Blue, he is interrupted by Sukuna, who manages to land several hits against him. Sukuna uses Domain Amplification while his domain is still active, and this surprises Yuta, who struggles to control Gojo's Limitless technique due to him being really unfamiliar with Gojo's body. Despite this, Yuta still manages to catch Sukuna off guard by using Cursed Speech, as this immobilizes Sukuna, and Yuta prepares to finish the fight with Hollow Purple. In chapter 263, Yuta's fight with Sukuna comes to a sudden end as both domains collapse. But despite this, Yuta's Hollow Purple still hits Sukuna, but his inexperience with the technique causes him to destroy his domain in the process. Severely injured, Sukuna emerges from the domain, but Yuta, Yuji, and Todo quickly pursue him. Yuta collapses out of exhaustion from the copied brain transplant technique, leaving Yuji and Todo to continue the fight. Todo uses his broken Vibra Slap to continue swapping positions, and this gives Yuji openings to attack Sukuna. At a key moment, Yuji calls for Megumi, using Dismantle to slash at the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi's soul. Sukuna realizes the danger here as he consumes his fingers again to regain control. Then out of nowhere, Hana Kurusu arrives onto the battlefield as she is summoned by Aoi Todo's expanded Boogie Woogie technique. Hana is wielding a glowing trumpet in hand as she blasts Sukuna with Jacob's Ladder as she attempts to split the souls of Sukuna and Megumi in a last-ditch effort. Hana's Jacob's Ladder purifies the battlefield. While she has weakened Sukuna with her light, Sukuna manages to endure and use debris to climb toward her. Todo gets in the way and blocks a powerful punch from Sukuna as this knocks both him and Hana out. With everyone pretty much unconscious, Yuji steps up now to fight Sukuna as he launches an attack which briefly staggers the King of Curses. However, Sukuna recovers, unleashing two black flashes which restore his cursed energy and allow him to regenerate his hands. Yuji, remembering his training in barrier techniques, results in him activating his domain expansion. The domain transports Sukuna to a train station where Yuji appears as he once did prior to becoming Sukuna's vessel. Chapter 265 explores a unique moment between Yuji and Sukuna that happens within Yuji's domain. This chapter is really weird and it threw a lot of people off, but they stroll through Yuji's childhood memories and they visit familiar places in Yuji's old town as they recall his experiences growing up, as Sukuna engages reluctantly with him, but Yuji tries to show him the value of simple memories and life beyond the brutality which Sukuna is so used to. The King of Curses, however, remains unmoved by Yuji's sentimentality and his personal attachment to all of these places and what they mean to him. As the conversation between the two of them deepens, Yuji reveals his true intentions, which are to highlight to Sukuna how he undervalues life and to get him to release Megumi. Sukuna, angered by Yuji's attempt at mercy, declares that he will kill everyone Yuji loves. Chapter 265 concludes with tensions escalating as it sets the stage for an epic final confrontation between the two of them. At the beginning of chapter 266, Megumi's soul makes an appearance and he asks Yuji to stop trying to save him. With the death of Sumiki and his dream of protecting her now shattered, Megumi feels as though he no longer has any reason to live. Yuji tries his best to empathize with the despair that Megumi is feeling, and he understands him, but he is resolute and he refuses to give up on him. Meanwhile, Sukuna uses Hollow Wicker Basket to shield himself temporarily from Yuji's domain, but his anger over being pitied and shown mercy by Yuji distracts him. With the fight intensifying, Megumi's soul briefly awakens and it causes shadows to appear under Sukuna's foot, throwing him off balance. Seizing this opportunity, Yuji lands a powerful punch on Sukuna, and this moment breathes life back into Megumi's soul, giving Yuji hope. Sukuna is aware of the danger of the situation as he understands the significance of what's just happened as he prepares to strike back, but Yuji Yuji continues his relentless attack. In chapter 267, it's revealed that Yuta was bluffing when he claimed that Rika had consumed Sukuna's last finger, but in actuality, Yuta was able to use the shrine technique after Rika had consumed Yuji's finger instead of Sukuna's. At the secret location where Sukuna's last finger is being held, Gakuganji and Utahime are guarding it. They talk about how a curse technique may be able to bypass the indestructible nature of the special grade cursed object. Utahime explains that this could be achieved through a binding vow which allows the curse technique's effects to pass through without actually destroying the object. All of this is in reference to somebody who has surprisingly just regained consciousness. Yes, this is Nobara Kugisaki, who now supports an eye patch as she announces her return with confidence. Nobara wastes very little time as she strikes a nail through Sukuna's final finger, activating resonance. This causes multiple nails to burst from Sukuna's chest. Panicked, the King of Curses realizes Nobara's technique has disrupted his own and it prevents him from using his domain expansion, and this pretty much leaves him vulnerable to the guaranteed hit effect of Yuji's domain. When Yuji realizes that Nobara is alive, his spirits are boosted as he activates the guaranteed effect of his domain using Dismantle to attack Sukuna's soul directly. The battle between Yuji and Sukuna becomes intense as they exchange hand-to-hand blows. Despite his immense power, Sukuna is slowly weakened as Yuji lands a decisive black flash. With every blow, Sukuna's confidence begins to falter. He begins to expel the fingers that he has ingested, but he still believes that Yuji is too weakened to finish him off. Yuji surprises Sukuna with a powerful combination attack, leaving the King of Curses momentarily exposed. As he charges up cursed energy into his fist, Yuji announces that it's time to end Sukuna's reign of terror. His last uppercut, charged with another black flash, hits Sukuna's abdomen with such devastating force that it knocks him out and signals the end of their fight. This chapter ends with Yuji standing victorious over Sukuna as it marks the end of the major conflict of the Shinjuku Showdown Arc. In chapter 268, within Megumi's mind, Sukuna tries to manipulate him, blaming him for his sister's death and other tragedies. However, Megumi realizes that Sukuna is desperate here and he fears his own demise. As Sukuna's presence fades, Megumi makes a vow to live now for others rather than himself. Meanwhile, Yuji successfully frees Megumi from Sukuna's grasp as Uraume, Sukuna's ally, accepts defeat also, claiming that the sorcerers were only victorious because Sukuna was weakened. Despite Uraume's words, Hakari still remains optimistic, as he takes her words as a compliment. Following the aftermath of the epic battle against Sukuna, Megumi wakes up to find Yuji and Nobara preparing to surprise him. The three friends catch up and Yuji reveals that they were given letters from Gojo. As they read the letters, shocking truths are revealed, including Gojo's nonchalant mention of how he killed Megumi's father. Nobara's letter included information about the location of her mother, as well as what she was doing, but Nobara does not appear to be interested at all as she crumples up the letter. Meanwhile, Megumi is laughing while reading his letter, which prompts Yuji and Nobara to read what Gojo had written, but they react in shock. With Nobara noticing the time, she tells the two of them that it's time now to meet up with Maki and the others, as Megumi assumes that it's to apologize to everybody for what's been going on and to thank everyone who fought against Sukuna, but Nobara says that it's for another issue. Yuji elaborates that everyone needs to now work together in order to save Yuta. As the Jujutsu High Sorcerers enter a corridor, the three of them hear someone cursing out Yuta's name, as Megumi wonders if this is how saving Yuta should sound like. Chapter 271 is titled From Here On Out. So the chapter picks up with Megumi, Nobara and Yuji at the apartment of that young couple that we saw them at the end of chapter 270. So Nobara says that she didn't find a cursed seal or a marking anywhere on this girl, as she says that the cursed user who is affecting her vision is probably nearby. Yuji asks if they think that they are in the effective range of the cursed user at the moment, and Megumi says that it's possible, as that technique could be suited for covert work or they could be extremely skilled with cursed energy, as this situation is proving proving to be troublesome. Nobara asks the girl whether if she sees her fiance's face go back to normal ever, and she replies that maybe when she's asleep. So Megumi assumes that they're dealing with a range of at least 50 meters, but to be on the safe side they'll say it's 100 meters that the curse user needs to be near them in order for the technique to be effective. So Yuji asks what should they do now since they are in the middle of town. Megumi agrees that there are people everywhere, and if they check the buildings then there will be way too many blind spots for them. But if they go to a certain viewpoint, then they should be able to notice when the curse technique gets activated again. Yuji suggests that they just need to go to an open field. It would be easy to find the culprit that way. Megumi says that yeah, that would work if the guy that they're dealing with is a total idiot. He says that even if the curse technique is broken by getting out of range, you'd have to be a real idiot to show yourself right after that happens. He says that the individual would just wait it out until things cool down and then start their technique again. Nobara suggests that they send the couple away to an all expenses paid trip, but Megumi says that that probably wouldn't work since the curse user would be able to track their location via his technique, and Megumi suggests that it's probably best not to stalk the stalker. Yuji adds that even if they send them away, the curse user may just reactivate the technique once they come back. Megumi says that this isn't implausible, but by doing so, you would put the advantage into the curse user's hands. Yuji is getting pretty frustrated by Megumi's comebacks, and Nobara adds that Megumi is making this curse user out to be like some big-brained individual, as Yuji says that yeah, there are plenty of people more stupider than them. Megumi says that they are going to let the couple leave the range of the technique, and then they will strike once the curse technique is reactivated. Yuji says, well, this is exactly what they've been saying. Megumi tells them to hold on because that's part of the plan. He says that a 40-floor condo should easily cover 150 meters. He suggests that we'll have them go visit their friend and zip to the top floor to get out of the technique's range, then suggesting that Ichichi-san and a cursed spirit called a window can keep an eye on the buzzer and the entrance. Meanwhile, the three of them will get to a good vantage point and wait for the curse technique to be reactivated. Megumi says that they're dealing with a creep with motivation strong enough to stalk Fukuzawa-san 24 hours a day. Megumi is very confident with this plan as long as the place wasn't wiretapped, and betting on the curse user not having a technique that allows them to overhear their conversation, everything should be ready for them to catch this stalker. So when the couple get into the elevator and begin ascending the apartment complex, Fukuzawa notices that her fiance's face is returned back to normal. In the next page, we immediately see Nobara identify the curse user as they ask Nobara who she is, and it seems like the curse technique has been reactivated. Yuji also springs into action, but he uses the curse technique against the two of them, but both of them just look at each other in shock and start laughing. But the curse user is cornered by Megumi's 10 Shadows technique. After apprehending him, they bring him to Fukuzawa and ask her whether if she knows this individual. She says that it's the first time that she's seen him, but he aggressively curses at her, asking her who does she think bought her that bag. So it seems like Fukuzawa used to be a hostess and this curse user was one of her customers and used to spend a lot of money on her when she was a hostess. Nobara says that he spent 1,000,000 yen, asking why would she forget that. Yuji reassures the curse user not to be so upset. It's not like he's going to be executed or anything for what he did. The curse user admits that he was in the wrong and he behaved inappropriately, going as far as to say that he knows how to communicate properly, but despite this he ended up pinning all of the blame on Fukuzawa. It is here where we get a flashback where Yuji thinks back to training with Gojo. Yuji tells Gojo that he thought that after training with Kusakabe sensei, he'd switch up and train with him. Gojo says that he guesses that that would be fine, as he then struggles to word what he's going to say next, as he tells Yuji that haven't they had enough of Gojo sensei for one lifetime. Yuji is surprised, but Gojo tells him that he wants him to be a bit more forward thinking. He wants him to think about the future. Gojo tells Yuji that there is a dream that he wants him to carry on after he is gone, should anything happen to him. He tells Yuji that if this is where he is supposed to bow out, then he hopes that in the future his students mature up even more so than he did. He says that among his students there should be at least one who forgets about him and develops their strength completely different from Gojo's. Yuji says that none of them could ever forget him, and he's surprised, saying that Gojo is really acting out of character here, like he's sounding a bit timid or reserved. Gojo laughs at Yuji and tells him that he's such a kid, as he explains that this is confidence. This feeling of confidence is something that he has never had before. He then tells Yuji that he is expecting great things from him, as he asks Yuji if he understands what he means. If you remember a couple of chapters ago, Gojo had left letters for Nobara and Megumi. It seems like these were the precious words that Gojo had departed with Yuji before he had died. And it's great that we are getting a flashback in the final chapter, and we at least get to see Gojo one more time. After this brief flashback, we cut back to the present, as Yuji tells the curse user that he had acknowledged that he had messed up and that's all that matters, as he tells him to take some time to reflect on what he's done, as he then advises him to come and help them out on their next mission, as he tells this curse user that he's expecting great things from him. So Nobara asks Yuji what did he do with that thing. Yuji says that he tossed it. Nobara's like, what? And Yuji says it's going to be fine, stating that it's not like it's dangerous anymore. He even says that it could be the perfect talisman now. We then cut to a conversation between Mahito and Sukuna, as Mahito tells Sukuna who would have thought that he'd see him here. Sukuna notices Mahito and cockily says that isn't this the second conversation that they are having, in reference to when he had threatened Mahito in the past, when he had dared to touch the soul of Yuji. Mahito says that his technique messes with the soul after all, as he welcomes Sukuna to the pathway that all souls must walk on in order to make their way down the cycle. Mahito says that he meant to ask Sukuna that he was lying, wasn't he, to himself and to others, that he wasn't living according to his own stature. Mahito goes on to tell Sukuna that he wanted revenge against everybody who resented and persecuted that cursed, unwanted little wretch. Mahito appears to be referencing this younger version of Uraume who is standing alongside Sukuna. Sukuna says, what difference does it make now? He had lived the only way that he had known how to, and that's exactly how he is choosing to go on. He says actually he did have different paths to walk, two to be precise. But despite this, he couldn't help but to spit out the curses that were stirring deep within his body, as he fears that his own curse would burn him from the inside out. He then says that should there be a next time, perhaps it would be nice to walk a different path. Mahito says that that just sounds boring, as he tells Sukuna that he's gone soft. Sukuna says, well, obviously he's lost everything. In this apparent realm of death, Mahito says that so he's the only one who's left sulking like a child, as even Sukuna has accepted his fate in the afterlife. The next page, we see the students from Tokyo Jujutsu High, with Yuta and the gang, along with Yuji, Megumi and Nobara, and then the final page of Jujutsu Kaisen cuts back to that small shed, and we see a box there with Sukuna's middle finger apparently inside this box, and that does appear to be the end of Jujutsu Kaisen. And we have an editor's note here that says, thank you so much for reading these past 6 years. Please look forward to Gege Akutami's next work, and that volumes 29 and 30 will be released together on the 25th of December. And that's the end of Jujutsu Kaisen. There's so much raw reaction coming from people from the end of this chapter. There's so much disappointment over a lot of unresolved plot points and a rushed conclusion which a lot of people are feeling, and I can't deny it, even I feel like this ending is unsatisfactory and in some aspects it's very rushed. A lot of us were expecting a finale that gave us closure, that at least had some depth and had wrapped up all of the character arcs in a satisfactory manner, but unfortunately this isn't something that we had at the end of Jujutsu Kaisen. I mean, think about it, we didn't even get a funeral for a character like Gojo. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm not writing the entire series off, it certainly has its high points, but the final moments of the story just faltered massively. Some people believe that Kinjaku should have been the final villain of Jujutsu Kaisen, especially if the Culling Games arc, which was a pretty huge story arc, was centered around his plan, but to have him then just gotten rid of, and then the focus of the last 30 chapters of the series being on Sukuna, I felt like it was a bit too heavily focused on him, and in the end it just left Kinjaku's entire character as wasted potential. There was very minimal exploration as to his connection with Yuji, and we didn't get a proper explanation of what his ultimate plan was. Why was he wanting to do the merger? Why did he want to merge all of Japan with Master Tengen? Another point of contention is the death of Gojo. I mean, in these last 5 chapters, with the epilogue wrapping up the story of Jujutsu Kaisen, we barely got any mention of Gojo, and this is why people were assuming that he may still be alive. Like, we didn't see a tombstone, we didn't see a funeral, nobody mentioned him directly. Following the aftermath of the battle against Sukuna, it was just really strange. I mean, Nobara returned, Yuta returned, Higuruma also returned, all characters that I thought were definitely dead. So yeah, it was safe to say that we could have expected Gojo to return. I mean, my guy Yuta had his body cut in half and he somehow came back from the brink of death. While Sukuna is a formidable, fearsome villain, the demise of his character felt somewhat anticlimactic. There was this expectation of this grand showdown with Yuji. Finally, Sukuna and Yuji were going to fight, and then everything just ended really abruptly. It's like Gege lit a fuse, and the firework was just about to set off, and then it just fizzled out. As an overall story, Jujutsu Kaisen successfully subverted our expectations numerous times, but it definitely fumbled the bag, I think, with its conclusion. Yuji's character growth throughout the series has been praised by some people, but I don't think that the growth of his character was fully capitalized upon with the ending. His final fight against Sukuna lacked proper weight and depth. There is some solace though. This flashback that we had in chapter 271 was nice, at least, as it further built upon Yuji's relationship with Gojo and the high expectations that he had for his future. And it felt really nice hearing Gojo said that, you know what, he expects great things from him. Yeah, and then the last page, this middle finger of Sukuna, which just feels like Gege giving us fans a middle finger. It's the final reveal. Sukuna's middle finger has left fans feeling divided, understandably. Some people have interpreted this as a hint to a future Jujutsu Kaisen continuation, as this is an open-ended finale. Some are questioning whether if Gege was deliberate in doing this or whether if this is a sign of him having rushed his ending. Yeah, I think with Jujutsu Kaisen, the best way to summarize it is that the journey was great. Like, there were a lot of high moments, but the ultimate destination left much to be desired. I almost forgot to mention this, but Happy News was being promoted alongside the release of the final chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen. People were assuming that it was going to be the reveal of a continuation sequel series of Jujutsu Kaisen, but unfortunately it's just some information that the Jujutsu Kaisen manga has reached 100 million copies in circulation, which definitely is an incredible feat and it deserves a lot of celebration, but it's no Jujutsu Kaisen Part 2, unfortunately. So in terms of the anime, the Hidden Inventory Arc anime compilation movie is releasing, and there's going to be a Jujutsu Kaisen stage play in December 2024, along with a Jujutsu Kaisen art exhibition in 2025, along with a new guidebook releasing on the 4th of October 2024. And then yeah, you have the usual stuff like all of the current serialized manga artists in Jump commenting on the ending of Jujutsu Kaisen. But yeah, personally, I'm just really disappointed by the fact that we didn't get to know what Yuji's domain is called. We didn't get to see the full potential of Megumi, which Gojo was teasing throughout the story. We never got to see the complete domain of Megumi. Not one person talked about the death of Gojo following the Shinjuku Showdown. We didn't get a backstory for Sukuna. The plot thread of Kinjaku meeting with other country leaders and introducing them to the concept of cursed energy and cursed spirits went absolutely nowhere. These last 5 chapters I felt like could have done so much more, but instead we were catching up with characters from the Culling Game Arc, like some of the incarnated sorcerers and even Charles Bernard. I mean, do we really need to see those guys? I'm also really disappointed with the character of Megumi. I had so many high expectations for him. I even had my own headcanon that with his full potential awakened, he could surpass Gojo, but we never really got to see any of that. The ultimate goal of Yuji breaking the cycle of curses was never fulfilled because the students are currently still going on missions, and it seems like this goal just wasn't achieved. It's just a lot to process. The ending of Jujutsu Kaisen has just happened. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people talking about the rise and fall of Jujutsu Kaisen or how Jujutsu Kaisen fell off. And like I've said in the video, it's not that Jujutsu Kaisen was a terrible series, it's just it fumbled its ending. Gege fumbled Kinjaku's character. We didn't get any Heian era flashbacks, as I really did want to see Sukuna in his prime. We learned nothing new about the Gojo clan, and again the link between Yuji and Kinjaku wasn't properly explored. I do understand with writing stories there are some things that you want to leave to the reader's imagination, but Gege just introduced way too many concepts, which clearly he was planning to expand upon, but in the end he never did. I mean, the story would not have changed one way or the other if these things were not introduced, because in the end they were inconsequential to the plotline. I mean, do we really need to know that the extended world beyond Japan knows about the existence of cursed spirits and cursed energy? What was the entire point of the Culling Games? For me, Jujutsu Kaisen really peaked during the Shibuya Incident Arc. That was just a top tier story arc. I loved everything, the way that Sukuna fought against Jogo, the reintroduction of Toji, the demise of Mahito, Yuji losing his mind when he wakes up after Sukuna's rampage. There was just so much that was going well, and then the Culling Games arc kicked off, and then the Shinjuku Showdown, and just it was all just downhill, honestly. But we've reached the point of the video where I do want to hand over the discussion to all of you. This was chapter 271 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and it was the end of the Shinjuku Showdown arc. What do you think about Jujutsu Kaisen as a whole? What were your favorite moments of this series? And do you agree with me that there was a drop in the quality quality of the storytelling following the Culling Games arc. I do look forward to reading all of your thoughts and to see you all continue the discussion in the comments. At this point, I've covered the entirety of the Jujutsu Kaisen series. I've made videos on every single story arc. I've talked about every character, every ability, and every technique. After having dedicated a lot of time to watching the anime, reading the manga, making videos about this series, it's just disappointing to see the story end in this way. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, and lastly, thanks for making it to the end of this video, and I can't wait to see you in my next video. A massive thank you goes out to all of my amazing Patreon supporters for helping to make this video possible. If you also want to support the channel and see your name in the end of my videos, then check out my Patreon, which has loads of perks like early video access and so much more. Thank you for sticking around till the end of the video, and whatever you contribute will mean a lot to me.